cioè, continua a fare.
Ma come continua a fare?
No, sì ragazzi.
Ma la diretta l'hai avviata o no?
Dai, smetti di rompere il cazzo, Riccardo, hai fatto?
Bene, ma mo tanto smettiamo proprio perché io mi sto inalberando.
Va bene, siamo in onda quindi. Questo sfondo bellissimo da dove l'hai preso?
Qual è la diretta?
Da dove la stai vedendo?
Dalla pagina ufficiale.
Pagina ufficiale. Quindi la vedremo da là.
Certo.
In teoria era bello vederlo da dentro Fortnite.
Come si fa?
Lo sto cercando.
Ma il problema che c'è adesso... Cazzo. Perché cazzo non si vede?
Allora, per guardare il campionato, fanno allora un secondo. Grande torneo. Per guardare i campionati, quando devono sintonizzato sulla trasmissione ufficiale sono i seguenti canali. Con esperienza di gioco, i giocatori possono guardare le eccellenti in Fortnite Completo 2.0. Programma, quindi guarda, 3.3 mi va a inserire questo codice isola.
E come si fa?
Ora te lo dico io, ti invio il codice isola su WhatsApp.
Ok, grazie.
Ora devi andare su Fortnite e devi fare, perché mo' ho cambiato qua.
Appunto, io quello.
Vediamo un po' su cerca, eccolo qua. Il simbolo vicino a gioco c'è il simbolo della ricerca, inserisci.
Ok, devo inserire il codice. Sì.
E lo copi e lo metti.
Dobbiamo trovare la leggenda.
Eccolo qua, l'anda delle leggende. Fusione delle isole. Non so se possiamo parteciparci insieme.
Non lo so se come gruppo. In teoria sì.
Sentite l'audio del fondo?
Dalla diretta dici?
Sì, del fondo di quello che sta succedendo nel video.
Sì. Senza
Mi sento?
Sotto non si sente nessuna musica, sei messo.
Citto. Non si sente la musica?
No, stai dicendo no, devi stare
Vabbè.
zitta con la
A posto.
Vogliamo vedere? Tanto piccolo non è la cosa.
Io la diretta su YouTube.
Sì, sono io. Ragazzi, ditemi se mi sentite anche a me. Io penso, guardate la diretta, come si sente?
Sto dicendo che stai guardando.
Provo a parlare io a questo volume normale per un mi sento. Di merda, non mi sento.
Va bene, io direi che siccome ci sentiamo tutti quanti, tutto si sente, io e la Lend, non so che cosa si può fare, l'ho visto dentro, non ho idea. Count starts in 4 seconds.
Però
Un minuto per la diretta, ragazzi.
Che cos'è sta roba?
ah no, in un box fight. Ci possiamo mettere in un box fight. Non lo so, possiamo mettere in un box fight.
Box fight. Invece di qua,
No, ma in più per la torcia. Ah, perché forse arriveranno i giocatori.
Oddio, ma non è che si fa una cazzata.
No, io sto selezionando le armi. Ma quindi commentiamo qualcosa?
Va bene. Allora, non so se ci dobbiamo mettere su questo coso. Io mi sono messa lì, sono vedere qui. Allora, mancano 40 secondi e diciamo che possiamo iniziare intanto a intrattenere un po' gli ospiti condividendo qualcosa magari. Sì, Paolo, tu hai cercato qualcosa su internet che possiamo condividere con i nostri spettatori in questa fase iniziale, perché mancheranno 20 secondi, ma non so, io credo che non saranno puntuali, nel senso, queste sono cose importanti, certo la puntualità è una cosa importante, però mi fa pensare che probabilmente ci daranno quei secondi di attimo in cui preparatori, no?
Sì, sì.
Sono le 4 del pomeriggio.
So this is the biggest
Dovrebbe
tournament since
essere
the World
questo il
Cup.
momento.
Everyone's been working their hardest towards this. I think we're here to finish the story that we started last year. We're fighting to show that we can go back to back.
It's pure skill at land.
Other teams should be scared of us because we have so much experience. We've probably been to the most lands.
EU is by far the top region.
What do you want to do? We want to put NA on the map.
نلعب لعبنا وان شاء الله انا عندي ايم كويس وفاكس عندي ايم
Stanno
كويس.
mostrando i giocatori.
Uma sincronia muito boa.
We've got some of the best fighting ability in the world. 勝ちに来ました。
I loro commenti.
I think everyone should be scared.
Now's the time to make a name for ourselves.
For us, the way we're going to win this is just by playing like ourselves.
I really want to repeat winning on land.
It feels like a destiny for me to win.
We've done it at the Invitational. We're here to do it again.
This is just what I was meant to do.
It would mean everything winning.
Ragazzi, non so se avete questa cosa per dire, ma io non conosco nessuno di questi ragazzi.
Ma noi siamo i News, siamo News sempre presi.
Fortnite fans around the world, welcome to the FNCS Global Championship. We've been doing this for a while, and now here we are. Please give a warm welcome to Mini Miner and, of course, Kelly Link, who will be your analyst for this bit. That's right, crowd. Y'all can go crazy. That's okay. Man, to think, guys, we've been talking about globals all year. You know, globals, globals is this far away, it's this far away. Now, here we are. How do you feel?
We made it. We made it. We're here finally. The whole year has been building up to this. Major 1, 2, 3, the last chance major, but finally we have made it. And in front of this amazing audience right here in Copenhagen, this is where it all goes down.
Honestly, I've been waiting for this moment since the Invitational finished up last year. And like you said, this has been leading up to it since majors 1, 2, and 3, all these teams moving through. And now we have a 3-day competition with $4 million on the line. I cannot wait to get started.
Yeah, I mean, if we thought the competition was kind of crazy before, this is just that very next step, right? Normally we have 2 days of competition. Now it's 3. There's enough for a lower bracket. Only 5 games the first 2 days. I mean, pressure's on.
The pressure is on. I mean, the players will be feeling it. They'll say they won't. They'll say, I got nerves of steel. Yeah, not nervous at all. They are. They're nervous. Definitely nervous. But I mean, how can't you be in this incredible arena in front of all these fans? This is something we haven't seen before. Of course, a single-day grand final, 6 games on Sunday, 5 games in the upper and the lower bracket. So I think it's going to be a little bit different here.
Yeah, I think that's something we haven't really seen before in Fortnite either, this upper and lower bracket. We're going to have 25 teams that we don't even get to see compete tomorrow as well. And also having it be 5 games and then the finals are only 6 games when we're used to a 12-game finals. It's going to be a bit unexpected, I think.
That is what we are here for. Now, how long are we here for? Let's take a look at that broadcast schedule. As we've kind of mentioned, today we will be here for 5 days. Upper bracket tomorrow. Bracket and make sure you
Sì, ma stanno parlando loro, stanno contando cosa succederà e dobbiamo stare zitti, stanno parlando loro, stanno raccontando informazioni importanti, ragazzi.
Tu però dobbiamo rendere fruibili anche in italiano.
Tu che sei quello che capisce l'inglese, potrei anche fare i commenti, tradurre tutto quello che loro stanno dicendo.
Ma siccome io non posso attivare l'audio,
ma tu stai sentendo.
have like a region locked tournament in the FNCS, there's a lot of respect for where teams are going to be dropping. But obviously, by having 6 regions dropping all into each other, there's going to be a bit of contestation, especially around that creaky compound area where I think there's 6 teams competing for all the loot over there. So it's going to be a bit chaotic at the start of it.
Into all of that and more, but first, it's not just us calling on the action. Why don't we do a little tour of the arena? There's so many people that are all involved in making this happen. Why don't we give a warm welcome to your casters?
Tra l'altro,
Thank you so much, Zeke. It's
mutando
most
l'audio
obvious
perché
that
altrimenti
the place is starting to fill up. These are not jitters, it's excitement.
c'è l'audio della FNF, mentre c'è
For
l'audio
the
del
upper bracket where the top 25 duos will be
Nel
moving
senso che non possiamo mai usare l'audio del torneo perché se no il game entra
But the energy is so alive
impostazioni.
inside the venue, and knowing that we are going to be witnessing gameplay from some of the strongest 50 duos, essentially, from their respective regions, because of the fact it wasn't by any sort of circumstance or last-minute changes. No, majors 1, 2, and 3. That's what dictated today's upper bracket.
Right, and we've had so much time throughout the week to actually touch base with the players, and I must say, there isn't a shred of doubt. Every single opponent that or competitor I've talked to about their opponents have said they feel like they are pushing their way through the top 25. It really shows you how the utmost of confidence is just exuberating out of the players here to
commentare in tempo reale quello che sta succedendo nei kit sono soluzioni molto semplici, ma voi siete quelli che si complicano, tutte le
You're absolutely right. I am so excited to be here at the Royal Arena in Copenhagen, surrounded by so many fans who've turned out early on a Friday to support their favourite players.
E mettete le cuffie sul video e senti quello che dico.
Non hai capito qual è il problema? Del cazzo di eco!
Fans, everyone here has got a favourite duo, and everyone here absolutely loves Fortnite. Earlier, I was talking to 20-year-old Charlie, who plays with her mum, not zero builds, because apparently her mum says zero builds is no fun. It's got to be about builds for her. I have to disagree. I have plenty of fun in zero builds, Charlie's mum. But an absolute bunch of legends, surrounded by legends here in the arena. And I cannot wait to see the support they're going to be giving the players all weekend. And speaking of players, they are nervously lining up behind the stage. They had to split from their duo partner, that's a secret. You'll find out why later on as they walk onto the stage. And so,
siamo qui in diretta a ovviamente litigare.
but actually
Come
these
sempre.
players, they're so delighted to see each other in person and give each other so much
Litighiamo
support,
persino
and that's all
sul
going to change when they board the battle
guardare
pass.
un video in
Now,
diretta.
someone who's been giving me a lot of support and taught me so much about Fortnite in the last year is my friend Vivid, and he is over in the Creator Lounge.
Doing the tour around the arena. Of course, the fans are funneling in. The players are hiding out backstage, ready to jump in. But we also have more special people here at the Royal Arena. It's going to be creators from around the globe. Very, very excited to talk to them throughout the weekend, kind of get some of their insight, how they are feeling about the event, and check out all of the content that they will be producing as the show goes on. So I am currently over at the Creator Lounge. And this is where we get in some exclusive talks with some of those creators. Now, as far as expectations are concerned for the weekend, I mean, I'm going to be looking towards the NA guys that are competing. I am NA myself, but there's been a lot of talks about some of the smaller regions, some of the global championships. I mean, we got Brazil, Asia, Middle East, OCE here as well. Cannot wait to see how all of the action upper bracket today. As far as that goes, to be very, very exciting. Kelly talked about it. It's a brand new format. Can't wait to see.
No, siete voi che state giocando un bicchiere con acqua.
It's going to be Zeke and the crew.
Thank you so much, guys. We are getting closer to kicking off the competition. But what is at stake here? Well, there's quite a bit of prize money.
Yes.
Quite a bit.
That's right.
Just a little bit.
Good amount. Let's have a look.
Just a little
Let's
bit.
take a look.
Of course, $1 million going to the duo that can walk away in that #1 spot on Sunday. But even just getting here will net you something.
Ragazzi, qua stiamo vedendo basicamente quanti soldi guadagneranno quelli che riescono a fare i ben puntaggi che arrivano in una buona posizione, ragazzi.
And of course, this is after Sunday's grand final is where it's all going to go down. This is a huge prize pool.
Io sono tornata ieri, ho preso la parte, la mia borsa non ci sono, quindi ho fatto in casa, stanno.
How close it was between Seti and Canny and Queasy and Vino. How a quick
per le mie, non
Chi
voglio
sarà il
fare
vincitore di questo bellissimo trofeo, ragazzi?
Today, this weekend, is going to be a $350,000 decision, as well as this incredible trophy that we're seeing right now.
Absolutely. Thanks and big shout out to our friends over at Swarovski. I mean, it's like the Invitational trophy, but just that much crazier. Now, obviously, we have quite a bit of expectations, and I'm sure this crowd, viewers at home, all have their own.
Lots and lots of people. Of course, we have so many duos to talk about, and there's plenty of duos that we have our eyes on to do well, of course, across this weekend. Of course, one of which, Zagu, one of the Asia players, of course, teamed up with Peppo. Exciting duo. I'm excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, we have 50 teams out, and we're going to be breaking them down even more. But just looking at some of the duos that we have right now, the names of like Cooper and Miro. We saw Faizan and Kitos at the Invitational surprise all of us by getting a 5th place against some of the biggest names in the game.
I mean, just look at this. It's actually crazy to see this on the screen because these are some of the world's best players all in one lobby together. We're seeing so many massive names on the screen right there. Yomzo and Rise, of course, qualifying through to the upper bracket. A team that we're going to have our eyes on to take the championship home, potentially.
Just wild. 6 regions all coming together on a single stage.
Basicamente, ragazzi, ci stanno raccontando che questo anno ci sarà un modo di classificazione molto diverso a quello di 5 anni fa. E quindi basicamente ci sono 3 gruppi. Il primo gruppo ci sono quelli che sono classificati con i migliori punti. Dopo il secondo punto ci saranno quelli che ci avranno una media un po' più bassa in differenza di quelli primi. Il terzo gruppo è composto per tutti quelli che sono classificati con troppa difficoltà, e quindi diciamo sono quelli che sono arrivati come sì o no, e diciamo che c'è un po' di dubbio, e quindi basicamente quelli avranno minori opportunità per vincere il premio. Così si fa questo anno, e quindi basicamente si farà che giocano prima tutti quelli del primo gruppo, e dopo quelli che rimasero di ultimi giocheranno, e quelli primi classificheranno direttamente alla finale, e dopo giocheranno quelli ultimi, i primi giochi, contro quelli del secondo gruppo, e così fino a che giocano anche contro quelli dell'ultimo gruppo, che avranno sicuramente meno chance di vincere.
Grand final winners coming from OC, as you mentioned. They are a fantastic duo. They're one of only 3 duos that actually go back to back, winning each different major. So I'm excited to see what they can do today. A little stat from both of those winning majors. In all 24 games that they played of those grand finals, they only failed to pick up an elimination in 1 of those games. So expect some electric gameplay from them. Expect some aggression for sure.
I love that you're talking about aggression eliminations, because I'm going to talk about placements now, because in Major 2, out of the 12 games they played, in 11 of them, they placed top 15, which is just unheard of. My only concern, though, is the landing nets, which isn't the most beneficial POI. They also have the likes of Queasy and Vino landing just to the west of them, so that's going to be a little scary.
It's a difficult spot to get Storm Surge from. Noti Nets has been traditionally one of those spots, particularly on OC. They don't have the practice on the global stage. I'm interested to see what they can bring to it today, because they're going to have to pull out a few strategies.
For sure. Kelly, you said a duo, Queasy Vino. Why not talk about the other side of that coin? You know we have to talk about that. Cammy, Seti, right? Your invitational winners.
Basicamente sono 3 gruppi in cui quello che sta di meglio prima sono quelli che sono classificati dalla NFS, della NFS, che sono classificati i migliori posti. Quelli migliori sono quelli che stanno nel primo gruppo, Dopo quelli del secondo gruppo sono quelli che hanno e mezza un buon puntaggio, ma non sono così buoni come quelli di prima. Ma dopo il terzo gruppo sono quelli che si sono classificati, ma diciamo che molto molto sotto la linea, capito? Che sono quasi arrivati, capito? E quindi diciamo che questo anno c'erano un metodo di qualificazione molto diverso. E anche come?
Yeah, and as you can see, they're landing at frenzy field today. The biggest question mark for this duo for this competition today is that they are actually contested, which is something we haven't seen from them since Major 1 this year. They didn't have a great Major, as you said, Kelly, but for them, they've been practicing a lot off spawn at the moment, and even they've actually been practicing their drops in Duo Cash Cups at Kenjutsu Crossing.
Oh,
Who lands at Kenjutsu Crossing? It's Queasy and Venom. Yeah, so I wonder why they could be practicing their drop at not their drop spot.
There's probably no reason. There's probably no way that matters in any way, shape, or form. It's probably going to happen, at least we hope, even just a single time. Now, the beauty of being here in this setting is that we have the players standing by. We can actually talk with them. And who better to do that than none other than Frankie, who is standing by right here, right now, with none other than the man himself, Seti.
Yes, I am. I'm very excited.
Non mi senti su... Io
ti sento.
He is cool
nella vita reale non
cucumber,
sento, non
because this
sento
man
neanche di
is no stranger to success.
quindi non mi senti su Discord?
Seti, is this
Ma io sì ti
bringing back
sento.
memories of the Invitational?
This is definitely bringing back many memories, and we're
Adesso mi senti?
Io ti
Is that the
sento.
most moment of your life, lifting the trophy in rally?
Questo è
Yeah,
assurdo.
100%.
Forse mi hai silenziato?
How do you top that though?
I guess we'll have to see.
So tell me about this year, because it feels like
Va
you
bene.
guys have been on an upwards trajectory, and you've had to adapt your playstyle from just being low ground to sometimes actually challenging for high ground. What's that been like?
It's been great. It's been great
Bene
adapting because
ragazzi,
now
dai,
we can play low ground, mid ground, and
ci
high
sono
ground.
degli
So
spettatori che
just
ci
great
stanno
combinations.
guardando.
What
Io
about
direi di condividere un po' di
aggression? Because you're not
informazioni che
necessarily a team
abbiamo
that does go for eliminations. You do
ottenuto
like to
dai
make the end
internet.
game. Do you think that's going to be difficult
Informazioni
for
che
you to
possono
rack up those
essere utili
important
per
points
gli
here?
altri, anche
I
per
don't think it's
noi,
gonna be
per
difficult at all. We're
conoscere e
gonna make the
seguire
end
un po'
game. We're
meglio
gonna make some
questo
eliminations, pushing
campionato.
games, and that's it.
Che dite?
Are there going to
Siamo
be
tutti
any
d'accordo?
interesting
Sì,
off-ball
sì,
battles
tutti
coming your
d'accordissimo.
way?
Oh yeah, obviously.
Perfetto,
And
allora
what
Vittorio, tu hai
happens
trovato
if
qualcosa
people
da
do drop you?
internet che possiamo condividere con i nostri
I can't wait to
osservatori in
see it.
questo
I
momento?
imagine you and Cami will be incredibly prepared. Thank you so much, Seti.
Va bene
What's the
ragazzi, come stavo dicendo prima, questa volta ci avremo un metodo di classificazione e ricordate che questa volta ci saranno tre giorni in cui si giocherà questo campionato, a differenza di 5 anni fa che sono stati 2 giorni. No, questo anno basicamente disputeranno i premi su 3 gruppi in cui ci saranno classificati, che sono classificato, e un gruppo in cui ci sono quelli che hanno vinto tutti i campionati 2023 dell'INF CS di Fortnite, che lo hanno vinto con i migliori punti. Sul secondo gruppo ci sono quelli che hanno fatto un buon puntaggio ma non sono così buoni come quelli di prima, e sul terzo gruppo ci sono quelli che hanno fatto un puntaggio diciamo abbastanza per arrivare, ma non sono così buoni come quelli 2 prima, e quindi diciamo che quest'ultimo gruppo avrà una minore opportunità di vincere in confronto a quelli 2 primi, e quindi ci saranno 3 giorni in cui la prima data giocheranno quelli migliori, e di questi quelli che facciano minori punti dovranno giocarlo con il gruppo 2, e quelli che fanno i migliori punti saranno classificati direttamente alla finale.
Quindi quelli che si classificheranno nel secondo giorno come i peggiori giocheranno con quelli del terzo gruppo.
Esatto.
E poi quello del terzo gruppo, chi vince che fa?
E classifica alla finale.
Quindi a questo punto conviene il terzo gruppo può essere fare l'ultimo.
Sì, diciamo che in questa maniera il gioco si assicura di che classificano solo i migliori. E un dato addizionale è che a differenza del campionato anteriore, del 2019, la differenza sarà che non saranno 100 giocatori, ma saranno 150 che disputeranno questo Gran Premio.
Saranno di più, quindi.
Come?
Quindi sono di più del solito.
Sì, sono di più, ma comunque si disputano gli stessi 4 milioni di dollari, dove quello che arriva da prima vincerà 1 milione di dollari.
Being contested just means that at the spot you land, you have another team with you.
It's kind of like
50% chance.
Mi sembra strano perché il microfono attivo sulla diretta ho visto che si sente.
Cioè, lo so, ma su Discord non ti vedo. Cioè, ti vedo, non ti sento.
Stranissimo.
Often
È lo
it's
stesso
seen to be a
problema di
bad
sempre.
thing, but sometimes it can be
Ho
good as
visto.
well.
Victor mi sente, mi ha detto, no?
Devi usare la voce perché io non ti sento nella vita reale.
E allora zero loss,
We're dropping on the racetrack. Currently, we're contested by ages in
Va
Canada.
bene.
I wouldn't say that I'm scared of them.
Quindi ora stanno presentando gli altri due ragazzi, sbaglio.
Sì, tutti questi sono quelli che sono stati classificati.
Questo giro i due ragazzi conosciamo i nomi?
Sì, questi giocano in duo.
Tutti giocano
È il nome del duo. Questo è King. Per me è uno dei migliori e io so che farà un buon papello in questo campionato.
E infatti King dice che non è spaventato di nulla. Non ha paura di nulla.
If you don't get a gun instant,
Vedremo.
you have a really good chance of
Vedremo come
getting
si
out the
paverà
game
allora.
really quick.
If you can't get a good drop spot, it just makes life 10 times harder for you. It's just one of the most important parts of the game. If you're thinking of landing on us, good luck.
Quindi ci hanno fatto vedere queste due coppie perché saranno quelli che si sfideranno.
No, in realtà si sfidano tutti contro tutti e basicamente ci stanno facendo una presentazione di tutte le coppie che giocheranno.
They're finished. They're finished.
Well, this is kind of
Bellissimo.
interesting because I've just heard you two talking about each other in the video that we recorded on Media Day. And Thomas, you said that you have faced or spawned battles against better players than Canada before. Can you look him in the eyes now and just reiterate that statement, please?
I mean, most EU players.
Allora, praticamente la ragazza le ha detto che lui una volta ha detto riguardo a questo ragazzo di comunità scanara che tranquillamente lo potrebbe battere. Lei gli ha detto, beh, adesso guardalo negli occhi e diglielo in faccia.
You're gonna see today like who's really the GOAT, you know what I'm saying?
And you also said, Canada, that if you win all the Osborne battles today, you're taking that trophy. But I thought, after watching your Major 3 winners interview on FNCS, that you didn't care about winning here.
I mean, like being
Tu
contested.
hai detto
like,
che
it sucks.
avresti
Like, I was
vinto e avresti
contested,
portato
like,
il trionfo insomma in casa,
like,
credo
I
che non
can't really do
non
anything
si deve
about
bene la
it.
domanda.
But like when I heard I was coming to Copenhagen, like I'm not gonna lie, I'm here to find a girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? The Danish girls are here. They're pretty beautiful. So.
Can I keep your eyes on the prize though? Because there is a trophy out there. You're going to go and have a date with it in a moment. So you have a thing.
Quanto pare c'è di mezzo la fidanzata, che ho detto io ho una fidanzata a casa che mi attende.
Sì, ma lui per forza deve fare un buon papello.
We wouldn't switch drop, like it would be dumb. We haven't practiced anything else, so yeah.
And what's happened when other people have tried to drop you there?
I mean, it's been ups and downs, but we're trying to like learn how to play it the best. But yeah.
You don't want to just learn how to play it the best, though. You want to play it the best, especially if this guy is coming at you.
Noi proveremo a giocare al meglio, hai detto, voi non dovete provare, voi dovete giocare al
What do you think
meglio.
you'll have to do, though, if the battles don't go your way? Are you going to agree to just split the POI, or is it just going to always be all-out aggression?
It's going to be 50-50
Oh,
on
copy.
the slow truck every game. So, I mean, Canada haven't touched the game for 4 days, so...
I played this morning for like 2-3 hours. I'm feeling good. My finger's looking good, so I'm looking good.
And just one more question. How long did you play this morning?
I didn't play this morning, but I played like all week, so yeah.
He's fresh, he's warmed up, and I'm excited. Let's head
Va
back to
bene,
the
uno che si allena tutti i giorni, per esempio questo ragazzo di nero che che è bravissimo e si è allenato 3 ore prima di arrivare al torneo, e l'altro dice che solo gioca i weekends. Vediamo. Vediamo se
Ma
i
sono due
weekend...
ragazzi che si sfideranno o vanno in coppia? Cioè giocheranno insieme?
in realtà è...
Penso che saranno uno contro l'altro, perché altrimenti non mi farebbe intervistare così.
Ah sì, infatti vedi, l'altro ragazzo sta insieme a questo qua. Sono queste le coppie, cioè stanno facendo vedere.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a different story for Kanata and Agers, who, when they were contested in Major 2, got 12th place, and then when they were unconned, of course, in Major 3, they walked away with their first FNCS win. And a lot of that was due to their loot pathing, being able to quickly loot up the entire racetrack, and then be able to rotate quickly for an early tower to get those surge tags. But I think there's a
Io non
possibility
capisco
to
niente,
split
raga.
racetrack.
Cioè, Victory Royale a quanto pare dignità scanale
E
2
le-
e l'altro 0.
Esatto.
Quindi
Ma come te dico, anche se tu fai le vittorie reali non è detto che...
sei migliore perché contano
no, ma la statistica di Ignite dice che è molto migliore dell'altro, c'ha 2 vittorie reali, c'ha più kills. Non lo so, statisticamente diciamo che c'ha i vantaggi in confronto a questo ragazzo biondo.
questo ragazzo biondo però d'altronde ha detto che infatti lui gioca solo nel weekend, no? Thomas.
Ma sicuramente si sta lì, è un ragazzo bravissimo comunque, nel senso, come vi dico, arrivare entre quelli 150 giocatori realmente ci vuole tantissimo livello. Tantissimo livello per arrivare a quel punto. Pensate ai ragazzi che sono 200 e quanto avevamo detto l'altra volta, 248 milioni di persone che giocano a Fortnite. Essere entre i 150 migliori è una cosa pazzesca, ragazzi.
Sì.
A quanto è cresciuto questo ragazzo? Ma guarda la statistica per esempio di questi due. Secondo me stanno abbastanza parecchi.
Sono pari.
Sì, sì.
Abbastanza vicini.
A VG placement che significa?
Both of these duos here also have a lot of similarities. Both of
Non
them
lo so,
back-to-back
man.
champions in Major 2 and Major 3 for their respective regions. But I love that you talk about Cal Gamer and how
Questo è
respective
King, l'argentino, no?
Average placement. Penso che è il promedio.
Piazzamento medio.
in Fortnite, comparable to
King è
È argentino,
no?
argentino, giovanissimo, ci avrà qualche 17
It's a
anni
splittable
adesso.
POI, but what I'm interested in seeing is that it takes about a minute to be able to get
Che
down
infatti nel 2019 è stato una rivelazione. Un ragazzino di 13 anni che si è presentato lì e gli ha rotto il cazzo a tutti. Capito?
Infatti dice gli ha rotto il culo.
Gli ha rotto il culo a tutti. Anche il cazzo.
Però io ho una classifica qua dei migliori giocatori 2023. Praticamente,
Ma questa classifica è secondo che? È l'Unreal o che?
allora, qua dice
Aspetta un momento amore, che questa è un'informazione importante.
Who's representing Brazil, and both of these players have won 2 majors alone this year. We're also joined by Daniela, our fabulous translator. So Cal Gamer, I'd love to speak to you first. I know that you are someone who researches your opponents. Have you watched any of King's matches, and do you have any
Innanzitutto
opinions
vedo
on how he plays?
un conto alla rovescia, quindi immagino che tra 7 minuti partirà. Sì, il torneo definitivamente.
He's not very good, so that's
Sì.
why I'm there.
And why would you say you're a better player than King?
I mean,
è
it's just the
il migliore
facts.
giocatore di
You
King.
know, he's not that
Ah,
good.
io intendo, è un
Are you
fatto.
going to put your
Non ci
money
stanno
where your
dubbi.
mouth is later, though, because you are dropping at the same spot as him on Relentless
E
Retreat?
statisticamente diciamo
I don't really
che
want to talk too much. I mean,
la
I have to figure out
statistica
what you
dice
wanna
di
play
sì.
and see what happens.
Shukran, okay. Well, I'll go and talk to King then. While
Ma
you
anche
give your
ragazzi
thoughts on
vogliamo avere in
Guardare, and
conto
we'll
che
come over
i
to Daniela
servitori
as
in cui si gioca fa
server.
tantissima, i server in cui si gioca fa
arguably
tantissima
the greatest
differenza.
player in the
Sì,
Brazilian
però io in realtà dalle
right
statistiche che hanno
now.
mostrato non mi è sembrato che lui fosse migliore, stanno più o meno pari e anzi addirittura gli AVG King era più alto, quindi
cómo vas a hacer el drop spot ahí cuando vas a bajar del bus. ¿Cómo lo vas a cuál es tu método?
La verdad es que no tenemos ningún método, solo que nosotros tenemos nuestra parte que es la derecha del spot, así que nada, si ellos van a querer caer ahí, lo van a tener que disputar con nosotros y nada, ojalá que ganen, que tengan suerte.
We don't have like a method that we're gonna do, but we're gonna attack from the right side, and we hope we're gonna win, and we will do because we are.
Beh, se ho capito bene perché l'accento latino è difficile, infatti ho capito meglio quella che parla in inglese. Ha detto che praticamente loro non hanno una strategia specifica, ma soltanto punteranno ad attaccarli, insomma, da tutti i lati.
No me asusta, ya que bueno, yo estoy confiado con
No, non ho paura.
y
Ho confidenza con quello che è la mia parte.
Podrían pelear tranquilos que nada, los esperamos, no tengo miedo.
Possono combattere tranquillamente perché noi li aspettiamo, non abbiamo paura.
And I'm sorry, it's Argentinian, so we talk too fast. So he will fight.
La traduttrice sta dicendo scusate, ho difficoltà a tradurre perché lui argentino parla molto velocemente, avevo difficoltà a tradurlo. Vabbè, ma in realtà questa non è che ha difficoltà a tradurlo perché argentino penso che non lo capisca.
No, anche perché lei non è una parlante nativa di spagnolo, quella...
Esatto.
guarda le facce che fa lei.
Sì, lei io penso che sia una catturata dal pubblico che ha detto qualcuno conosce lo spagnolo?
Questo non lo sappiamo, questo è solo la nostra
certo, però la
nostra
come si è comportata
critica.
perché io l'ho tradotta molto meglio rispetto a quella e lei ha detto questa è la traduttrice, quindi se questa è la traduttrice voglio dire potevo andarci io.
Quindi almeno non siamo noob nella traduzione simultanea.
Non siamo esperti in inglese, ma qualcosa capiamo.
That'll do. Guys, we actually have something very special lined up, and we have a remote interview with the man, the myth, the legend himself, my oldest friend
Quindi
in
ci
the
sposteremo a
world,
intervistare un altro giocatore.
but the crowd is going absolutely ham right now. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm glad to be here for the FNCS Global Championship, even though it's remote.
Sì,
I'm excited to watch.
per questo si è classificato?
And I am
No, questo è YouTube.
rooting for Clix and Epic Whale. I want to see Clix get his first FNCS Championship.
That is amazing, dude. How has it been? Like, obviously, you've been
Infatti
watching, right?
questo
We've seen all of
sta
these
dalla sua
duos
casa.
just kind of grow and evolve over the year. What are your expectations for the competition?
I mean, I want to see a repeat of what happened at the Invitational, just like a super intense, like first and second going head to head in the last match. I think we're going to see something, and we're going to see some early drop fights and whatnot. But yeah, I was there at the Invitational. It was just electric. And I'm hoping to see that again.
Comunque io prima stavo parlando di questa classifica che avevo trovato su internet. Secondo questa classifica, questa classifica è stata fatta, qua dice, considerando i piazzamenti top 10 in ciascuna regione nell'ultimo evento FNCS.
For the tournament, but I think once they're in the battle bus, like it's game time. And the stakes are really high. I mean, this is like the biggest prize.
E quindi osservando chi è che si è classificato da questi giocatori nel top 10.
That's a life-changing amount of money. So I think
quindi in base a queste considerazioni hanno stilato questa lista. Non so Vito se puoi condividerla con i nostri spettatori così che possano vedere anche questa classifica e commentarla un po'.
I mean, I am a very big Fortnite fan. I've been playing it since the very beginning. I was honored to be among the Icon series last year, and it's just I'm still loving this game, and I'm super excited to see what you guys have cooked up for the last couple of months of this year, because it's looking crazy.
That's awesome. Cypher, where can all these new fans find you?
Pretty much any platform.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for stopping by. We really appreciate it. We hope you enjoy the competition.
Thanks, y'all. Good luck out there.
Going crazy. That's right. Y'all can go crazy for Cypher BK. He's a legend. Y'all, this crowd is the best crowd I think we have ever had.
Yeah.
And that's great because we're going to see next level Fortnite. I don't know that I'm like prepared for what we're going to see this weekend.
I mean, I know the crowd already. I've seen a lot of cheering so far. There's a group over there. I think they're from Gentle Mates from the French region. They've been really hype, and you can see them over there. There we go. You can hear it, but yeah, they're
La
really
lista?
hyped. I'm excited to see all the other regions taking part today, all the
Nel
fans.
senso, la lista ce l'ho, ma purtroppo si lamento, ci saranno momenti in cui si toglierà la trasmissione del video.
That's right. Well,
non puoi trasmetterla come stai facendo con i nostri schermi, trasmetterla piccolina sotto.
Tu sai che
Yeah, I must
ci
say,
vuole tempo,
especially
nel
after
senso...
watching the head-to-head interviews there, that I'm feeling so good, and I'm looking forward to, of course, the competition of the contention that we're going to see on the drops.
And what I love the most, too, is that it's one thing to know your drop spot, but for all of these representative regions, you have to keep in mind, it's the international competition. It's the global championship. So just knowing your drop isn't good enough because every region is going to have their own sort of flair for the competitive meta. And it's going to be a really interesting dynamic to see how some of these players choose to break into it, because even at the Invitational, where we last saw some international competition, one thing where I think some of the other regions in general might have struggled with was the surge strategy. So I want to see how well that's been wrapped up to be brought here today.
Well, we know a couple teams aren't going to have any surge issues. It's those that, of course, are competing against one another, especially Kanata. Let's just back up here and really touch base about the problems that he's going to face right now. Kanata and Agers are surely, two of NA's best, right? And they have a difficult task in front of them. Thomas HD, Malibuca, right? He was really honing in on the fact that he has been playing all weekend long, and he feels like Kanata's focus isn't quite there. Is that going to be the default in his playset?
And that's the false sense of security that Kanata's trying to implement into Thomas's brain right there, because at the end of the day, Kanata is a competitor. I mean, he is one of the few players that we have here that's actually got some of the most FNCS appearances.
Well, you know what? We've had a long road to get here, and all of a sudden, we are closing in on it. So let's go ahead and dim the lights. Fortnite fam. A year-long competition has led us here to Copenhagen. These players have fought through the FNCS gauntlet, 3 FNCS and a last chance matrix, all to battle it out here on this stage. These players have put everything into this competition. 6 regions all going head-to-head to prove who's the best. But it's about so much more than just that. It's about holding the axe of champions high. It's about hoisting a championship trophy, banking their share of $4 million. But above all else, it's about a title that comes with the highest
trofeo.
FNCS
Bellissimo
Global Champions.
Cioè ti fa capire proprio quanti soldi vincono questi.
Will break through
Trofeo
and
così.
stand undeniably above the rest. So get ready. This is the FNCS Global Championship.
Ragazzi, bellissimo. Io a questo punto, ragazzi, penso che la cosa migliore sia mettere da parte un po' la camera, così tutti i nostri spettatori ci possono sentire, ma possono vedere tutto quello che succederà, va bene?
Va bene. Allora,
Secondo me invece era meglio tenerla, perché comunque li facciamo sentire un pochino più coinvolti, anche se la metti un poco più piccolina, cioè riduci un pochino di più la grandezza, la metti in basso nell'angolino, non credo che copriremo qualcosa di importante.
Bellissimo.
Ok, perfetto, anche così piccola dovrebbe andare bene, dai.
Sì.
The stage is ready. The trophy is here. But you can't crown a champion if there are no contenders. Copenhagen, Royal Arena, are you ready to meet the
Fortnite, chissà. Noi qui da Fortnite chissà come facciamo a vedere.
Tu non lo stai vedendo?
Ah no, però aspetta, forse dobbiamo toglierci dalla coda. Che penso che non serve a niente. C'è il bottone centrale e devi entrare dentro questo corridoio. Aspetta.
Adesso ragazzi tutti si mettono nei suoi posti
Sì.
e faranno la magia, ragazzi.
And with 196 total finals appearances spread amongst all of them, they are here to show exactly.
Io veramente questa volta ho le aspettative troppo alte perché il livello che hanno questi ragazzi di questo anno è una cosa veramente
Sono andato
pazzesca.
qui sullo schermone.
È bellissima sta cosa.
Let's go, Copenhagen. Y'all went absolutely crazy for the players.
That
is what we are here for. We don't have this competition without them, so y'all definitely feel free to lose it when you guys see them come out on the stage. My gosh, that is just the qualifiers from Major #1. There's so many big names. Thomas HD though.
Ma bellissimo l'escenario, bellissimo tutto quello come lo hanno organizzato.
Però inquadra i giocatori che entrano.
I wonder who they're cheering for. Is it Thomas HD?
Yeah, I
think it might well be because he is the Danish man himself. What a perfect player when you think about all of his attributes. So smart. His aim is next level. And of course, paired up with Malabuka. This is a dangerous duo. Only bad thing, contested today. But they have so much skill in this duo that they should be able to overcome the problem.
We've seen
Fai vedere anche su questo. Fa vedere anche meglio
have an incredible performance in Major 1, getting second place and only losing
Come?
non solo questi che parlano. Fai su quest'altro link che tu condiviso su WhatsApp che fa vedere anche altri punti di vista. Ma in questo caso no, però
crazy, right? No FNCS title, but a global championship title.
Eccoli.
That would be next level. We talked about EU. How about we gone over to NA, Acorn, and Cold. I feel like so many players and fans alike talked about.
Eccoli che prendono posizione.
This is probably one of the best duels in NA, period.
Allo stesso
Yeah,
modo.
there was a lot of hype around this duo when they performed in Major #1, of course, coming out.
Allora,
with
la
a
stessa
great
trasmissione.
performance. I like this duo. You sort of combine a really big brain IGL in Acorn
Un altro
and
punto di vista,
arguably one of the best fraggers in NA in Cold. This kid is
Questo
crazy,
qua, ad
and I'm
esempio, è
expecting to
dall'arena.
bring that dynamic. You can see them on the screen right now. They're looking
Non li
happy, they're looking
armati.
excited, and they should be because they're a
No,
top
per il
six.
momento è così, dopo ci mostreranno
Setting at the Invitational, getting a third
quando
place
giocano, ma
finish with his recent or his old duo mate Scented. And I mean, their
Tranquilla,
placements
amore,
outside of
tranquilla.
Major 1 was 6 in both Major 2 and Major 3. So even when they're doing their worst, it is still so vastly better than most of the
sto
competition.
dicendo che se vai su quest'altro
Now, of
link
course,
ti fa
that was
vedere
a
il
look
punto
at
di vista
just
solo
the
dei
qualified
giocatori,
players from Major
praticamente se non
#1. We have
tutti,
2
ogni
more to
tanto
go.
voglio che sia
So
più
please give
giusti.
a warm
Mentre
welcome
invece da
for
quello
your
che tu
qualified
hai è
players
più
from
il
Major
punto di vista dei
#2.
presentatori che quello dei giocatori.
The kinetic blade was the season.
Ah, forse tornando indietro possiamo farlo anche noi da Fortnite.
Learn how to make theirs and perform to the best of their capabilities because my oh my, what a destructive time it was.
They really had to slice their way through the competition to qualify for globals. But more impressive still is the sheer amount of experience.
Bundling it all up and then putting it out right here in front of you where there is your chance to make the bulk of $4 million. We know who you're looking at. I know who I'm looking at. But most importantly, can they step up? Can they perform here now as the times and options are limited? There's only 5 games.
No, amore, questo sta in ritardo. Va bene.
Eccoli che entrano.
There's still more seats to be filled, but as we focus in on the qualifiers for Major #2, Queasy, Benno. this stadium went crazy when they walked by that trophy. Some would say these are the villains of this arc, right? These are the guys that went up against Seti and Cammy and fell short. Now they want to come back. They want to come back even stronger than a year ago.
Yeah, definitely one of the best teams in EU. I think that's without doubt number 1, number 2, number 3, one of those three.
Vedi, solo vedere i giocatori mi ha fatto avanzare di livello.
Major number 2, 12 game grand finals. 6 victory royales. I don't understand how that's even possible. And then arguably the biggest upset when
no, ripetimi per favore, che non ti sento.
3 grand finals. How does that affect their mentality going to this?
Come hai fatto?
Is this now a bit of a redemption for them? Not winning a major 3 grand finals. What a better time to do it.
Listen, the whole adage, you know, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, or shame on you, or whatever. It may be something like that.
Not good at those.
They changed their drop spot at the Invitational, and it potentially cost them that first place spot. And then in Major 3, they changed their drop spot again and didn't even qual. So I think that they're going to be sticking to their guns and going Kenjutsu crossing and potentially going to be coming out on top in day 1.
There are so many big names. We have to continue the conversation. Miro and Cooper now kind of focusing in on NA. Miro just ridiculously decorated.
Yeah, a really, really decorated player in the NA region. Won so many FNCS titles, paired up with a less experienced player. And this is a really nice storyline because you have the experience of Miro. He's actually not IGLing this duo. It's usually Cooper that takes that role. And he's actually saying, you know what? I'll take the reins. I'll use your experience when it comes to fragging because Miro's just one of the best in the world at that. And of course, he can lead the way, lead the tarps, and make sure they make their way to endgame. This is one of those duos that I'm really, really excited to see how they perform on LAN because both of them are very, very talented, but together, we're yet to see them in this stage.
No, but we did see them perform incredibly well in Major 2, getting a second place finish. And I think Rumble Ruins is a great POI for them, being in the center, being able to handle rotations, which seems to be a little bit of an issue for them in earlier seasons. So I'm excited to see Miro, obviously, as you were saying, an incredible player, a 5-time FNCS champ. However, most of those wins were with his old duo mate, Booga.
Absolutely. Well, we have one group of players left, so Arena, welcome them. This is your qualified players from Major number 3. And as we all know, Fortnite is ever changing and evolving season to season. You never really know what you are gonna get, but guess what? This team, these players had to go against the zero mobility when it was arguably so
che tipo più forte.
Lacked in mobility, they certainly made up for as far as adaptability is concerned. Because having
basicamente lui è il vincitore dell'ultimo mondiale. Ricordatevi, ragazzi.
Is the embodiment of mental fortitude.
And really and truly, it's one of the hardest things to do. Is when it's your last chances, when it's your last opportunities.
No, solo il fatto di stare lì, veramente. Ma guarda che tutti sono ragazzini.
Sì, sì.
Che proprio dicevamo ieri.
Surely all of our Major 3 qualifiers had to play with that pressure. They had to play with that.
Quanti anni sono che c'è Fortnite?
Dal 2018.
Dal 2018, sono 5 anni. Questi 5 anni fa avevano 12-13 anni. In realtà ti stavamo dicendo in cui tu apprendi facilmente tutte le cose. Quindi questi hanno di fronte questa generazione Z innanzitutto, quindi proprio già predisposti ai computer da quando sono nati. Tu li metti davanti a un computer, gli dici gioca e loro tranquillamente giocano per quello che gli piace fare. Hanno tanto tempo per giocare, tanto tempo libero per imparare. Quindi questi almeno 4 ore al giorno, almeno 3 minimo, anche di più, le giocano. Fai tu.
E pensare che questi ragazzini 4 anni fa stavano vedendo il mondiale e oggi sono seduti lì a disputare il premio maggiore. Bellissimo. Che pensare che tutti questi ragazzini 4 anni fa magari stavano vedendo da sua casa il torneo, la competizione, ma adesso hanno l'opportunità di stare seduti lì a competere per quel gran premio.
No, not really.
Never.
Ancora si vede triste Giuliana.
Con la foto che c'è.
Ah? Dimettosi si vede ancora triste.
Definitely excites me. And what excites me even more is that they're landing Sanguine Suites, one of the new POIs, where they're gonna have those 2 mythic podiums, and it has absolutely insane amount of chests, ammo, and loot. So even though they're gonna be contested by Nutty, I don't think that's gonna be too much of a concern for them.
Yeah, and I was speaking to Threats yesterday. I was saying, how are you gonna approach that off spawn? He said, mate, there's so much loot at this drop spot. We're not too concerned about fighting each other off spawn, but we want that vault. They're gonna be going for that vault every single game, so we'll see how it goes for them.
So insane. More duos to talk about. Iamzo and Rise, front runners from NA, a duo that all of us just feel and expect such greatness from them. Now the question becomes, how do they perform on LAN?
Yeah, the Canadian duo here, a lot of people had a lot of expectations for them going into Major 3. Donda's the best team in NA at that time. Didn't quite live up to that first place, but still managed to get
Quello ragazzo che si vede indietro,
we haven't seen them perform on land
è
yet.
veramente
It's going to be a
buono.
very, very big test for them. Will they live up to that hype? Will the weight
Questi
lay
due
on their
hanno
shoulders
fatto
a little bit and maybe
la
put a little bit too
classifica
much
Roshi.
pressure on them? I'm not sure,
La
but
squadra
either way,
Roshi.
they have the talent.
I mean, you're talking about 3rd place in Major 3, but I don't think that paints the
Questo è
full
il terzo
picture
posto
because
comunque
in
il
Major 1
placement
they also
3
got
c'è
a 3rd place.
scritto.
In Major 2, their worst performance was 4th.
Yeah.
They have the best placement between all 3 majors than anyone else here. And
io ti
they're
vedo
going to be
evidente
landing at the gas station, which is a great split POI. So I think they might be the kings of NA for today.
What about the kings of OCE? Could that be Worthy and Alex? I had an opportunity to meet Worthy, just a sweet guy.
Yeah.
But Alex is pretty widely regarded as the best player in OCE.
Yeah, 100%.
Dice che loro si sono pensati come migliori nella Major 3.
As well. And these guys
Ho
definitely
capito
pack a
bene.
punch as a duo. In Major 3 Grand Finals, Alex on his own had more eliminations than 33 teams had eliminations. So him as a solo is outperforming some duos, which is absolutely insane. A big thanks to Coach Timmy for that stat, because that is just showing how good these guys can be when they're on this big stage, when they're in those Grand Finals. They do not crumble under pressure.
Well, I mean, I think that incredible power is showcasing also in Majors 1 and 2. He placed 5th and 3rd, but just him because this duo formed in Major 3. They might be actually the newest duo that we're going to be seeing compete here today. And they're going to be landing near that creaky compound where there are so many teams landing there. It's going to be interesting to say the least.
To say the least.
Immagina quanto sarebbe bello stare lì a essere quel commentarista, no?
Pressure is on. With less games, you cannot make a mistake. How much does even just this going down to 5 games change everything?
I mean, it changed everything, particularly if you are contested. If you lose off spawn, that's a 5th of your games gone, where previously it was a little bit less than that. So you have to make the games count that you are contested off spawn. We talked about Malibuka and Thomas HD versus Ages and Canadas earlier. If those guys don't have a good game when they make it off spawn, there's no guarantees that you'll make the next one off spawn. So you have to make it count.
And we always talk about, you know, maybe they're a day 1 team, a day 2 team. Oh, they're going to have an opportunity after day 1 to VOD review and look. They're not going to have that opportunity. Essentially, these are like 3 separate tournaments each day. So these teams are going to have to do everything they can that day to get in that top 25 spot.
Yeah, I think when I think about more of these duos that we're going to see, right, Tayson and Mustache, another duo that kind of just jumps to the front of my mind. Tayson, I mean, if you asked any EU player, you just said the name Tayson, they'd be like, yep, I'm scared, I'm good, leave me alone. But also now paired up with Mustache. Where are these guys landing? What can we expect from them?
I mean, Tayson widely regarded as the GOAT of Fortnite.
Tyson, non so perché, avevo l'idea di essere un mocciosetto.
He's yet to do it on land. He's yet to do it on this massive
Solo che si
stage.
fa una
So a
foto
lot of people would say he's the online GOAT, which I agree with, 100%. He's won so many FNCS across different games, different chapters, whatever the meta, he is on top. But what a perfect time, what a perfect storyline for Tayson and Mustache to finally do it, to finally crown Tayson as an in-person winner, not just online.
Yeah, and we're talking about Tayson, but Mustache is also an incredible player in his own right. But there is a thing such as tournament jitters, and Tayson definitely seems to have an issue with that, being in front
Io mi ho
of
chiesto se magari loro possono portare il suo mouse.
on stage.
Penso di sì.
A little bit different than playing at home in front of your own setup and everything. But I think
Non lo
with the
so.
right
Con
preparation,
uno
they've
si
had a
abitua con le
lot of
proprie
opportunity to
caratteristiche.
practice leading up into this.
Sì, perché per esempio tu prendi un altro mouse è come iniziare da zero. Tu prendi un altro tasto è come iniziare da zero. Io penso che loro hanno il diritto di prendere il suo mouse e il suo tasto.
Il loro
It's easy to
mouse
say
e
at
il loro
home, I
tasto.
made a mistake, I'm out, okay, let me just
Allora,
get up, walk around,
tastiera.
whatever. This is so very different.
I think it depends on the players and the team. When you have someone like Kanata, which if you guys haven't had the opportunity to watch the major
Sì,
replay
io vedo
back
che
of him,
tutti hanno
where
il mouse
essentially the
diverso.
entire time he's just
Anche la
screaming,
tastiera si mangia.
Anche la tastiera.
I think having mentality like that, even when you're down, is
Sì,
such a
sì.
big deal. And you'll hear a lot of these players, what's a big part of your success in winning this major, that major. And a lot of them will say keeping their head in the
Sì,
game,
perché sono cose
even when
talmente
going
tanto
down, just
personali
thinking about
quelle
what
che
went
cambiano
wrong
il gioco,
and moving
no?
on from
Sì,
it
sì,
instead
sì,
of
certo.
dwelling on it.
Il modo in cui si spinge il pulsante in una tastiera, come è posizionato il pulsante, ti cambia il gioco. Quindi
Esatto.
magari se mettono una tastiera standard per tutti, potrebbe essere che qualcuno è avvantaggiato perché gioca con una tastiera standard e qualcun altro no.
And that's what can add to the pressure as well. You're in this area, you're in this zone. It's now or never. Can they do it?
I wanted to ask a question here. So obviously the bottom 25 move on to tomorrow, okay?
Yep.
So if you're one of these dudes
Non so se
find
gli
yourself in the
schermi
bottom
possono
25,
cambiano.
let's say they
No, gli schermi sì, è lo stesso per tutti. Ma comunque con schermo più piccolo è molto più
As I said earlier, I don't
conveniente.
think you should be aiming or hoping that you get in the lower bracket. It's
In realtà io quando gioco con lo schermo grande gioco più male che quando gioco con lo schermo più piccolo.
Things could definitely change. I think tonight's going to be a very important night for these teams that are going to find themselves in that lower bracket because there will be 25. And I think that's going to play a big part because then they'll start to figure out where are we going to be dropping, where's our loot path going to go. We don't know.
I'm getting word. It's time. Now, as we prepare for this first game, you guys find your seats on the battle bus. I want to hear from our casters to prep us before game number 1.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. And yeah, find your seat on the battle bus. Find your seat in the arena here because we are looking at a very contentious drop map. I know we focused in on a couple of those, head-to-head face-offs, but there are so many more battles happening today.
I think one perfect example we were just discussing was the whole Vico pink. But hold that thought, because the battle bus has gone off, and we're ready to roll into game 1.
Bene, dice che siamo pronti, praticamente. Siamo pronti per iniziare.
The FNCS Global Championship game number 1
Va bene.
starts right now. There is the bus. Now we get to jump off and really
Quindi
take to
inizia
the world
proprio
and see
adesso,
who
si
will be able to
parte.
put up all of the numbers that they are claiming that they are worth. Let's watch it. We get to start things off here, of course, with King and Cameron.
And keep in mind, we heard a little bit in the pre-game interviews, King, Calgamer, neither side particularly scared of the other. Both playing his best, but Thomas, he's taking the 50-50. It's Kanata, though, who's going to find the first down.
But it's a trade.
Ci sa già con uno tenera. Sì. Questo è Dignita Scan che aveva detto che effettivamente tranquillamente poteva battere l'altro, non aveva paura.
Poi ci sta facendo vedere come sono atterrati.
C'era una buca.
Gonna come down to everything. He gets the first tags. Can he get the follow-up here? Pressure's on. One more tag and no! Kanata falls. Malabuka comes out.
Malabuka with the twin mag, but
Ma il buca l'ha fatto fuori tranquillamente proprio.
And that is massive. The reboot ban providing just
Vediamo
enough
che play.
coverage away from those pistol shots out of Kanata. And the first 50-50 will go EU's way.
Bellissimo.
That is the simple.
Ma all'inizio è molto emozionante, ma al finale
Finale tosto.
tantissimo. Ma guarda
Quante partite devono giocare?
non lo so con sicurezza.
To have to go against as well because they too are going for a landing of 50-50 depending on of course what you pick up here, but so far it does seem like Buga has to play a little bit slow. I do not see his duo.
Ma Buga che sta facendo? Sta fermo praticamente.
Threats seemingly already eliminated here, so Bugo will be forced to try and choose the proper moment to engage. Just gonna stay crouched
Si è
for the
messo la
time being,
vita
though.
sulla
Again,
testa,
keep in
aspettando
mind
che
the
gli
amount of
altri
ability actually has to work
facciano il
with.
loro gioco.
And Infiltrator Pump might be able to buy him a little bit of time as well, but it seems as though Buga is investing fully.
E quando c'hai un premio così devi giocare con intelligenza, amore.
That extra second to reload. He doesn't have a teammate to fall back on just in case.
Non ti puoi mettere a sardare e ammazzare a tutti perché
Taking their time, actually
ti può costare un sacco.
inside of
Certo.
Well, as one duo
Ti può costare un premio di $1 milione, amore.
and Rise
Sì,
is pretty
sì, lo so.
solid, getting their drops and their route together. So far, so good. Speaking about other things happening, though, I did see Baka, who is also contested up towards the northern portion of the map, get an exchange off there, too. And here we get to take a look
Ecco, Quisi.
with Quisi and
Avevo
Vito
letto
down at the
Quisi
Kenjutsu
che
Crossing.
in teoria è tipo il favorito.
Chi?
Uno dei favoriti di Quisi, questo qua, Gixer, Quisi,
how
DJ.
well exactly they're going to be able to manage some of that early surge, because being this far south at Kenjutsu, it's not exactly the easiest in terms of elevation, having to deal with some of those other teams surrounding you. Can maybe expect
Questo senza pompa. Adesso lo
better to
prende.
continue scouting a little bit further in, maybe towards the bridge. We might see them looking to implement a little bit of surge strategy. And Sloppy Shores, Tayson, he's having to eat some damage as is, but has plenty of shields to work back with.
Oh yeah, we all know that this here
Vai con
is
Tyson.
definitely a very popular exchange. Teams will often fight it out, as Slappy Shore is one of the major POIs that will just yield so much additional heals, of course, that you can continue to play off of and bounce back from. Meanwhile, Merstash down low, continuing to get his material together. We're gonna jump on over to Datus and Stain here. Looking pretty solid over at the Frenzy Fields. Just north of this, we also know that Acorn and Cold were equally contested somewhere near their drop. And look, they've wiped the team, and they're up towards the top right now.
Also have to keep in mind, though, Datus and Stain, guess who they're near?
Sono le
Frenzy.
5 dei
That's bound
pomeriggio.
to be Seti and Cammy's turf. That's where Seti and Cammy have been establishing themselves the entire year.
Ma
just about.
anche
So,
se
curious to see
e l'altro sono
whether or
fratelli,
not
perché hanno lo
those two
stesso
will clash.
nome?
It seems as though Seti has already been eliminated, and that's true. The fact that Stain and Datus were
Sono fratelli?
is huge.
Non so, perché hanno lo stesso nome.
Great tapping here. Now we see Yuma getting tags in the distance too. Surge, of course, is going to be one of the equally most important things to worry about. Meanwhile, in the feed, Acorn
Ah, no. Alba, perché Alba Yuma.
No, non sto parlando di loro, mentre devo giocare.
Ma normalmente hanno prima il nome di team a quale appartengono e dopo il suo nome. Se appartengono a un team, hanno il nome del team prima e dopo il suo nome.
Però non tutti.
No.
Per esempio questo si chiama Vision Raw e l'altro si chiama War Mushroom.
No, sì, si appartiene a una squadra, se non no amore.
In che senso?
Perché in questo gioco ci sono anche le squadre, capito? Come una squadra di calcio, capito? Se tu non appartieni a una squadra e non c'hai quel nome prima.
5 games, right? Only 5 games. You pop off in game number 1, and all of a sudden you're really set up for a potential just seal. Top 25.
Quindi quei due che hanno lo stesso nome che appartengono quindi a quanto pare a una stessa squadra
È il nome della squadra.
hanno molta attenzione perché praticamente si sono candidati per la squadra, in poche parole. Quindi portano il nome della squadra qui nel campionato.
Esatto.
Meanwhile, continuing to seek out a chest that might be left over, splitting there with bolts. Seems to have an idea of maybe looking over towards one of these forecast towers, maybe also keeping an eye out for that reboot van in the distance
Non
as
guardavo di
well.
costruzioni piccoline che si
Get some
vedono in
ideas
giro.
early on.
Forecast tower is definitely extremely powerful. It's going to be one of the best pickups.
Ma questo ha fatto una fortaleza.
In the distance, though, Sun's also not making it easy for anyone rotating through the valleys here. Now we have Fastroki and Kylie. Down at the western, southernmost area of the map here, split up from his teammate, looking to hold out a potential king. Maybe rotating down at the bottom. It could be Cal Gamer there, but no, it is King in duo. And they have danger nearby. They've already exchanged between the two. You can see the passive standoff here. But these
Questo
are
King
fights that are so
281
important.
sarebbe il
These
nostro
are fights
King?
that you need to, at the very least, entertain for now.
Si chiama così King 281?
No, quello si chiama King solito.
Quindi King con l'1 è un altro King.
È un altro King. È un altro King. Ping ba. Ping ba.
A lot of these players just seeming to take their time. As long as you have a twin mag assault rifle, it just doesn't really seem
ci fa vedere pure il modalità
too much pressure to activate some surge strategies early on, but Pink here really sitting
No, io sto
some
vedendo il video.
of the augments that he's going to choose
non posso, sì. Ogni tanto lo fanno vedere.
Rolled up. Looks like we got a little bit of a standoff here on the rotation on in. Hero in triple FHD. Pretty tough situation to be in. Tagged up here first. Bunker down, save for a second here. It's Ritual and Reet who
sono
have been behind
traduzioni.
around station here looking down. Very nice spot
Pensavo
to be in.
che tu potevi entrare al mappa e vedere quello sarebbe bello, no? Perché tu puoi entrare alla partita come spettatore e fare un drone.
Look inwards to see if they can jump in on it.
barely hanging on right now, just inside the edge of this zone. And the way that it's breaking out for them just does not seem to be all that favorable. Just like for Snazy and Podesai, under quite a bit of pressure here.
All'inizio penso che sia meno commentante, meno divertente perché sono i giocatori e quindi loro devono cercare di far vedere un po' di tutti quanti, però è tosta, nel senso che è un pochino più noiosa perché appunto uno sta sempre in attesa che qualcuno ammazzi qualcuno, ma loro una volta prese le armi giustamente tendono a essere un po' conservativi, no? A cercare di guardarsi se qualcuno si avvicina, se qualcuno sta sotto tiro. Perché tutti hanno costruito costruzioni, fortezze e si nascondono. Cioè, questi stanno in mezzo alla tempesta a combattere. La tempesta toglie uno a uno. Però qui Agent Pacca che sta giocando insieme ad Agent Pars ne ha fatti già 2 fuori.
But again, this is a fight that you're expending time, you're expending some resources and build.
Ah, questi stanno contro. Tutti dentro a questa torre a passione brutale. Brutal Passion. In mezzo alla tormenta. Toglie solo uno dei punti e quindi in questo momento è più sicuro rimanere in mezzo. Eccolo, preso. Quindi Agent Pacca non dovrebbe stare a 3 precisioni.
I just want to say, Pars was putting up a front in the back there talking, hey man, you know, not too sure about the time zones. He's acting like he wasn't quite sharp and aware, but no, they are leading in eliminations right now. Possibly picking out the competitors here today. So far, so good.
Cioè guardate sulla mappa questi due gruppi che si stanno per incontrare, i Twist Rapid e i Twist NTX che si stanno per incontrare contro un'altra squadra. Praticamente stanno prendendo la stessa direzione e sarà un bordello lì. Questi preferiscono scappare. Questi.
I mean, they have to be at this point, given that they're still in. They're still able to continue trying to accrue some points on the leaderboards. I know, taking his time right now with that suppressed sniper, seeing if he has an opportunity here, but instead, no, it's going to be off in the distance. Trulix and Chicha have caught wind of Queasy and Veno on top of this hill, and that's not the surprise party that Veno was hoping for.
Yeah, let's not forget, Chicho and Trulix were definitely under some pressure here. So they're not sitting the prettiest when it comes down to overall material, but all in all, they do have the great positioning here on the top of this mountain. Yep, Queasy's gonna go in and get on out of there. Picking up augments now as well, really trying to round out his advantage where possible. They're just gonna have to rotate to greener pastures.
Comunque questa modalità di gioco è fatto veramente bello, un gioco in cui tu arrivi a una mappa immensa e dopo per forza della natura devi arrivare a un punto dove ti devi trovare con tutti quegli nemici e si fa il bordello, è una cosa bellissima. E questi, come tu dici, magari all'inizio è abbastanza noioso perché uno devi vedere come i giocatori looteano, come prendono le cose, come si forniscono, ma il fatto che non ci sono tanti combattimenti vuol dire che alla fine ci sarà un combattimento molto più interessante, perché ci sarà una partita molto più lunga in cui ci saranno più giocatori a sparare e a fare un cazzino e ammazzare un sacco. All'inizio magari è molto tranquilla la partita, non c'è interazione, ma alla fine ragazzi vi assicuro che sarà molto eccitante.
Esatto. Solo che dicevo io. Vedi come fanno loro? Costruiscono, si proteggono, escono per un attimino, guardano un attimo, provano a vedere se c'hanno qualcuno sotto te e tiro. Se così danno giusto 2 colpi, ma poi tendono a nascondersi.
Sì.
Watch those Sphinx. Look at the material count here. This is a desperate plea to get somewhere that he can replenish. So coming into the mega city comes with its own risk, but there it is. Refarming material is going
sono ancora tanti.
for them.
Sì.
Meanwhile,
Ho detto perché sono molto conservativi, quindi rimangono dentro. Infatti Vittorio ci stava dicendo che queste sono partite che durano anche 40 minuti tranquillamente, perché tendono a allungare i tempi col fatto che sono conservativi, stanno fermi in un posto, si proteggono, tendono a non uscire. In questo caso sarebbe stato molto interessante vedere prima di Buca insieme a Thomas, Heroic Thomas, cosa avevano combinato su quest'isola, perché io vedo che Malibuca ne ha fatte 2 decisioni, però sono venuti sull'isola e l'hanno conquistata praticamente, probabilmente quello che tutti gli altri vorrebbero.
Ma noi non abbiamo alcun modo per concentrarci su uno?
No.
Maybe if they can't get the capture point, might still be looking for the vaults. That remains, but that is a free 15 points there. For Malibuca and Thomas, and the team's rotating from the underside. They've got to be careful now because that's some good loot for Malibuca and Thomas.
Another way to look at that, Baka has 3 elims. They scored more points than those 3 eliminations are worth in just a matter of 15 or so seconds. Very great way to put yourself into a Sunday position. And now we watch some of Brazil's best Quitos and PH Zin versus Baka and Pars here. Man, Baka and Pars has not had an easy way to the safe zone so far. I wouldn't be surprised if storm sickness turns on at this point for them.
But when you think about it, they're nearly 600 above the damage threshold to be
Mamma mia,
that
questo è
far
interessante.
on
Agent
surge, and yet
Bacca e
still
l'altro
in
compagno che
a
stanno
less
in
than
attesa delle
favorable
risorse in
position
mezzo alla
here.
tempesta.
Is there a
Sono stati
possibility that
attaccati.
they may have spent too much time looking for some of those early fights, and that might have delayed them just long enough?
Yeah, well, listen, we got to get caught up with the in-game and the mid-game.
Questi stanno in una posizione molto avvantaggiata.
Vantaggiosa.
Sì. Sembra che c'hai l'altura, sei in una posizione molto avvantaggiata. Per esempio quelli dell'isola, si può dire che stanno nel cielo perché stanno in una posizione dove si possono spostare facilissimamente dove vogliono. C'hanno un loot bellissimo sicuramente lì. Oh cazzo. E c'hanno l'altura dove possono abbattere, se lo vogliono, possono fare tantissimo male l'altro.
What a bold statement to make. Thank you, Levin, for the insights there and the valuable insight of being able to really
Guardali.
Questo è Buga.
Oh yeah, Buga.
Oh.
Buga. He doesn't have a teammate either. Threat's already down for the count here. He's below
Buca è in
the
mezzo alla
surge.
tempesta.
Sì.
Buga just looking so isolated right now. Bing and Gun just really taking their time to see whether or not they want to try and finalize on an elimination onto Buga. Buga definitely aware, definitely closing in, sees that brief moment of separation there between Gun and Ping and feels as though it might be his opportunity.
Le hanno ucciso il compagno di Buga. Non l'avevo capito.
Sì, il commento ha detto che lui è solo praticamente.
Sì, le hanno ucciso il compagno.
Sono momenti molto brutti.
Molto difficile per lui.
Sì.
C'ha poco materiali, c'ha poco legno, poco veramente sta in una situazione di molta difficoltà. Non penso che possa fare troppo.
Sì, che non posso fare molto. Deve avere una botta di culo. Riuscire a uccidere qualcuno di loro.
E adesso penso che lo che intenterà fare è, non lo so, magari pushare un po' di più e rischiare di ammazzare qualcuno e magari prendere un migliore loot.
Che è più o meno quello che sta dicendo il commentatore.
You can see Miro kind of just hoping that nobody's gonna spot him out from Mega City, but for Miro and Cooper,
Nel frattempo,
easy pickings here. On the poor Oak is trying to hold his own, but unfortunately, this pincer maneuver is one that we've seen time and time again on the likes of Miro and Cooper. Just a synchronized attack that is way
Power
too
volti e
problematic
power
for us to deal
Alex.
with.
Look at that, Alex and Worthy turns the corner, and Gon is waiting there from the outside of the zone, so we know Bugha is also close by. It's a very dangerous pocket to be in. I like that they're going out and around the edges here, but zone is already up to 2 ticks worth of damage for every time you sit in the zone there.
Alex and Worthy also have a little bit of an uphill adventure. Crash Pad's definitely gonna help out with that as far as just getting them some forward distance coverage.
Tutti ovviamente, dipendendo dal loot che c'hanno, diciamo che evidenzia quanto aggressivo sei per giocare. Per esempio questo loot rappresenta un loot rappresenta più un giocatore che sta giocando più a essere conservatore, a essere più strategico che essere più aggressivo. Normalmente un loot è composto magari per esempio questi Twitch Hero, ma guarda che solo c'ha il pompa, no, e in questo momento possiamo dire che è un poco sfortunato, non c'ha la cura, non c'ha niente, non è che tu porti 2 armi solo perché vuoi portare quello, è il fatto che sei sfortunato e hai dovuto spendere tutto quello che avevi e basta, e stai in una posizione veramente brutta perché si te feriscono e sei praticamente morto. Adesso non so se qua c'è la modalità che se ammazzi a qualcuno ti danno 50 di vita o ti escludono, non lo so. Penso che è così. Se tu ammazzi qualcuno ti danno 50. Di scuro o di vita, quello che ti manca.
Vedi il bordello che c'è,
Adesso
il bordello, che questo è a terra e non lo ha curato.
You know, Queasy, they have so much space to work with. You can see some of the congestion that's starting to build on this bottom edge of the zone, but
e loro basicamente costruiscono attorno sul redattore e si curano che tutti i pezzi che compongono la sua struttura siano della sua appartenenza, perché devono essere così è molto facile.
Certo, non hai il controllo sulla costruzione, quindi gli altri hanno il controllo su di te e possono ucciderti più.
Esatto.
This is an all or nothing situation. He hears a fight happening nearby. This is a couple of quick farms there, but he has to get into this one.
Qua c'è un macello.
No, qua c'è un macello veramente.
Ma hanno ucciso Bugha?
No.
Ragazzi, quello era Bugha, quello che stavamo vedendo, non ve ne siete resi conto? Certo, c'era scritto di Bugha. Infatti io stavo guardando, stavo dicendo, ma perché stava facendo questo? Stava distruggendo tutto davanti a lui. Quindi dicevo, va bene, vuole avere il controllo di quello, però non costruiva niente poi di nuovo una volta distrutto. E quindi chi gli stava davanti intende si è accorto che stava distruggendo le sparate, aveva un colpo, l'ha fatto fuori.
Doesn't really seem to be too feasible for them from this position. It seems as though that's a little bit more in control over there with likes of Thomas Malabuka maybe looking to work their way up. Also saw Kylie doing a decent job, decent hill position there.
Yeah, really having to use these crash pads here to get on out now. It's time to make a move, but again, no one near them is really going to give them any kind of resistance here. So it's going to be a quick slide on the outside here. As long as no one opens up the edit, they are fine. And
Las favelas.
with expert precision.
Sì, ma qui c'è una costruzione abusiva in cui sta accadendo tutto.
Sono invasioni.
He's down and out on high ground as well. Trulex and Chicho.
E in questo momento basicamente tutti i giocatori vogliono avere l'altura, perché avere l'altura ti dà tantissimi vantaggi.
Performance is really all it takes to give you the leg up, put you in the spot to walk
Ma
away.
uno lo vede più emozionante perché uno sa dove stanno tutti i giocatori, ma tu lì non sai un cazzo. Non sai che tutti quei giocatori stanno al tuo intorno.
Cioè tu sai che stanno intorno, ma non sai esattamente dove stanno.
Esatto.
Certo.
E noi che
Ma poi
qua...
vorrei far notare come le costruzioni sono tutte sulla terra, ma loro hanno a fianco l'acqua. Quindi chi è più vicino all'acqua è svantaggiato, perché comunque costruire sull'acqua non tosta, nel senso che tu non hai comunque l'appoggio sulla terra, quindi almeno una base la devi costruire, quindi quello significa ridurre materiali.
Sì, sì.
NA just has a few teams alive. Acorn and Cold being one of them. Baka and Pars. Cooper is up still too. Meanwhile, Queasy and Vino, some of EU's best on the move right now. Crash Rat's perfectly putting them in position right now.
E come vedo qua non c'è la scoba.
No, c'è nella scopa e non vedo neanche troppe lanciaprugne.
Esatto.
No, perché sarebbero troppo avvantaggiati.
Sì, loro sanno che quello è rotto. Ah, comunque penso che in questi campionati queste armi non ci sono.
King, meanwhile, on the opposite end of the spectrum, as a solo forced
No,
into the
stare dentro
water,
l'acqua è veramente una
through this
cazzo.
ultimate low ground,
Però se stai
that he
sotto,
doesn't encounter
può
anybody else
essere...
anytime soon, but it's gonna be mixing off to his side, not able to get a shot, swims directly underneath a duo, and it's gonna be an opportunity for Strokey to possibly get knocked. No, instead it's gonna be under pressure, and it's too much. The elimination onto the Brazilian King.
There's someone under here. Come down, support me, and with no hesitation, there was for Strokey and Kylie just coming on in, getting the full finish there. Here's Pars and Baka. Baka so hurt, but 6 eliminations. My gosh, they are doing it again. They did it at the Invitational. They're doing it at the Championship. So far, remember, this is going to be arguably...
Poi tra l'altro vogliamo dirlo anche che noi vediamo i nomi, ma in realtà i giocatori non vedono i nomi. Loro non sanno contro chi stanno giocando e chi stanno tentando di uccidere. Perché giustamente li potrebbe influenzare, perché se tu sai che davanti hai Buga, per esempio, che sai che è il preferito, che sai che è quello che ha vinto già, che insomma tutti dicono Buga Buga, avresti già una certa tensione, no? Nel sapere che ce l'hai di fronte e lo devi uccidere. Quindi giustamente loro non sanno quali sono i giocatori che hanno di fronte che devono affrontare.
Backside of the zone, trying to charge his way forward, looking to stay as close to Acorn as possible, because as things continue to move.
Che in realtà... Sì, ma che in realtà oggi si stanno disputando quelli che non sono così, che non hanno fatto i migliori punteggi nelle competizioni di NCS. In realtà questi non sono i migliori, capito? Come?
Ci stava Buga.
Sì, sì, perché anche se lui è così buono non ha fatto i migliori puntati per arrivare.
Volevo ricordare che la tempesta, come potete vedere, toglie il 5 in 5.
Sì, sì, è un momento molto alto della competenza.
Infatti guardate la tempesta dalla mappa.
È piccolissima.
Cioè, quindi ora c'è l'ansia, la prestazione nel tentare di arrivare in alto, perché tra l'altro la tempesta è messa così, ma sta con una parete. E lui ha vinto. Monaco Veno.
Monaco Veno.
Compagno di Queasy? Sì.
Striking first in game number 1 of the Global Championship.
What a way to do it as well. Explosive fashion.
Ma quante giocate faranno oggi? A parte questa?
Non lo so esattamente, penso che siano 5.
Yes, I have run down to this booth. I knew exactly where you were sat, boys. This is exactly the start you were looking for. So stand up so Copenhagen can see you. Come on, Queasy. Venno, what's it like to win the first victory royale of the Global Championship? Because I know that Major 3 was a bit of a tough time for you.
It's standard for us, it's standard. You know,
every year we always go win first game. We always gotta have some victory royales, and you know, we just gotta do what we gotta do.
Is it nice to be back in the same space on land together? Does that help in game?
Immagina tu essere un classificato a quello che tua mamma non ti lascia andare.
Finish the story and we'll see how it goes.
How are you making season 4
Anche
work for
dopo
you?
che tua madre non ci faccia
I
andare.
think we're well prepared.
Come?
We try to hide everything
Anche
that
dopo
we
che non
could,
ci faccia
and
andare.
we'll see in the finals.
So tell me about that final fight then, because it was an EU number. You know your opponents quite well. Why do you think you were able to get the upper hand?
I mean, you know, we had Thomas and Malabuga come up on high and we put them down, thanks to Queasy and myself. And then, you know, I clutched out as a solo. You know, it's just standard, and I can't really say anything more, you know?
Well, you don't want to tell everyone in Copenhagen that you took down the Danish boy Thomas, so you're not scared that you're going to become a villain here?
You know, well, I think we came in on our villain arc. And because we came second, you know? We want to show the rivalry's over.
But it's not, is it?
I mean, we'll see. I'm looking at them now.
Well, you guys fix your eyes on each other and get ready to board the battle bus again as we head back to the desk. Congratulations, Queasy and Vino.
Here we go.
Bellissimo.
Global Championships kicks off. And what do we expect?
Come vi ho detto, alla fine è sempre c'è un
I
macello.
wasn't sure if it was going to be Queasy and Benno. To be honest, there were so many names, right? But of course, Queasy and Benno say, Zeke, hold on a minute. This is us. I love that he kind of calls out, we're on our villain arc. Yeah. I agree. I think these guys want and have so much to prove. In the year they've had, right? That second place to us is amazing. Wow, second place, life-changing amount of money to them. Now they're coming back and they want the W.
Yeah, these guys are winners, right? They see second as the same as 50th. It doesn't matter to them whether anyone else is taking that crown, because they want it to be them. They want to make sure they can do it, and I really, really like the way they played that end game. Beautiful stuff from them. Just typical Queasy Venno stuff. They're on high ground. They got to that front side of zone, cranked up, actually fell down at the beginning of that end game, which kind of threw them off a little bit, but no, they're used to that sort of situation, and that's exactly what they do best.
I do think that the zone pulled a little bit in their favor, but by zone 3, Queasy not only had a gold twin mag AR, a gold sharp tooth as well, 6 crash pads, but also had 2 mythic slurps. They were set for success from the get-go.
We see them, of course, get chopped right there. That was the moment that kind of set them a little bit away, but no. Taking out Malabuka right there, that breacher shotgun, as you mentioned, Kelly, so good on height, just putting the pressure down and actually using those crash pads. Of course, we saw Queasy going down a little bit earlier here, but I think if I'm Queasy, I'm going to be so confident having Benno on my side because, I mean, just look at that. That's what he can do. Massive shots. If there's anyone you want clutching up as a solo, it's Benno. He's got the aim. He's got the game sense. He has the mechanics. And of course, he's such a smart player. Just look at what it means to them. Getting off to a great start. What a start for them. They couldn't have wanted anything different.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we have seen so much about this duo is it really doesn't matter what situation they get put in. A lot of times we do kind of see this happen. One or the other is left alive, but what both do together is they're setting the other up. So it's like, even if one of us falls, it doesn't matter. I've set you up. You have everything you need. Go make something happen. Now, of course, in this situation, Final 3, Venno's like, got you right where I want you.
Yeah, the players that they were going up against too were incredible players, and so still to be able to do that as a solo player like Vino just did just shows how confident and calm he can be, but also very excited too. But I mean, if we're talking about Queasy and Vino, we gotta talk about the other side of the coin, right? Seti and Cammy going down early, just like Levin showed us.
Yeah, really rough start for those guys. A start they definitely wouldn't have wanted. I was saying at the beginning of the show, they were practicing their drop spots. They were looking good, but unfortunately, things can change. Bus paths can change, of course. Environments can change. You never know what can happen. And of course, when you're fighting against a team that isn't on your home region, usually things can be different. Teams have different play styles that you cannot possibly prepare for. So if there's anything we know about Cammy and Seti, when they do make it off spawn, I'm sure in the next games in the future, they'll be absolutely fine. It's just getting to that end game for them might be a problem.
Yeah, and this is just the first game, right? Obviously, with only 5, which is usually the typical 6, we don't want to be making mistakes like this, but they still have 4 more to make something happen. Now, of course, a couple other duos we wanted to highlight for you guys, Thomas HD and Malabuka. Again, like, as we talk about names, you're just going to be like, yeah, nah, I forgot about them. I mean, I know they're here. The top 8 is great, but looking to perform here as well. And a pretty good showing in game number 1.
Yeah, not a bad showing at all. I mean, we saw it in game in the first little off-spawn battle right there. What a time to do. What a way to kick off the weekend, right? Thomas HD managing to win out off-spawn. It wasn't even Thomas, actually, that clutched it up. It was, of course, Malabuka who managed to pick up this assault rifle off-spawn. Really, really great for him, actually, because he just found that little bit of high ground there at the end. I really like the way he used the reboot ban to block as much shots as possible. And then this little hut, managing to find that high ground and then finally take out Canada. What a start for this duo. And we know how the rest of the game went. Solid game for them as well.
Although it did go down to a 1v1, and I think a lot of people may have been expecting Malabuka and Thomas HD kind of just take it so soundedly, and I think that they might
ragazzino
make it a little bit easier in these next few
nella
games.
trasmissione c'era un ragazzino dietro che stava ballando in modo
Trying
strano.
to grab height right there, and you were right that
sì, l'ho visto.
was able to use that reboot ban to his advantage.
Solo
But if
radical.
Canada just got a little bit closer, a little bit sooner, it could have been a bit of a disaster for Malabuka.
Can't forget, of course, they had that Rift Island as well. Of course, it was a southling zone. They know where the spawns are just outside of that racetrack area. There's not actually too many spawns down in that sort of southeast area, so they were actually able to sort of predict where it was going to be, and they managed to get on there uncontested completely. Nobody wanted to go for it. First game of an in-person event. Who has the guts to go for the island? It's these guys.
Yeah, and of course, the crowd did lose it when we saw that happen, but here we go. A look at our standings. Now, please remember, we have another 4 games to go, but right now, as it stands,
Puntos.
after that victory out and the 7 eliminations, they hold down that number 1 spot. But look at a couple of names here, right? Re and Ritual.
Quindi alla fine praticamente questi anche no, questi e Monaco vero hanno
There's
vinto,
no double
quindi
digits yet in this top 10.
Sì, adesso, ma la cosa più importante è che hanno fatto 7 eliminazioni.
esatto, 7 eliminazioni e hanno anche vinto.
Sì, erano
Quindi penso che
anche...
questo conti
Sì, conta, ma diciamo che sì, per esempio, non hanno vinto, ma c'hanno 7 kill, sicuramente ci saranno i secondi, qualcosa così.
They didn't qualify. Sorry, major number 3. That's tomorrow. They qualified to major number 3, so they left it to the last. That's one of those teams that want to get off to a good start here to try and boost their confidence and make sure that they can make it through to Sunday.
Man, I do want to give some shout outs to Reet and Ritual. I know I always take the chance when I get the opportunity to.
Yeah, you go ahead.
But
That's why I said it.
I mean, Reet has just evolved as a player from the last 2 years. He used to be the W key king to the point where you couldn't really contain him. But around zone 3 or 4, you saw him playing patiently. They towered up pretty early on.
Ma comunque niente detto, se mancano altre partite, penso altre 4 o altri 3, è troppo presto per dire chi sia il vincitore, ma in 2 partite possono cambiare rotondamente le cose.
It was very difficult down those lower layers. So remember that end zone? It was all it was an absolute mess.
Non lo so, penso che altre 3, 4, non lo so, penso che sono 5.
Of course, you ended up getting taken out, but those are the difficult times. If you don't have those materials, you don't have those refreshes. When you have the fragging power of Re, that's where those refreshes come into play, because you need those builds in that water zone.
Some would say those Reet freshes. Anyway, let's go back to the leaderboard. Let's talk about more. Just Zeke things.
It's a Zeke thing.
Another duo we kind of highlighted at the start of the show in
Gold
and Acorn, right? They did manage to find themselves the 5
Quindi punti
eliminations,
93.
but they're maybe lacking a little bit on those placements. Now, I feel like for me, rather than kind of like go through
io sono curiosa di sapere Buga, riuscite a vedere Buga?
what we saw in
No.
mad congested, right? There was
Quindi non si sono classificati nella top 10.
No, non stanno nella top 10.
Beh, uno è morto subito e l'altro comunque è
morto.
No.
Forse non è riuscito neanche proprio a classificarsi.
Sì, realmente non è andata bene per loro.
Use these mobility items to rotate around the map. They're gonna have to tarp up. They're gonna have to protect themselves as they rotate all the way to that far southeastern
Chissà se
side.
magari è anche
So
una
it does
strategia questa.
kind of benefit
Ma dura perché che adesso
No, no.
rimontare
No,
sarebbe
no, amore.
quasi impossibile, dovrebbe...
Non è una
No,
strategia,
perché
amore.
Victor ha detto che praticamente quelli che si classificano non vincono, ma che se la classificano comunque migliori
No,
di
amore.
prima andranno a giocare con quelli del Major 3,
No,
del Major
amore.
2.
No, amore. Quelli della Major, della Major 1, non so se mi hai capito bene. Quelli della Major 1 in questo momento stanno giocando quelli della Last Chance Major contro quelli della Major 3. Capito?
No, ripeto, scusa.
E in questo momento suppostamente stanno giocando i peggiori. Capito? E quelli che vincono passano a un'altra categoria che giocano contro quelli che non hanno fatto i migliori punteggio ma hanno fatto bene, capito?
Quelli intermedi e poi quei migliori.
Quelli che sono Major 1 sono quelli che stanno classificati. Adesso sono classificati, penso io, penso che è così. Sono classificati e ci hanno il posto assicurato perché come hanno vinto il torneo, hanno cacciato tanti punti del torneo della FNCS e loro sono classificati alla finale. Sono classificati. E quindi sono questi che hanno minori chance di arrivare lì. Ma per arrivare devono fare un cazzino, devono ammazzare a tanti e devono fare tanti punti.
After game 2, what can we see them adapt or change that might make this game 2 crazier for them?
I mean, we saw them go for height there. We saw them pre-popping those slurves. You see it at this moment right here. Merstash just trying to look up at Queasy and Venom to go for that high ground. Tayson, unfortunately, getting taken out so forth. This was a difficult situation for them.
Sto dicendo che a quanto pare le kill a fare un'uccisione vale pochi punti.
Avevo letto 7 tipo, però forse...
Io penso che dipende anche dalla tappa del gioco. Si è presto 4, si è finale e la resta finale del gioco 7.
Sì, può essere alla fine,
sì, forse via via che si riduce il numero di giocatori.
And I think what helped them too is that they were holding second high or in that mid ground really well, where a lot of people, a lot of the top teams were kind of fighting for that high ground, or they were in the depths of the water below. So by being aware, situationally aware of where all the other teams are and taking that advantageous position in the mid ground definitely helped them.
For sure. Now, of course, that crazy moment in the victory royale was wild, but we have the ability to listen in on the players. So let's relive this moment, but from Vino's perspective.
Nice. Dead. 200 dead, 200 dead. I got it. I'm coming up. I have siphon. Crash betting. I'm gonna rock it, okay? Oh yeah, I'm dead probably. I'm dead. Top four, all duos. Land on, nice. Corner. Nice. I'm stacked. Yeah. 2v2. Or two, one solo and a duo.
Non va bene,
Yeah, play Madness top 2. Play Madness top 2, trust.
Sì.
I'll let you know if he gets knocked. I got him. I knocked him. Yeah. 1v1. You're good.
That's kind of nuts, right? I love that Veno is able to just focus, right? It's just about
Sì, ma comunque è un gioco che ma l'abilità è tanto, nel senso quanto sei bravo a giocare, quanto sei bravo a cercare, il controllo delle armi, ma anche il fatto è di la fortuna, perché tu puoi aprire un cofre e ti può uscire un'arma potente o può essere che no. Ti possono uscire abbastanza scure le scuro o può essere che no. È anche un fattore di fortuna, perché se tu diciamo che si riesce a prendere cose che ti daranno un vantaggio è anche un fattore di fortuna in questo gioco, e quindi il fatto di essere bravo non è abbastanza per fare un buon puntaggio, per fare un buon verde. Voi che dite?
È così, però io penso che quando c'è la bravura le armi contano fino a un certo punto, nel senso che se riesci a trovare un minimo di armi, con la bravura riesci poi a procurartene altre e a progredire.
Sì, però non lo so, io penso
È anche
che...
un fatto di furbizia, penso.
Sì, però ma pensa che le armi che tu ce l'hai fanno tantissima differenza. Se tu per esempio porti un pompa è leggendario e l'altro porta un pompa grigio e l'altro con un pompa che tira nel petto ti toglie 180, ma tu stavi a mezza vita, ti ammazza. Ma quell'altro ti colpisce con un pompa grigio e non ti può fare tanto come lo puoi fare tu.
Però mi conta molto anche cambiare strategia in base a quello che trovi. Continuare a cercare.
Sì, quello sì, totalmente d'accordo. Se tu sai che non c'hai un loot così buono, ti metti più nascosto, sei un po' più cauto. Sei un po' più cauto, sì, in quello sì, hai ragione.
Sì, ma è anche questione di culo comunque, perché comunque alla fine siamo tutti quanti un po' piegati, no? Cioè in base a quanta roba c'è per la cura, a quanto sei riuscito a scappare, perché appunto noi stiamo lì scherzando dicendo le favelas, però è vero, là sono favelas, tutti costruiscono, che mano a mano la gente muore, quindi tu dopo uccidi, però spesso ti ritrovi in una zona che non è tua, non è di tua dominanza, no? La tempesta si avvicina e tu devi cominciare a distruggere tutto, però mano a mano incontri sempre più muri, sempre più scale, devi anche costruire e scappare dalla tempesta e nel frattempo devi stare attento che non si spari, quindi comunque il rischio che tu piano piano ti fai male è sempre più alto e quindi è probabile che magari ad esempio, supposizione mia, però stai lì che stai senza scudo, metà di vita e stai la tempesta praticamente addosso, l'altro lo incontri e non perdi tempo, ti spara, capito?
Sì, quello è vero.
Quindi è anche questione di culo, cioè sicuramente l'avversario magari se ha una buona arma va bene, capito? Però è anche...
Sì, sono tanti fattori che influiscono perché facciamo questo gioco. Se tu per esempio vai a un posto, X posto, arrivi a quel posto e prendi le armi che fanno cagare e arriva anche con te un altro molto più bravo. Diciamo che quello metti un po' di difficoltà il fatto che tu puoi arrivare molto lontano nella partita, no? E quello è il fattore, che tu puoi arrivare in una zona dove magari arrivano giocatori che non sono così, che non sono i migliori o magari può arrivare uno troppo tryhard che ti fa un culo così.
Si sente male, Victor? Si sente male nell'audio, non so perché. Tu lo senti bene?
No, l'ho sentito pure io.
Cosa che hai detto?
Che sì, dipende molto di quando arrivi e la fortuna che c'hai, chi ti circonda e che cosa trovi, capito?
Sì, diciamo che sicuramente nei primissimi momenti c'è molta componente di fortuna, perché se per esempio a te e a un altro ti terra vicino ma l'altro trova subito l'arma, anche se sei molto bravo non hai materiale, non hai niente, non puoi difendere all'inizio, proprio all'atterraggio. Successivamente un po' lo fa anche la strategia e ovviamente più sei capace di adattarti, più limiti il fattore sfortuna.
Sì, è così.
In un secondo momento, ma in un primissimo momento tanto è giocato da fortuna.
Ma infatti questi qua giocatori sai che sicuramente li fanno, cioè almeno quello che io vedo da TikTok, solitamente questi giocatori la prima cosa che fanno è quella di appena atterrano cominciare a distruggere tutto quello che incontrano. Così se per quel momento non hanno trovato un'arma intanto possono mettere un si possono tentare e sparare.
È l'unica, perché è l'unica atterrare in un punto dove sai che puoi distruggere, utilizzare quello che hai intorno e cercare di ricordarti i punti dove possono esserci armi, perché anche la conoscenza gioca un fattore fondamentali.
Sì, ma
Se tu
questi
sai
giocatori...
che in determinati punti ci sono armi, c'è una probabilità più forte che se atterri intorno a quei punti puoi subito...
No, quello è veramente vero, nel senso sì, tu sai dove ci sono i posti dove sempre c'è un cofre, per esempio, però c'è il fattore che tu non sai cosa uscirà da quel cofre, mai tu lo saprai. E il fatto che il cofre che un cofre normale ti dia un pompa dorato fa la differenza nel gioco, nel resto del gioco. È quello lo che io dico con un po' di fortuna che devi avere. Però tu hai ragione, nel senso, io so che non c'è un loot buono, che faccio? Faccio l'aggressivo o faccio un po' più l'intelligenza, mi nascondo, sono un po' più furbo? No, sì, quello c'è tantissima ragione, ma diciamo che ogni giocatore ha il suo stile di gioco.
Adattarsi per essere
Esatto, sì, quello è un fattore veramente esatto, è un fattore fondamentale, adattarti alle condizioni che ti dà la mappa.
Comunque ragazzi vorrei farvi notare che stanno facendo questa ripresa dei giocatori e vedo che stanno come nella sala d'attesa, quindi tra poco stiamo per partire con questo partito.
Stiamo ripartendo, quindi...
Credo di sì, perché ho visto questa inquadratura dal clean feed che fanno vedere i giocatori già sulle loro posizioni, nelle loro postazioni e davanti a loro c'è lo schermo con loro nel campo praticamente prima del lancio dall'autobus. Quindi credo che sarà questione di secondi e si lanceranno, a meno che in questa fase non c'è un momento di riscaldamento un po' più lunga di soliti 2 minuti o forse sono 3-4
Ecco sì. Tutte le persone che ci stanno guardando su Twitch, se volete commentare e discutere con noi tutto quello che stiamo dicendo, tutto quello che stiamo vedendo in lo stream, potete fare le domande, potete discutere con noi e passare una bella serata parlando di questo gioco che anche a noi ci appassiona.
O tutto quello che avete già visto.
Esatto, magari se diciamo qualcosa che non è vera, che magari facciamo degli errori e potete correggerci.
Sì, o se sapete qualche informazione in più, insomma, che può essere utile per noi, anche per fare, insomma, una diretta un pochino più utile. Certo. Beh, comunque ragazzi, io non vedo l'ora di vedere qualcuno che fa qualche cazzata e ridere insieme, perché vabbè, noi ne facciamo tanti, siamo abituati magari a noi, che facciamo tutti quello che facciamo ai nostri giocatori.
Ma magari ci sarà qualche noob anche fra loro.
Vabbè, certo, il noob c'è sempre, ci sta sempre chi è più bravo, quindi forse
sì, qualche noob nel senso qualcuno che fa qualcosa di clamorosamente errato perché si sbaglia. Anche ai migliori può succedere di essere noob per qualche secondo.
So good. I mean, we see it online. We see some stuff on social media. People having a little bit of banter between themselves, a little bit of rivalry, some love as well.
Stanno inquadrando tutti i team.
Absolutely amazing. I like the fact that Frankie went around the whole arena there to see who was where we see some people, and we have some very, very loud fans.
Oh, just a bit indeed. So gentle. I mean, yes, there is a little bit of banter going on online, but there's also a little bit of banter going on in the pre-show. Yep. But I want to talk about Reet and Ritual. I already talked a little bit about them, but I just want to showcase how they were able to make it into the end game there. And as we can see, 5 eliminations and that second place spot. I mean, that's a great start.
It's a great start from this team. I mean, we've seen these
questo hanno fatto anche un buon e quello è il punto, ragazzi. Questi diciamo che hanno anche tantissime opportunità di prendere quel grandissimo premio. Allora, classificarsi in questo caso alla prossima ronda e giocare anche domani.
Questi sono quelli che sono stati uccisi da Veno, perché dice piazzamento 2, quindi qualcuno di loro è uno di quelli che è stato ucciso da Veno. O sbaglio?
Questi sono quelli che hanno arrivato di secondo, amore.
E sono arrivati secondi, quindi sono quelli che sono stati uccisi da Veno.
E non è detto, amore, perché per esempio tu puoi aver ucciso 7 prima di morire e ti hanno quel punteggi, capito? Non è detto che sei stato l'ultimo a morire.
the easy edits, great eliminations, the patience as well as the
Magari
aggression. I mean,
mancavano
that's what it
5 e
takes
tu
to be a
sei
top player. It's
morto,
not just having good
ma
aim,
hai
it's not just having
fatto
aim sense,
76
it's having it
punti
all.
e ti
Yeah, and I think
mette
what that gameplay
di
showed
secondo
me,
subito,
and
capito?
actually something we've kind of seen a lot of, but more players have kind of shined a light on, is these sneaky tactics, right? It's not about, let me just run at you, because remember, these players are playing with indicators. There's so many ways to kind of know there's a threat incoming, but for so many players, they're kind of utilizing the strategy where we're just going to crouch around, we're come around this corner, we're not going to build, we're not going to make any sounds, and then suddenly, bang, we're here, and now you're in a fight. For Reed, this took him up to 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, we saw him there with the exotic shotgun, just doing so much damage, jumping right in the box. I think that shotgun and him are like a match made in heaven. I mean, it's the perfect shotgun just to jump in the box and go crazy with. So I'm expecting more of that from them. I'm expecting them to maybe try and keep consistent whilst also going for those eliminations. But it's one of those situations for them where, do they have what it takes? I think so. It's all about how can they feel after game number 2. What's going through their head right now? How do you even pick up from a game where I'm sure they would have hoped to have won, but they couldn't have got off to a much better start than that, only 1 place.
My only concern is that they can be emotional players.
Non lo so,
Being
sono i ricchi,
emotional is,
troppo dell'immagine,
it's
c'è
still
qualcosa
a tool,
di...
it does give you that passion, that excitement, but it also can be a big detriment where once you're down, you are down for the rest of the competition. Now, again, I keep talking about the evolution of these two as players, so hopefully they have been able to kind of break past that wall. But I mean, my goodness, game number 1 and just so many big names going down early, so many new teams also coming through and kind of showcasing their region. And I already talked about the Baka and Pars. Baka and Pars getting 8 eliminations in that game.
I mean, they seemed to have a game where they were so far away from the zone, almost seemingly every single time, yet they managed to do so really well. We saw them taking that fight all the way up on the north side of the map, which did drag out a little bit. Of course, a 2v1 situation, you want to be getting that shot, you want to be cleaning that fight up ASAP. So for them, they had to expend a little bit of heals, of course, but that did give them the Storm Surge damage. I know Taco mentioned it on the cast.
Ma io della diretta la vedo normale.
It's a testament to their fighting ability, and you can see
Che c'è?
needing those
C'è questo, c'è quello azzurro su, e quello è
Baka down to a sliver of health,
la cosa di quelli classificati, amore.
the confidence that he
La
had.
lista.
He didn't run away and turn tail, which a lot of these players would do. Instead, he kept going for that refresh, and clearly it worked out for them. Pars unfortunately getting 1v2'd there, but still, after that fight, they have to be feeling good.
Remember, both these guys actually played with different teammates at the Invitational, so I think those land jitters, they're not going to be affecting those guys quite as much, and I think that's why they got off to a very, very good start there. Despite the zone pulling all the way down to the south, they had all the answers to all of those questions, and I think in this stage, in this environment that we're in, that's the most important thing, just trusting your game.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting word that game 2 of the day is ready. So let's send it back on up to the casters to get things started. Thank you so very much, Zeke. And that's right. We're really beginning the reset right now. Game 2 is just moments away. And as we already know, we will have to see what will happen with Kanata on the drop here alongside Aegis. Aegis put up the numbers, but here it is. Game number 2 is ready.
Ragazzi.
Bene ragazzi, iniziamo con il secondo round.
Just like that, we are right back in it with match number 2
Lanciano.
of day 1 here of the upper bracket of the Global Championship. And again,
Quindi ragazzi, se ho capito bene, comunque ci sono tutti i giocatori che abbiamo visto prima. Quindi c'è anche Buga, c'è anche King.
Sì.
Maybe some of these players
Beh.
might have expected.
And crazy, look at this, the 50-50 state Datus landing directly on top of Seti and Cammy. Really looking to play upset here.
Oh, cazzo.
Siamo andati dove di solito noi moriamo al primo.
La cosa positiva è che non siamo gli unici.
Vedi, vedi, pure in pro.
Anche in pro. Gli hanno fatto capire che questa circondata.
A me questa skin è piaciuta tantissimo.
No, questa è fighissima.
To build as Datus now looking for a little bit of a wraparound just outside of this barn. Datus getting some nice shots. Seti will go down.
Muoiono come mosche. Era quello che dicevamo prima, capito? Se tu atterri sei poco sfortunato, non conta la abilità.
Bellissima, bellissima.
Bello, bello.
Quindi praticamente le hanno uccisi tutte e due, non sbaglio. Perché quello è scoppiato subito.
E quello che è arrivato prima è morto.
Sì, sì.
È arrivato...
Sì, hanno fatto fuori la squadra.
Sì,
Ho capito bene.
Meanwhile, North, Pars, Baka.
Questo si è fatto male da solo.
Early game, they had 3 eliminations, so it wasn't just this team they finished. They had more to
Vedi?
fight
Le new base
back.
le fanno pure loro. Questo è caduto, si è fatto male da solo.
And whether or not they can look for a
E non sanno che ci sono due
it's all
contro
going to
5.
boil down to whether or not Baka and Pars really want to try and take a more
Stanno lì
aggressive push
praticamente
here.
sotto.
Call of Whispers.
Ma lui lo sta facendo anche apposta, apposta per attirarli.
Di qua invece ci stiamo guardando.
The greed was real. He finishes him off. And then Thomas HD in the distance.
Ah, questo di Nitastan di nuovo è andato qua, dove è stato ucciso da quell'altro, vi ricordate?
Ah, adesso vogliono spaccare il camion.
Perché Nitastan?
Oh cazzo.
To fight back
Lo
here.
ricordate?
We could be seeing both of them in Sunday
Come
finals.
scusami?
Chi era stato ucciso? Khan?
No, non lo ricordo.
Noticed, but only 8 shots left in that twin mag. But again, now it's going to be Thomas and Malabuka who are left to sit and simmer, wait to see whether or not.
Raga, ma lo slurp Joyce quale sarebbe?
Crazy to think too.
Il succo slurp.
Games, right?
Io credo che sia raro perché quello...
One from EU and then they now have a chance here to really
Vabbè, insomma,
make a
cent'anni,
big
ok,
deal and then
cent'anni.
push their way up the standings. Really showing you that, hey, there's a limited number of opportunities
No,
to get
il
because of it.
succo.
I told you,
ho detto per il
Strokey
succo.
and company might be coming on over, and look at this. They're here to play upset.
Cammy and Seti, they might have dealt with Stain and Datas at the beginning, but they still have plenty of work cut out for them. For Strokey, just slightly above Cammy for the time being. Cammy, though, doing a good job utilizing these builds. Some brick gonna be going out. Not enough yet for Strokey to be comfortable. But it's Cammy
hanno fatto
with that left side peek.
un'altra
Trying
fattoria.
to work with.
Watching the side angle here, seeing if he can take advantage of any opening, cracking the armor here. But for Strokey, putting the pressure on, starting to run low on ammunition here, so he will have to be careful or make a decision here to full commit. Instead, gets punished first, cutting right through the over shields and the additional shield pot there, so he's going to have to dig into it. Meanwhile, Kylie with the side angle, suppressed pistol, putting in good work here. We like the angles, but
Una buonissima iniziale, cazzo parli.
clapping back. Ooh, another great angle. Cammy really hitting the tags when it matters right now.
That's tough for Kylie
Sounds
as well. And he's really got to get
so
up close and
yeah.
personal. That suppressed pistol going to be difficult to work with in comparison to that
Oh,
sharp
le
tooth. But
mazzate nel
Cammy,
compagno.
Seti, they are not willing to budge. They are staying as
No, no,
close to each other as
però
possible
io-
because they also want to make sure that they stay in contention of this capture point, not trying to let it go for free towards Kylie and for Strokey. It seems for the time being they have successfully managed to push them off entirely. So it does look as though Cammy and
Ci
Seti
sono
are
altri
going to
intorno,
find themselves
vedete?
just enough time and the capture point will be in their favor.
Altri intorno scappano, mi dicono vabbè ragazzi, è meglio che non ce ne andiamo, non vogliamo disturbare nessuno.
Now,
Ciao.
side Sloppy Shores, Tayson, and Mustache. Here's the team that can truly take home the grand
Guarda questo che
final stakes.
posizione ha
They're
fatto.
definitely
L'ho dato,
a pick, indeed.
What a tower base, though, for Tayson. I mean, you got a couple of med miss waiting,
Ma questi che fanno la fortalezza dove mettono
including a couple of big
le
shield
cose?
cushions. So for Tayson,
Ah?
Sì, infatti.
his sole
Ci mettono tutte le altre cure per non portarsi le dietro e le controllare.
surge damage control as
Sono
possible.
tipo una piccola...
A different
Sì,
story.
sì.
Ma guarda, per esempio questo, tutti i cure è solo
Because for
un'arma.
the time being,
E quindi possiamo dire che è una strategia abbastanza conservatora.
Yeah, Pars and Baka
Sì.
turn online now and get the
Il
finish.
problema è che se si trova un giocatore vicino e con il pompa ti ammazza subito.
Sì, è difficile, è difficile
There is
difendersi.
another duo lurking from above, Chubbs and Bryce.
Sì, almeno 2 anni deve avere.
Ma questo perché non ha cambiato il mitra?
This exchange here, can they find tags?
C'è la grigia, ce ne sta uno verde.
Ma guarda che ha preso. Ma guarda che ha preso. Ha preso il ciaspoggio e...
No, no, non capisco questa cosa. Cioè, questi non dovrebbero essere meglio di noi. Perché ha lasciato il mitra il c'aveva il mitra grigio e l'ha cambiato per doveva cambiarlo per un mitra verde, l'ha lasciato, ha preso cespuglio.
È la strategia, amore. Pensa a questo, tu attivi il potenziamento di prendere il loro con... Pensa a questo, tu prendi il potenziamento di prendere il loro con il cespuglio. Dopo prendi il potenziamento da curarti con il loro.
Ma per i capitani. Cioè lui si è basato sul fatto che i capitani...
No, nel senso, sì, lui attiva il potenziamento e può giocare quella strategia.
Sì, deve capitargli il potenziamento.
Esatto.
Quale potenziamento? Quello di difendersi col fango?
Quello che
Esatto.
c'è spuglio ti copre di fango e poi c'è l'altro che ti curi col fango.
Ma
non ti deve capitare, perché se non ti capita...
ma io l'ho fatto, è una cosa che capita, è molto semplice se tu cambi quello che i potenziamenti, capito? Non è una cosa
Sì,
che...
ma quello va bene, ma il fatto che lui aveva comunque il mitra.
Sì, amore, ma ogni giocatore gioca la sua strategia.
Sì, lo so, però...
What a surprise from them. I did not expect them to have such standout performances, especially with such a
Se tu vuoi giocare a nasconderti e portare il cespuglio, magari ti può servire.
their game too so far. Here's Jamon and Yuma. Very, very interesting duo right here.
Ma io una cosa che vorrei sapere è queste squadre, no? Queste coppie, come vengono assegnate?
No, loro si scelgono se stessi, loro giocano da tanto tempo e classificano insieme.
Sì, perché è logico che sia la stessa coppia che si è classificata
Sì,
con un certo livello di bravura, no?
Sì, no, questi sono quelli che si sono classificati dalla FNCS, capito?
In coppia,
In coppia, loro insieme. Sì, si classificano
Ok, no, io
insieme.
pensavo che fosse tipo mi classifico io Buga, mi classifico io King e poi dopo
Ci mettiamo
o era
insieme.
Fortnite, esatto, o era Fortnite a dire tu giochi con te.
No.
Oppure eri tu a dire no, io voglio giocare con te, giochiamo insieme, capito?
Penso che se può fare, sì, sei classificato. E nel senso, ma nessuno lo fa, capito? E nel senso, se Voga c'ha il suo compagno che si chiama Monica, ma Monica sono classificati, ma Monica non vuole competire con te, e tu puoi scegliere un altro che sia classificato magari e che non vuole partecipare con quel compagno che è classificato, che è ridicolo. Cioè, non succede perché se tu sei classificato con il tuo compagno è perché fate una coppia bella e non ha senso scegliere un altro, capito?
No, appunto, infatti penso proprio che se Monica volesse giocare con Buga, allora Buga non può giocare.
Esatto.
Se ti classifichi con la tua compagna, con il tuo compagno in di squadra, per quello devi giocare.
Sì, è quello l'argomento.
Io credo che sia abbastanza naturale che poi succeda questo, nel senso che non ci sarà praticamente mai l'eventualità che lui non voglia.
E magari un'eventualità in che il tuo compagno non possa. Tu sei classificato ma il tuo compagno non può. E magari in quel caso tu potrai portare un altro giocatore che sia anche classificato e che non abbia un altro compagno, capito?
Is so important for him, and you have to expect that at his split drop, he is not trying to share by any means with anyone else.
Well, take a look at this. Zagu and Peppo.
Questi stanno
facendo quello che facciamo noi.
No, sai perché lo fanno? Sono intelligentissimi. I Secura. Guarda che si Secura.
Sì, certo,
sono le 6 del pomeriggio.
Quello che facciamo noi.
Questo salvare un
You have to be so smart to think like this. This is how, again, ahead.
Questa è la stessa cosa che abbiamo fatto noi.
Oh my God.
Sì, Giuliano non lo colpisce con il picco, sicuramente riusciamo a farlo vivere un sacco con i fiori.
Io penso che loro ci abbiano visti e abbiano tratto ispirazione.
Worthy, meanwhile, he's got to get a different sort of strategy going. Decent span out here. Will get some nice shots onto Mustache. Actually tags him up all the way into his white HP, but still holding strong here. Worthy doesn't seem all that excited to give up this positioning that he's established just yet, and for good reason. It's a pretty nice aerial view.
Here's Gyros and Shari now. Great position here. Zone's already starting to hold more center than the last game, so this will be a very much different terrain than what we just saw in the last game. That's going to be probably a warm welcome for these Western teams that don't seem to get very lucky often. But as we know it, anything can, of course, happen here.
It's got to be so scary sliding over the ice just then. You're just hoping that no one's going to be able to catch sight of you, but Cooper, not sure he's even fully aware of the fact that Zago and Peppo are based just a little bit more towards the interior of this jungle trench. Miro following suit behind Cooper. These teams trying to make sure they don't stray too far from each other, but still wanting to make sure of the fact that they are collecting the resources they need. Because we saw just how congested that last game was, especially with the way that zone was pulling so viciously over the water. So much of these teams were just getting trapped inside of that mid-layer territory.
Meanwhile, the Rift Island is going to start to formulate here. Just outside of Ritual's perspectives there, they can
se tu vai sull'isola ti dà, cioè se tu conquisti l'isola mi sa che ti dà 15 punti. Quindi sono invogliati a fare quello che noi facciamo sempre.
So they can get a big 15 here with the Elans and some placement. They will be in the top 25. It could be done and dusted here, as there are only 5 games, but no, instead they say, hey, look, let's go for the full Rift, get straight to the top. No zipline for us. I don't know which was riskier, but it works out at the end there.
Able to juke out some of those distant shots in the air, and being the first ones to actually touch down on Rift Island does mean that they'll be the first to try and make use of those objective points to capture Island Point. But again, in Ritual, I mean, who did we see last game on the Rift Island?
Ma guarda che castello che hanno
They
costruito
got
questo.
eliminated super early by Kanata and Aegis. Now it doesn't seem as though there's anyone posing too much of a threat, but Baka and Pars, they've been fighting for as long as the game has started.
It's still Chubb's team too. Chubb was looking at them before. It seems like he's giving them a problem on the rotate into the zone. And look at the cost of Bryce, because Bryce was fallen at some point or another as they made their way to this position here.
But at this point, it almost seems as though Chubbs is just trying to waste Baka and Pars' time, trying to force them into expending some of their resources, some of their splashes and heals that they might not have wanted to let go of otherwise. And
Ma questo non ha senso, quello che ha fatto questo ragazzo.
And this is what happens. You shake the hornet's nest, you might get stung. And luckily for him, he will escape somehow, some way, barely sliding his way out the side there. Baka has a different goal in mind, though. He's going to go around the outskirts here. No stranger to the zone. Continues to play with it, but ouch. That surely wasn't a part of the strategy here, as Chubbs 2 stood behind. Tough spot to be in now.
But look at Chubbs' builds. They're running incredibly low. He's actually going to forfeit that height positioning. But it's not like Baka and Pars have any idea, but now Chubbs seemingly under pressure from a team slightly further out. He still has to make his way in through the zone as a solo. Not sure if he'll find a reboot ban opportunity either this late in.
What a spot to be in now if you're Kanata and Agers. Even more pressure, as they only scored 0 points in game number 1. The first team to be fully eliminated.
Questo ha fatto 0.
But not
Questo è il cosiddetto camperone.
True chance now. Finding tags here now into Thoric and Bolts. Of course, some of Eddie's best there too. Very few can say they've wielded the pickaxe.
Questa visuale è molto meglio.
Jump in with Colleen Fastroki, who's already gotten the elimination. This is actually a full finish that they picked up, potentially onto Cammy.
Questo è il ragazzo
by himself.
che ha vinto con l'altro. No?
Of course, didn't pull the luck of the draw game
No,
1
no,
and
no,
now
non
game
è-
2.
No, non
Not
so,
going in
non
their
so.
favor necessarily here. Could we be
Era il
seeing a
ricciolino
bracket push?
dei capelli neri.
That Seti and Cammy already had to deal with one nuance at the start of match number 2.
Wait, no way he gets the save, right?
Seti going for it.
So
Might make it to Cammy in time, but unfortunately the rocket
Oh,
range
ma
just
questo è
not
culo.
enough. Having the reboot card though, talked about how difficult it can be.
Entravo lì nell'arbusto e c'era tutto quello.
The intention
È quello
from
che
Seti
chiede
at this
tipo.
point,
La fortuna.
it's a lot easier to make it into that end game if you have your duo with you.
Tu vai per il cespuglio e ti trovi un succo.
I'm not going to endgame by myself. He's going into the storm for reboot. Let's see if it ends up working out. Meanwhile, Queasy and Vino continue to farm their surge tags here. Desperately in need, though. 145 damage above that. Protection is not going to be enough, not for long at least. They're recognizing the potential threat looming. Here comes the rotate, though. Another sniper in hand here, so Vino really flexing and exercising his sniper play here. It's Kanata who's in front of him. They gotta be careful.
Se qualcuno a casa ci sta sentendo, io vorrei sapere tanto che cavolo è sto Storm Surge. Come si chiama?
Storm Surge.
Have to keep him fine for as much of a fragger as he is. Oh no, trouble though for threats here.
Forse ha attivato il fatto che può vedere la tempesta? Il prossimo incentivo alla tempesta?
No.
No, sarebbe dopo un vantaggio.
Anon doing everything
Credo
in
che
his
ci
power
siano
to
i
delay
bot.
as long as he can, but this storm is so
No, c'era un
problematic.
potenziamento, ti ricordi semplicemente.
Trying
Però
to
forse
finish
sì,
the
è
job
troppo
now onto
vantaggioso.
Anon. He wants this refresh of materials from both Suns and Anon. Bound to get something for his troubles at this point. Gold Sharp 2 pump. Primed and ready to go. That right side peek. And it was nearly a miss there for threats, but he will be able to capitalize. Close out. Another elimination.
Raga, ma buga il nostro un'altra volta.
Ma buga è uno scherzo.
Ma che cavolo succede? Non c'ho voglia di
Wasn't for that
giocare.
overshield, he was done. He had 2 eliminations worth there. That's 100 HP in Siphon, and he ended with 86 health.
Sì, evidentemente ogni volta che tu ammazzi tira 50 di vita.
Couldn't see if it was that overshield that kept him alive there.
L'hai visto succedere?
Sì.
Well, for QND, Rapid here, Middle East, 2 of their finest here.
Questo lo fanno apposta anche per allungare un po', no?
Sì, anche per dare
Questo
un
lo
premio.
succede.
Sì, anche per darti motivi per ammazzare, capito?
Raga, ma perché si vede questo scatto?
La trasmissione.
No, non penso sia una trasmissione perché la
Sì, la loro trasmissione.
On the bright side though, for QND and Rapid,
Ah,
did see them.
questo è bello. Vedete quelli...
Sì, i fulmini, se loro stanno fermi prendono i fulmini, forse è questo che è lo scopo.
No, si stanno fermi no, se non fanno danno agli altri giocatori, quello che ha fatto meno danno lo prende in fulmine. Un fulmine.
Beh, allora io sarei sempre...
Ecco, guarda. Esatto.
E infatti loro si sono messi qua vicino ai fiori così che possono curarsi in continuazione.
Una strategia...
Sì.
Yeah, that's not enough. They need a lot more.
Ecco gli altri.
Ah,
Quite short here.
e arriva un giocatore che sta sotto di loro. Ma questi li ammazzerà il trono. Guarda, non funziona la strategia perché tarda che presto il trono finirà per ammazzarli.
Sì.
Here it is, really starting to run thin on time now. Eventually the math will catch up.
Guarda, no, sono morti.
Down and out.
Ma perché non vogliono attaccare?
Stanno in svantaggio
pesante.
Vogliono provare a resistere fino alla fine e provare a uccidere gli ultimi, ma se non provano ad attaccare per niente ne sono proprio fregati la grande.
Sì.
They've got a whole nother mess to cover. Only 18 below damage threshold, so the pressure is definitely on right now. But it's on pink.
Seti is the one who's going to clutch up here when it matters. And although he
Madonna,
may have saved
Tundra.
Cammy, unfortunately,
Bravo.
it does seem like he has to continue to ride.
Però Tundra è rimasto al solo, eh?
Sì. Ma questa strategia è bella perché ti obbliga a giocare forzosamente, capito? E quindi la strategia è nascondersi, non fare nulla fino alla fine, e qua non funziona. Sì,
anche se trovi un posto con quei fiori, perché...
Esatto, diciamo che giocare quella strategia, questo gioco te fa un culo così, ti dice ma tu non sei di stare qua, ti ammazzo.
Of where he's currently situated, it is going to be tough. And Taysom Merstash be crossing just next to Seti, and Seti, he's going to have to go away from that far backside of the zone.
Costruzioni, quante costruzioni.
Questo è un quartiere a Roma.
Insomma, i non ce l'hanno i quartieri.
In the shots here, man, Garrison Shari.
Ma questi guarda che per esempio di cura stanno benissimo. C'hanno i succhi. Sì. Questi diciamo che hanno la fortuna di che possono arrivare. Si sono furbi, possono arrivare lontano, ma hanno poche munizioni. Quello è un problema. Hanno buone armi, ma se non hanno le munizioni non hanno armi.
E guarda a questo punto della partita quanti ne arrivano. Cioè nelle partite di solito sono molti meno in questo punto. Nella partita sono rimasti 10.
E guardate che sulla prima partita che abbiamo visto è stato meno emozionante. Questa sta molto più emozionante e non c'erano tanti giocatori come adesso.
No, sono tantissimi, guarda.
Ma guarda.
Veno è quello che ha vinto quello di prima, ragazzi. Qua abbiamo Tundra che sta sempre da solo.
And it's something that they've done excellently throughout 2 games so far. But again, they still have to maintain it.
Quanti adesso ci sono ancora 43 giocatori.
Cioè 43 giocatori a questo punto della partita è follia. Sono tantissimi.
Ritual still alive. Even Okis is up right now. Saw him mixed in the feed. Those are a few of the NA competitors that are up. I do wonder, where is the Amzo? As he was also inside the top 10. Keep up that pacing there. Meanwhile, the story right now is how far can Seti push this here? That's it. Rocket Ram usage out. 45. That 49 damage above the surge now. Halfway through material. This is a tough spot to be in. Here's the Amzo's look. Mid to high ground here. Moving all the way across. Beautifully done and clean execution on the rotate here. He actually takes down Middle Eastern's hero there. So
bellissimo, bellissimo. Mi piace un sacco vedere questo.
They can do just that. They will be the kings of the top.
It's almost like dealing with a final boss at this point, as far as Queasy and Veno are concerned.
Ma guarda che Monaco e Veno sono arrivati a 107 punti, ma Ritual X Elie e Agent Res stanno indietro con 98 punti. E adesso hanno 102 punti, e quindi guarda che Veno non è così che ce l'ha così semplice, capito? Hasta il momento
o ne vince un'altra
e vedrete che sicuramente si sposteranno di posto dopo la fine di questa partita. Dovranno essere molto furbi per sumare di più.
Guardate come tutti sincronizzati si spostano a favore della tempesta, quasi una sincronizzati.
Però non è solo il fattore di spostarsi veloci, devi essere veloci a spostarti e devi essere creativo, devi essere attento che non ti ammazzino anche. È un livello veramente pazzesco.
As now Yeman will meet the same fate as so many others so far. Seti though,
attento a spostarti, veloce a spostarti, veloce a costruire.
Intelligente nel costruire anche.
Ma guarda, sì, ma guarda che anche neanche troppa costruzione, perché per esempio questo c'ha 20 materiali, non c'ha più con che costruire, e quindi in quel momento tu ti devi avanzare e devi ammazzare qualcuno per prendere la sua roba. Guarda, è giusto lo che ho detto, giusto lo che è successo.
L'hanno ucciso? No, tu lo sei.
Lui l'ha ucciso. Guarda come costruiscono, è una cosa pazzesca.
No, fa paura.
Come modificano velocemente, come sono immediati delle modifiche.
Sì. Quanti sono rimasti? 4.
He's got that auto maven primed and ready, but at the same
4
time,
squadre, 4 giocatori.
he's not going to be able to
Uno contro uno
single
praticamente.
shot. He has
Uno contro
hardly
tutti.
any HP to work with, and you consider the shield that he's
Tutti
missing.
contro tutti.
He's doing a great job so far.
L'hai detto tu.
By time, only one build left though. This next moment has to be his
Oh,
best.
cazzo.
Oh, DJ Acorn, bellissima, questa ragazza è stupenda.
Absolutely clean elimination there.
Mo abbiamo Evoz che sta sopra il DJ Acorn. Ragazzi, fail.
No.
Ragazzi, perché la tempesta è piccolissima. No! Ragazzi!
Ragazzi noob!
No!
Ragazzi noob!
Cioè, Evoz ha vinto. Come ha vinto? Cioè, perché quell'altro è uscito per un attimo in più fuori dalla tempesta.
E quindi chi ha vinto questo signorino qua?
Sì, avrà 17 anni, c'ha 18 forse. Non si va benissimo.
Questi 18 ce l'ha tra 3 anni.
That was quite the performance. How did you feel in those final moments of that game?
Great.
And what was going through
Great.
your mind? Because you had an American flying up into the air, getting the information of you, but you had the better health in the situation. How do you feel clutching in front of all of these people?
Amazing.
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 That's a perfect
Great.
word.
Amazing.
Let me come over to you,
Amazing.
Gareth. What was
Great.
it like
Amazing.
watching Cherry in that situation?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, anyway, like in this final situations, I already knew we have so many points. We are already like basically qualified, so I was just chilling, and I believed in him. I knew he will win it.
I love this vote of confidence. We're basically qualified 2 games in. So are you already thinking about Sunday?
Not yet, but yeah, I mean, I think we are qualified, so let's like maybe keep focused on Sunday, right?
Absolutely, but also focus on the next 3 games because obviously
Mancano
these
3
duos
games,
to fear
ragazzi.
you. What sets you
E
apart
adesso
from
io
the
voglio vedere
competition?
le puntuazioni perché sicuramente questi con questa vittoria e con tutti quelli uccisioni che hanno fatto sicuramente sposteranno i posti a quelli che stavano prima a vendere.
Gareth and Cherry, everyone!
Io voglio vedere i punteggi.
I punteggi, sì.
Man, oh man, to compete on this stage.
Stato bellissimo, ragazzi.
Sì, molto
But
appassionante.
to get a victory royale in a circumstance like this with a crowd this electric, that is something else.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, these guys land in that sort of area, so it was very much a home zone for them, but they made it count. We've seen teams that haven't had that sort of zone.
Raga, non so perché, ma questo tizio mi sa tanto da personaggio di Fortnite.
Lui è Fortnite.
È Fortnite,
It
esatto.
was double-digit eliminations. I did not expect to see that so early on in the competition. They pretty much were grabbing eliminations as soon as the game started, and by zone 8 they had 4 eliminations. But they were able
Ragazzi,
to
volete
kind of hold
qualcosa da
that
bere?
low ground for so long and clean up
Una
the rest of
Coca-Cola?
the lobby.
No, per me no, grazie.
No, grazie,
Battle
Vittorio.
solos there at the end as well. I think I saw 5 solos right there at the end, all
Facciamo
battling to get out. And that's
le
what we love to see
sponsor.
from this. It's solos clutching up on the big stage, and that's really, really not easy. So great job from Chari to make it happen.
Well, if we're going to talk about solos clutching up, then we got to talk about SETI.
Yeah,
My
of
goodness.
course.
From the start, I mean, we saw them go down early.
Vabbè, dai, dammi una
Do
birra.
something a little different in game 2. We've got to watch their drop where they went for the window of that barn in Frenzy Fields, and it looked like they had a pretty easy 50-50 there, but Cammy did end up going down in that fight, and they were able to make it come back against Datus and Stain. But then, not too much later, we saw Freshdonkey and Kylie trying to go for them as well. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Pink also was starting to try and make their way down, but then said, oh wait, no, that's Seti and Cammy. I'm gonna turn around right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, we saw Seti in that end game. This was crazy. He tried to go high. Solo.
No.
It's just like, he was like, you know, he's like an autopilot high.
Se devo dire dal mio punto di vista non lo è.
I think that, honestly, I think it was a great play. I think that there was so much chaos going on. Anyone to try and take high ground,
E il ragazzo che ha vinto è questo, Agent, no? È salito di classifica, 163 punti. Cioè,
Ma guarda che bello, è spostato al quinto posto.
Ammazza.
As well as kind of weaken the other players in the lobby.
Vedete?
Quante kill hanno fatto? Non c'è scritto.
Sì, 13.
Ah, eliminazione. Perché Veno ne hanno fatte 9 in totale.
Ma 13 kills è una cosa pazzesca. Ma sono questi che sono arrivati al primo posto.
No. Non erano loro quelli che hanno vinto. Se loro sono arrivati al primo posto
è per le kill e il piazzamento in questa e in quella precedente. Evidentemente deve essere successo nella precedente, si sono piazzati molto avanti. In questa pure hanno fatto molto uccisioni entrambi per essere al primo senza aver vinto, perché ricordiamo che vincere dà tanti punti, però anche piazzarsi molto vicini da diversi punti.
It is so hectic on this stage.
I mean, in this situation, we've talked
Quindi evidentemente sì, loro hanno avuto la vittoria reale, ma dal punto di vista di performance
infatti io pensavo sta piazzamento 2 stanno questi che hanno appena vinto, che comunque punteggio 145, eliminazione 13, meglio piazzamento 0.6.
High ground is going to win these teams the games, and because Squeezy and Venom weren't there, the high ground was a lot more free.
It was indeed. But I do want to talk about the duo that we were looking
sì,
at.
sarebbe la media tra il piazzamento prima e il 0.6, penso che intenda dire 6 tra quella di prima, quindi evidentemente si sono piazzati tipo 12esimi o 13esimi. Ecco perché non sono i primi adesso.
Sono i secondi.
E 20 secondi perché si sono piazzati adesso primi, però prima sono finiti 13esimi.
Esatto, ma quindi guardate che una partita o un'altra tu puoi salire 10 posti.
Cioè, per esempio loro proprio sono saliti 11 posti.
Esatto.
E anche quelli che sono arrivati settimi sono saliti di 12 posti.
Ma quelli che stanno di prima penso che sono quelli che sono arrivati all'isola e l'hanno conquistata.
Esatto.
Che c'erano quindi 15 punti extra.
I mean, he's doing a great job as well. He actually had more eliminations than Reet there. He did go down, but you know.
Ma gioco fa così per fare il macero sull'isola.
Grabbing some much needed
per spingere ad agire.
Sì.
The low ground here.
Perché tutti sanno che arrivare all'isola è un rischio.
E se non ci fossero dei punti non è detto che lo farebbe.
Ma arrivare all'isola li ha anche aiutato a vincere, perché hanno preso un loot che veramente fa la differenza. Prendi i socchi, prendi le armi leggendari e quello fa la differenza veramente, ragazzi. Perché pensate che portare un succo è come portare un botichino e portare due. È come portare 100 di scudo e 100 di vita. Capito?
E comunque te lo puoi prendere molto più velocemente che quella.
Esatto.
NA on top, Minnie. What's going on?
I mean, NA on top here, this is a difficult one for them, but you know, I like the way they've adapted their play style, and of course they're doing very, very well at the moment. We can see this going through in this later stage of the game. I think there was a moment in this end game where they were trying to look up for that high ground, didn't quite happen for them, but these mid to low ground layers is what they're known for. It's what they did so great in Major #1, and as I said earlier, they've actually adapted their drop spot. Levin said it so well in that mid game segment. We saw them actually going further away from Pink and Vico, which is something that I didn't expect expect to happen. I thought they'd just go for a full-on 50-50. It's day one, why not? And of course, it's working out for them. And Acorn doing such a great job solo clutching. We've seen him do it before, and he's done it again.
Such a clean elimination there, and you know that they're feeling good.
Però stavo dicendo che veramente diciamo che la cosa difficile è che anche se tu stai nei migliori posti, diciamo che il server in che tu giochi fa tantissima differenza. Per esempio si dice che il server più competitivo è quello europeo. Diciamo che i giocatori
come mai questo?
Perché i giocatori che giocano sul server europeo dicono non è che è così, sono migliori, capito? Sono migliori e quindi diciamo che nel fatto che quando tu giochi stai giocando contra giocatori migliori, ma a differenza di per esempio il server americano tu puoi essere molto buono ma stai giocando contro persone che non sono bravi come te, capito? E quindi diciamo che il sistema di puntuazione è molto simile a quello del calcio, perché per esempio l'eliminatoria più competitiva.
Sorry guys, sorry. We actually have to go back to the desk, so we're going to toss it back to Zeke and the crew.
Non ti sentiamo più, Victor.
No, perché stavo sentendo quello che stava dicendo con la ragazza che non se ne sentiva. Niente, stavo dicendo che per esempio come nel calcio che succede che per esempio gli eliminatori per il mondiale di calcio quello di America, di Nord America fa cagare, perché le uniche squadre buone è Messico e gli Stati Uniti, il resto fanno cagare come squadre, capito? Ma loro classificano di una maniera molto semplice, ma per esempio classificare il mondiale per esempio della Sud America è molto difficile, perché Colombia per esempio deve giocare contro l'Argentina, contro il Brasile, contro l'Uruguay, che sono delle migliori squadre del mondo, capito? E quindi non è lo stesso. Se per esempio gli Stati Uniti o il Messico dovessero giocare contro le squadre di Sud America, non arrivano al mondiale mai, capito? E quello è l'argomento. E lo stesso succede per esempio con Fortnite. Tu giochi in un server dove i giocatori, ci saranno giocatori molto buoni sicuramente, ma non ci sono tanti come sono nell'Europa. E statisticamente i migliori giocatori stanno sull'Europa.
E quindi è più facile che tu ti qualifichi perché gli altri sono meno bravi.
Esatto.
Shows how good this duo are individually. We talk about them so often as Cami and Seti as a collective, but we have to remember these guys are both incredibly talented players as solos. We've seen them in DreamHacks come first and second.
Però diciamo che questi mondiali ci serve per vedere se quella teoria è vera. Magari quelli che vincono alla fine, sì, magari sono americani, si può dire, sì, non c'è differenza, capito? Ma perché comunque
se sono europei,
esatto,
confermato.
Sì, ma perché comunque per esempio Uga è americano e ha vinto l'ultimo torneo, ma in questo non sta facendo un cazzo, diciamo.
Perché nel torneo precedente erano quasi tutti americani.
No, erano giocatori di tutto il mondo, ma comunque è arrivato prima Uga che è americano.
It's been phenomenal. I was saying earlier, but you didn't hear that I've been watching every single FNCS for like the last 3 years, I think. But this is my first time watching from an audience. I couldn't make it to the US last time, and it's been crazy. I'm sitting right next to Gentlemates, the French people, and they go crazy every 2 minutes. The audience goes crazy. And also, I have to mention the first game as a GXR supporter was pretty wild. We had Malibuka win off spawn and claim the island, and then Queasy won. So it's been just amazing to watch as a fan and supporter and Fortnite lover. So, yep.
Yeah, awesome. I love the fact that you're kind of bringing up who's been doing well throughout the day. Of course, this is the upper bracket. We have 25 teams going directly into the finals after today. Give us a couple names that you think are going to be, towards the top of that leaderboard after the end of the day.
We still have a few games left, so I have a feeling almost everyone kind of still has a chance. But yeah, GX are on top. I hope Queasy and Malibuka will do it. Hopefully I didn't just jinx them. And I don't know, so many teams are doing amazing. We have Cold and Acorn, Pink and Vico, Seti and Kami, they're making a little comeback, so it's super exciting to see who's gonna make it in the end. But all of them are amazing and super talented at this video game.
Yeah, awesome. And for anybody that would love to check out your content, Reddish, let them know where they can find you.
Reddish on Twitch, or I'm Reddish on Twitter.
There it is. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you, Reddish, for the insight, and we're gonna be tossing it back to the desk with Zeke and the crew.
Thank you so much. Reddishers, fantastic as always. Now, as we kind of draw closer to the next game start, we kind of wanted to highlight a couple things. Really quickly, Minimiter, you kind of called this out for us, and I wanted to take an opportunity to talk about it.
Che stanno pure loro di nuovo nel campo
They
per
had a
battaglia.
very interesting Storm Surge strategy in that last game.
Yeah, they did. And I think this just encapsulates what LAN events and global events are all about. We never know what these other smaller regions could be pulling out of the hat when it comes to strategy. And what I saw there in that end game was actually, or that mid game actually, I should say, Zago and Peppo actually got a knock. They were able to carry the body towards some of the slurp mushrooms, keep healing the player on those slurp mushrooms, which of course that benefits them because they can keep tagging up the player to get some more Storm Surge damage. We've seen Storm Surge have such a big impact so far in these first two games. And if you don't have enough damage, it's going to result in your elimination. That's what I really like to see from this. Those guys pulling out strategies I haven't seen before. Just keeping on healing up the player. I love it.
Leave it to Peppo and Zago to do that. And also leave it to Queasy and Vino, who had a pretty good strategy as well early on to get those Storm Surge tags. We actually saw a sniper on their loadout, which is not something that we typically see. People tend to go for the twin mag. And then they also had two different spots for their splashes there. So by having more than, I think it was around 10 splashes, being able to not just heal, but also rotate quickly, which is part of the reason why we saw them be able to set themselves up for success.
Faccia in Fortnite.
But still, being able to make it all the way there is going to get them those much needed placement points.
Yeah, trying to get Venom to clutch twice in a row, it's a bit harsh, isn't it? I can't do it again, surely. But no, I like to see
He's
that.
Just waiting till Sunday.
Yeah, he's waiting. He's putting it all in the tank. He brought it out in game one, but no, not a bad game at all from this duo. We're still trying to set up what we're expecting to see from them. Let's see if they can.
That's right.
Sì,
I'm excited
no,
to
la
see
coppa.
game number 3. So let's take it
Bellissimo,
on over to
bellissimo.
our casters.
Prima possiamo spegnere
Thank you so much, Zeke, and that's right. Game number 3, nearly ready for these players to hop off the battle bus, but Monster, we've been seeing some pretty
Mi piace un sacco la voce di questa ragazza.
first two games, and hold that thought till the game, because the battle bus is good to
Questa
go.
ragazza che sta
Match number
parlando.
3, right here.
Questo con i capelli bianchi
Sì,
e
sì,
neri.
sì.
Piace la voce?
Sì. E ragazzi, siamo pronti per la terza partita.
Terzo match.
Vediamo. Ah, ma guarda che sul mappa ci segnalano anche i bot.
Anche
I bot.
To start things off, though, we have to begin here at the Frenzy Farms. Cammy, Seti versus Data Sustain. We've seen this go either way.
Oh,
We
cazzo,
know that
cazzo.
Kylix is nearby as well. Kyrie here, so you gotta be careful. Meanwhile, Kick gets the weapon first. He's looking for it.
Ma al momento la domanda è quando prendono tanti materiali per fare 3 pareti. Io questo veramente, io non lo capisco, questi sono magi e sono...
Ma forse partono già con una piccola base?
No. Tu arrivi con zero materiali, zero tutti. Zero tutto.
Questi siamo qui, mi piace di stesso.
Sì, questi arrivano sempre e per questo noi non dovremo andare lì mai.
Anche potremmo trovarli.
No, non penso proprio. Non penso che giochino sullo stesso servitorio, a meno che siano europei, e non penso che questi giochino partite pubbliche.
Sì, raga, comunque King 281 è King, raga.
È lui.
Beh, per forza. Scusa, prima abbiamo visto King. Ed è l'unico che si chiama King, quindi è lui.
Eccolo qua. King 281. Ah, sì, è quello. Ma lui sta giocando con una account diversa perché la sua account normale era King, solo King. Capito?
E forse non rovina l'account se tiene stretto l'account quello dove è classificato.
E a volte succede che ti possono annullare un account. Magari gli hanno tolto un account, non lo so. Oppure questi giocatori hanno account diversi, come quel ragazzo con cui noi stavamo giocando che c'ha un account
some better weaponry or
Capito?
possibly even just looking for a different
Quanto pare
position
ricorrono così.
altogether.
Yeah, upgrade would be important and massive there.
C'è una counter direttissima.
The shotgun. Meanwhile, Zagu, Peppa,
Esatto.
they had the knock, but they didn't get the finish. That's going to be a big
Questo l'ha
mess.
curato, penso.
Big mistake, big opportunity.
Ma perché se tu per esempio sei un creatore di contenuto, pensa a questo, tu sei un creatore di contenuto, come lo è King, e per esempio tu vuoi giocare partite pubbliche, ma tu sei un pro, comunque il codice di gioco ti porta a giocare con giocatori buoni. E quindi se tu vuoi fare una partita in cui vuoi fare tantissime sessioni, non lo puoi fare, sì, magari la tua account è di solo pro, capito?
Now fully aware of the fact that Zagu is trying to break down his wall, continuing to replace build after build. Skits with the peak, Zagu with the damage taken. It's going to be Skits and Sora still looking to try and capitalize on this circumstance.
Una battaglia brucia sangue.
Backing themselves up into an indestructible
Nel
corner.
capo.
And you
Ah,
can
non ci
hear
sono dall'altra parte.
the crowd really starting to turn up right now.
Big augment though, that was just picked up. That rarity check could go crazy, depending on how. I believe it was Skits that might have opted for it. Saw him, one of those common weapons. Zagu, back to full shield though, but did have to expend both of
Questo
those
tizio che sta dietro e sta a guardare, sta
Battle's
qua.
taken quite some time.
Non voglio.
Business turret quickly taken out. And Zagu tried to place there. His pressure on Skits.
Oh,
Oh, I think he's going to be feeling really confident after that one, but Zagu now
dai,
completely out of material here. He
mi fa
does have to be
stressare.
His teammate finds a little bit too, so Peppa goes in.
Che fa
He boxes up.
Victor si è
Ecco.
stressato per
Sapere le palle ai giocatori anche da
lui vuole fare la predica, pure quelli che stanno giocando a torneo, capito?
ragazzi.
Sì, ma io non sono come altri che sono lì e dico attento, attento.
Take a look now with Kylie and
Assurdo.
Bastrocchi.
Ma stavi perso, stavi perso.
Porca puttana.
Mi stavi per dire attento a te.
Attento, attento.
South side of the map seems to be working out relatively well for them so far, having that elimination already, and now that's going to alleviate a decent amount of pressure here for Strokey and Kylie. They don't necessarily need to fully push in just yet. They can really wait to see how they want to actually choose to try and reapproach here, but they're not the only team to mix things up a bit, as now Misha and Teeny just above Bryce and Chubbs.
Di nuovo quelli dei fiori.
Looking for an opportunity to find a goal or two here.
This is pretty interesting because Tina and Misha definitely have been having a tough time against Baka and Pars, but Bryce and Chubbs have been jumping in that battle.
Mi sa che
It's been
sono
a
morti lì perché
three-way engagement here at the Shady Stilts and around. So Tina and Misha trying to mix it up, saying, all right, what can we do different? How can we adapt here? Clearly, they made it to the upper bracket, right? But having a
Ma che
tough
cosa
time so
simbolo che
far.
vuole intendere Zagu?
Might be looking like a Saturday appearance if they can't turn up.
Non lo so, magari le sta domandando al compagno che c'ha.
Meanwhile, Miro might be stuck in an engagement up against Shari is, well, a forced retreat actually. Cooper, very accurate. Some of those twin mag shots. Miro leading the charge up against his solo. And it seems like it's only a matter of seconds.
C'hanno uno a terra, loro sanno che devono pushare e ammazzare l'altro. Sono 2 contro 1. È per quello che loro si cuidano tanto, perché se uno muori anche l'altro è praticamente morto. Esatto. 2 che ti pushano, ti ammazzano subito. Ma perché il tuo istinto è solo scappare. E infatti è stato così.
E ti ha fatto pure le molle.
Ora sono proprio il culo, perché poi alla fine ti compare che hai ucciso, ma quindi hai la possibilità, se sai chi è, ancora di più di reagire in un certo modo.
Ma guarda che non prendono il cannone, perché sanno che il cannone ti prendono per aria e ti ammazzano subito.
Non lo prendono, ma non è detto che non lo prendano, perché quello prima l'ha preso il cannone,
Sì,
voleva
sì.
utilizzarlo per cadere sopra l'altro giocatore, ma non gli è riuscito a
Sì, amore, ma io ti dico una cosa, il cannone fa troppo rumore. Io penso che in questo tipo di tornei E portare il canone non è intelligente perché va bene, ti può aiutare a spostare, tu puoi fare male agli altri, ma prima di fare male agli altri ti possono ammazzare subito.
Sì, però se tu fossi molto sapiente nell'usarlo, alla fine potrebbe aiutarti a distruggere tutta la colossale costruzione che hanno fatto gli altri e magari
sì.
dare un vantaggio se c'è il tuo compagno vicino.
Sì, fino a un certo punto sì, c'hai ragione, però comunque, ma pensa che stai in una liga là che tutti i giocatori sono buoni, tutti i giocatori sono c'hanno la capacità, c'hanno la punteria di accecarti nell'aria e ti ammazzano subito. È difficile, non stai giocando contro noobs.
No, contro di noi.
Non stanno incontro di noi, questi ti prendono per aria e ti ammazzano subito. E quello è un svantaggio che c'è il canone, che è troppo lento. Non è per esempio come la scova, che la scova c'ha il fattore che per esempio diciamo che sale velocissimo e dopo tu puoi avere il controllo sull'aria e spostarti muoverti, ma questo no.
Here we get to see Heroics Thomas and Malabuka. They are up, they are standing, which means they have survived the drop clearly, and they are working their way towards the grand finals here and now.
Massive stuff though from Malabuka and Thomas, given that they had to sit out for game number 2 because of Kanata and Ager. So for them to be able to play makeup time now, just adding to their total point count for the day. Because again, we are in game 3 of 5. So this is, I think,
però è bellissimo vedere come le coppie stanno vicine e come stanno vicine alle altre coppie.
Sì, sì, sì.
The consistency that needs to be maintained come into play.
Yeah, one might say this is the most important game of the tournament here. Between game 1 and game 3, I mean, either you set yourself up for success or you turn things around now and come out a victor. And by that, I just mean top 25, right? That is the goal today. And then, of course, Sunday, get as high as possible, make as much money, and be the winner of that $1 million first place prize. Here we got Pink and Vico. I know we were hyping them up. Definitely a team that has had a lot of success. Although, again, playing off the scrappy drop, but look, they find themselves finally fighting Acorn and Cold.
True, but they had Calgamer and 7-Man also on the opposite end of them. It seemed as though they were kind of sandwiched in that position. So, might be a very tough circumstance for them to actually work around in as well. Here in the heart of Mega City, you got Flixie way up top on the building. Group A. Seems as though they had a successful battle because Flixie, with 1 elimination, looked as if he just got the opportunity to revive Group A there as well. But now, from this aerial point of view, opportunities to use these grind rails if necessary for a quicker rotation, but Mega City seems to be relatively safe for the time being. And the way Flixie keeps looking down leads me to believe that he's got some form of idea.
Mega City è bellissimo come posto, no?
Just outside of the Mega City, King and Phaser Cam here. Very interesting. They've had a very long track from the Relentless Retreat till here. No elims just yet, but it's a perfect time to go ahead and catch up 11. So let's hear the word.
Thank you, Mo. So like you see, no elims. We obviously saw at the start of the day, Cal Gamer had a lot to say about Phaser and King's ability. He thought he weren't too good. And King's
Ma la voce di questo ragazzo è bellissima, no?
But these two teams have been going head to head. Not full engagement, but still both teams willing to try and set up the fights where possible. We see them sort of pinching and peeking towards each other at times. And what's happening is that they're both disengaging, right? Neither team
Con la voce di Dio, ma che
top
dici?
25. So one of these two teams is going to have to start to step it up if either of them are going to be making out of Relentless Retreat and making that vote useful.
Thanks so much, Levin, for that breakdown on whether or not it's going to be Calgamer, 7-Man, or King and Phaser. That's going to be the team that finally breaks through.
No, le mani perché sono sudate di questo.
Oh, io ho visto sempre solamente che alla fine del match c'hanno un panno.
Sì, sì.
Che fanno così.
Ti asciugano?
Sì, sì, sì.
Io immagino la tensione, l'adrenalina e tutto questo.
Sì, questi stanno sudando tutto il tempo.
They've got some eliminations on the mind because they want Pink and Vico if they can find it.
Ma questo da solo sta pushando contro due.
Backside here, Pink and Vico certain to have to keep an eye out for it. Cold though,
Il problema è che come gli altri non sanno che sta da solo e pushando e non fanno un cazzo.
Lui
Ma non sta da solo.
No, non è solo, ma lui stava pushando solo.
E quello loro non è perché credono che sta solo, è perché lo vedono con quella schifo.
Sì, ma quello è un errore, tu devi comunicare con il tuo compagno e di pushare tutti e due insieme.
Ma forse lo stanno facendo apposta. Uno spinge da una parte e l'altro piano piano si avvicina.
Sì, non gli fanno capire niente, tentano di confonderli.
E nessuno conquistava ancora l'isola.
E stanno salendo,
Ah, no, eccoli.
Quindi questa c'ha 3 pesci, c'è un sacco di buche.
Ma questa sta da sola.
Quella che ha messo quelle scale perché non le sparassero, li mette e la sparano subito. Ah, ma questo sta solo, no? Sì, il compagno è morto.
Però vuole fare questi 15 punti.
E c'è qualcuno sopra su di che sta sparando.
No, non c'è nessuno sopra.
Stavo da sotto.
Da solo. Ma quelli di sotto non lo sanno che sta solo, perché questo gioco è bellissimo. Ovviamente se lo sapessero arrivano e lo ammazzano.
Sì, ma la cosa bella è che ha fatto una giocata maestra avendo perso il compagno, perché prende 15 punti se conquista.
Esatto.
Lui è possibile anche che perda male, perché è solo.
Sì, ma
alla fine potrebbe perdere.
Esatto, e appostare il tutto per il tutto, perché alla fine la possibilità di vincere senza il suo compagno è molto difficile, devi rischiare.
Però 15 punti potrebbero comunque far comodo.
Esatto.
Io sarei tantissimo curiosa di sapere anche cosa si dicono loro. No? Cioè di loro. Dicono c'è un questo, c'è quell'altro, stile così dicono, no? Perché loro comunque comunicano quando mi
Non sicuro che hanno le cuffie, hanno la chat aperta.
Sì, io penso che loro possono comunicarsi tra loro.
Sì, però penso che comunichino cose molto sintetiche, perché...
Oh, non lo so se si possono comunicare tra loro la verità.
Sì, no, beh, hanno le cuffie e c'hanno i microfoni.
Si vede che parlano, stanno parlando.
Però probabilmente saranno molto sintetici nelle parole. Ci saranno delle parole precise per dire cosa bisogna fare, e in più usano queste sorte di
No, loro possono passare liberamente perché quelli che stanno intorno non li sentono, quelli coffi. Non ti preoccupare, gli altri non li sentono.
Ma nessuno ci gioca.
Io non mi stavo preoccupando, però dicevo che dato la velocità con cui si svolgono gli eventi, sicuramente noteranno in maniera molto concisa, perché
Facciamo, vogliamo commentare i capelli di Gargor, che sono stupendi, cioè sono dei ricci, guardate i ricci di questo ragazzo, guardate che perfezione, ricciolini che sembrano fatti con il bigodino, guarda, una cosa assurda. Bellissimo. Cazzo!
Bellissimo.
Agent Cold!
Dal momento questo c'ha due uccisioni.
Sono i ricci.
Sono i ricci che stanno giocando, non è lui.
Sì, esatto.
Replay, vediamo la replay. Boom, pam, boom.
E ne portate giù uno. Arriva il compagno e lo elimina.
Just did not seem as though Pink and Vico
e invece di qua la torre
from that position, but being towards that front.
Ma questi li ammazzerà il raggio. Ma quella luce che cos'è? Le risorse? Non penso. Quella luce. Guardala.
Luce io penso siano loro che indicano cose.
Ma che sarà quella luce?
every
Te l'ho detto, sono loro che puntano a indicare delle cose, penso.
Sì,
È come quando noi lo vediamo blu, viola.
Sì, no, ma non penso proprio, perché questo mostra il gioco generale.
Però siccome ti sta mostrando la prospettiva sua, ti fa vedere dove lui ha indicato l'ultima volta.
Esatto, e penso che sia per quello che lo vedi bianco e non lo vedi di un colore, perché appunto è generale. Credo.
Non penso, però può essere.
Vedi che ne è comparso un altro
Sì, perché vedi che si muovono continuamente, come se...
Qualcuno sta dicendo vai là.
Esatto.
Può essere. Penso di sì. Ush, ma questo era morto.
Granted,
we know that he's capable of making those solo clutch circumstances happen, but with so many power hitters left in this lobby as a team, that solo spot not looking the best.
Danyak, Carmi, absolutely scary duo right here.
Ha trovato un pompa che potrebbe averli...
Guarda la faccia cattiva di questa ragazza.
Madonna!
Mamma mia, un tedesco sembra.
Probabilmente è tedesco.
Coming up short here now.
Cazzo, mi fa paura.
Mamma mia, non lo puoi guardare negli occhi.
Basta dire che non devono stare in questo territorio. Mamma mia.
No, quello... Se nel gioco vedi la sua faccia, perdi per quello.
Sì.
All she wrote.
And to be fair,
effective rotate.
It's a lot of map to cover though for some of those north side teams. The way that things have been breaking down, but still, Maniac and Carmi again doing a good job utilizing those crash pads. Cammy and Seti together as a duo. That's something that we haven't really seen too much of at this point in the game. Curious to see how their end game goes now. That they're both
They're checking bushes, they're looking around, they're trying to see who is lingering about. They already have themselves a combination. And they're sitting on top of the loot. So
è come quando noi diciamo sta là e poi ci compare da dietro.
So this is an excellent find for them. Meanwhile, looking at the top 5 here, Ritual and
Però da una parte
getting the charge by a fair
sono
margin.
tutti di una bravura incredibile. Però mi conforta vedere che anche loro ogni tanto qualche piccola defiance ce l'hanno. Piccola.
Certo, perché loro sono bravi perché conoscono molto bene il gioco, conoscono bene quali sono i tipi di costruzione, i tipi di modifiche che puoi fare, come farli, che sono velocizzati nel farlo. Però ovviamente poi dopo c'è il fatto che tu non è che sai tutto. Cioè sai come funziona il gioco, sai giocare il gioco, però gli altri giocatori sono la stessa cosa, che non puoi sapere dove stanno gli altri.
Certo, c'è sempre la possibilità che...
Il fattore umano.
Sì. L'errore umano c'è sempre, esiste.
Seems Flixie is going to be just fine for the time being, but
la tempesta si accorcia. E infatti abbiamo la situazione solita in cui sono quasi tutti compressi nello stesso punto.
A great position over the lobby right now. A bird's eye view.
53 persone ci sono ancora.
Potential high ground, and they have just continued to show us what they are made of. They are now officially slipped their way into
poi piano piano non puoi più distruggere, quindi non puoi più ricavare materiali, quindi estendono un po' di
alla fine tutto si riduce a quanto materiale ti è rimasto e quanto sei bravo tu nella tua meta.
Not sure Tayson understands that there was a down body there.
Non sta curando, non intervenire ora. Lo sta curando.
Kyrie hoping he can get the thing in time, but it's going to be too much from Tayson.
Ma non ce l'ha fatta.
Ma è riuscito a scappare?
Seeing if they can finish what somebody else had started.
Purtroppo ha perso il compagno. Ah sì, sono proprio i loro segni. Sono proprio i loro segni perché le ha segnato un succo e ho visto partire il segno bianco.
Ma gli hanno ucciso l'altro compagno?
Sì, a quello...
Sono seguite due?
No. L'altro è scappato, che non sia morto.
Ecco, Veno.
Senza questi. But again, Baka Pars looking downwards on them, putting that infinite upwards pressure here, not making it look easy at all here. He's going to have to concede. It's costing him a lot. He's going to have to take some of Vino's inventory as well. So Vino trusting in Queasy to lead the rotate here.
It's all about that middle, though, at this point for Queasy, especially when you know that you're having some pressure being applied to you from the high ground. The more durable your builds, the better. As far as understanding, though, which way he wants to target Queasy, recognizing the fact that
sono dei da un certo punto di vista sono degli artisti.
Ma questo c'è un'altura?
No, ma dico il loro modo di però non si è fatto quasi niente. Il loro modo di procedere è artistico.
Guarda come stanno costruendo l'altura.
Ma guarda come è rischioso se gli spaccano la scala.
Cammy and Seti are looking backwards and they're saying, no, not today, not in this lobby. I want to fight for it as well. We need a big game here. We need it now. And all of a sudden now they are the most resistant on the front side of the zone here. But if they don't put pressure back, we know what's going to happen. Vino, Queasy will run with this.
Seti and Cammy aren't careful. Keep in mind where they're building.
Enemies to avoid
go towards. I mean, with the direction that Queasy's headed, at least, it almost seems as though they might headbutt each other on the high ground. The moment here, but it's Acorn, a bit sneaky with the crash pad, but he's continuing to hang around. He wants that front side of the zone, but hanging just on the edge of it.
And I just love how we're seeing, again, NA's best and EU's best, right? Back to back here, two different perspectives, two totally different layers. Acorn and Cold.
Non si capisce niente, raga. Sono 36 giocatori. Sì, ancora. Guarda come si riducono piano.
You do, of course, have your other teams fighting for height, so an excellent play to watch unfold here. But double Pars and the end game for Pars here too. No Baka. The least amount of elims we've seen so far, but it is a single one. So far of the three, they put up numbers every time. Now we jump in with Muzz and Paper. Turning online right now, 6 eliminations. Could this be their game? One big pop-up will put you up in that top 25, surely.
It's been a relatively quiet day for Muzz and Paper so far, so this could be a massive moment if they're able to seize it. Sitting on the low ground, though, Acorn and Cold. They can tell there's players trying to make their way around the edges next to them. 2 crash pads remain here at Acorn's disposal. Cold following closely behind. Cammy and Seti, though, they seem to be making an idea of their own.
This is crazy from the backside here. And this might be the new
ma questi si curano e li sparano tutti quelli che stanno spostandosi avanti.
Intelligentissimi.
Fino a un certo punto.
Sì, perché comunque stanno in mezzo alla nebbia.
Sì, ma stare in mezzo alla nebbia corrisponde a spendere tutti i succhi che c'hai per curarti. Ci sono recursi che magari ti servono dopo, ma perché magari tu sull'altura puoi ferire a tanti, ma non è detto che li ammazzi. Che si curano benissimo. Ma vediamo che fine fanno. Un succo fa la differenza, prendili. Ah, cazzo.
No, prendere quel succo ti è costato la vita, raga.
Esatto.
No, hai visto? Un succo può cambiarti la vita, esatto.
E può costarti la vita. No, questo è schifo. Ma questo c'ha 11 anni.
No, raga, ma questo è un ragazzino, Jace.
Questo è i genitori che hanno dato il permesso.
Guarda. Hanno vinto quelli che stavano sull'altura.
Erano loro?
Agent Code.
Questo è il più vecchio che gioca.
Sì.
It's just too easy if you're Acorn and Cold. But the best part still is that moments away from figuring
Che le ha detto, no, è un errore, non avete vinto voi.
We've got our very own Frankie down on the floor to see what they have to say.
I do. I'm so excited to talk to these guys because they're known for one of the most consistent placements in all of the games that they play, and you haven't disappointed us so far. What's it like, Cole, taking a victory royale of day one here in Copenhagen?
I don't know. It's an insane feeling. I mean, this guy's just, I don't know. This guy's on something else. Like, this guy's the best player, I think, on I'm serious.
Yeah, doing it for Canada. We saw you in the air, nearly clutching the victory royale in the previous game, and now you've taken it one step further. For you, is it a bit of a dream to perform so well so early in the competition?
Of course. I mean, like, getting ahead early is always the best, and no pressure now, you know?
Yeah, you're not feeling the pressure. You're pretty set on Sunday already.
Sotto pressione,
Why do you think
No,
you
adesso
are able
niente pressione
to
adesso.
take down the competition?
I mean, I'm just playing with the best player. It's not that hard.
You have been preparing for this all year long. You qualified way back in Major 1. How do you feel like the game and the way you've had to play it has changed over the past year?
I mean, everything's changed. You know, we kind of did good in the beginning, then we had a little downfall, and everything's changing, but we're adapting pretty well.
You say downfall, what do you mean by downfall? Because you did place top 10 in all 3 majors in North America this year that you played. So for you, what's a bad day?
Anything under first.
Siccome Giuliana rompe le palle, non parlo più. Sono le 7 di sera.
Now, I've got to send back to the desk very quickly, though, before I do. Akon said such nice things about you, Cold. Have you got a message for him?
This guy is actually the best IG on the game. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. This guy, just his brain is just no one can compete.
Well, I can hear Akon saying, stop, stop, stop over there. So I will stop on your behalf.
Insomma, l'altro sta dicendo, no, questo è veramente assurdo, proprio ideale.
Praticamente si stanno facendo una sega a vicenda, perché uno ha detto all'altro che è bravissimo e l'altro pure.
No, ma l'altro continua a dire no, lasciamo stare. Quindi che qual è stata la strategia che gli ha detto, gli ha suggerito per portarli alla vittoria?
Any duo to win a game in this fashion, and that it looked so easy.
E questi sono quelli che stavano sull'altura e curandosi.
Ma quanto è grosso il
We tune into the global championships. The one thing that obviously everybody is excited about is the clash of playstyles, the best at what they do. And throughout this game, you know, we saw some tight changes between, you know, arguably the best tight team in the world, Queasy and Venom. And then I was like, oh, look at this, Acorn and Cold. They're on the low ground. That's exactly where they thrive.
No, non erano quelli che stavano sopra curando.
No, ma questo è presto, amore.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking at, Vivid, right? You're looking at the teams and seeing if the things that they do so well in their region.
Stavano sopra, però sono riusciti a mantenersi sempre, quasi sempre nell'occhio. Sono stati molto bravi.
The big thing here is that, you know, you look at these guys, they're clearly in the element, they're feeling so confident. Cold, when he's at his best, what a player. I honestly, it's almost hard to describe the levels, right? Major 1, when they won the FNCS in their region, I genuinely think that peak that Cold had hit as a player individually, one of the best we've ever seen from anybody, right?
Però
on a whole different level.
Adesso vedo del tutte che giochi primo e Monaco di nuovo.
Let's take a look together. Let's see how things are going. Remember,
Vediamo come stanno i punti.
Ma
guarda che per esempio Abbiamo, va bene, i secondi.
Venom pure è risalito, era quinto prima.
Sì, ma adesso questi ragazzi 225 punti si stanno facendo inalcanzabili.
Guarda che distanza. Una distanza
sì, sono
praticamente
quasi 50 punti. Troppo. Ma
è quasi
Sono 60 punti di differenza, 16 di eliminazione.
È quasi una vittoria reale di differenza fra i due, ma bisogna contare anche tutte le altre azioni all'interno del gioco e il piazzamento, quindi è molto difficile per i secondi recuperare tutti quei punti.
Ma 2 partite possono fare la differenza. Per esempio, sì, la prossima partita questi perdono alla prima ronda e in quanto arrivano magari gli danno l'opportunità agli altri di soprassalire, capito?
But having a couple problems, right, where a bunch of their other EU compatriots are very much making flanking them in
a parte la voce, enorme proprio.
Where they're flanked, that's not something that they often get caught out that. But this time round, we're saying what happened. They're waiting for them.
Gosh, I
Guarda.
so much respect for Canada because I was honestly looking at their position, and it was as that 7th zone rotate was coming in. They were actually towards that castle split. They were based up. Like, wow, they're on the high ground. They have a very good position. And then next zone showed, and it went all the way north. And I was like, yeah, there's no way this is going to end up being a good game. And look at this, Cammy's they just surprise every single time, and in such good fashion. I mean, you mentioned it. We've seen Venom. Here's the aware of their flank. How did Cammy and Seti pull this off?
And it's not just playing it off right, actually in the position, delivering, being able then to actually, hit the shots. Of course, they did get chopped out on height eventually, right? It was Acorn and Cole that did that so well. But I think the big thing with Cammy and Seti is obviously we saw how they started the day, and I think it's fair to say they brushed the dust off their shoulders, right? They didn't allow losing off spawn early to sort of derail their competition. They understood, hey, look, we just got to stick to the fundamentals, get back in the game, we can beat these guys off spawn, and now they are delivering in the game.
And one more point here about Cammy.
Eri tu che avevi una cosa in mente in particolare.
Similar for Cammy and Seti, right? They're pretty chilling when it comes to the points.
Just wild. And to think this all began, like, their day started with basically...
Ma tu che cosa vuoi mangiare, Victor, stasera?
Vino and sushi. Getting the Victor Royale. And now they're sitting there attacking them on high ground.
Perché data la durata del torneo, noi penso che la nostra cosa la rimandiamo la settimana prossima.
È vero, voi uscite questa sera?
Avremmo dovuto, ma insomma, si fa molto tardi.
Ma potete andare?
Sono le 7, ci sono ancora altre 2 partite.
They're gonna jump, they can tell. Nope. 15 points.
And you might be thinking, Zeke, right? Like, oh, it's so easy, right? Oh, he's up there as a solo.
E domani? Perché domani?
It's got to be the nerve.
La stessa match.
Domani
very
sì.
good at hiding. iDrab somehow got that situation off where he's like, hey, I'm just going to sneak up here. And I'm pretty sure later on, actually, because as we know, Reboot Van on top of the island ended up using it to go ahead and reboot his teammate. So
Absolutely insane. Levin left speechless. Now, we do have something really cool here lined up. Listening to that game-winning Acorn and Cold. Let's take a listen.
We're just gonna crash that and go. Not now though, but
Per mangiare la pizza.
Possiamo mangiare la pizza o io che ne so. Dite voi.
yeah, I hit it.
Ordino 2 pezzi di pizza.
Run left, run left.
2 pezzi, tu non vuoi mangiare?
Going deeper.
No, sarebbe 2 pezzi da dividere in 3.
Nice, bro. Really good job.
Ma
You good?
la domanda è, io di pezzi dividi in 3 e quindi la domanda è, se li dividi in 3 volete che la razioni tutte per me o non ho capito?
I'm PC for that one.
So PC.
There.
I mean, I just have to say, every single time I get to hear these guys,
Ordino la pizza,
Acorn
ma
and Cold are
quella dell'ultima volta?
Certo.
You never think they're sitting at a LAN, the biggest LAN that there is to play.
E domani sera?
No, domani sera facciamo una cosa molto più tranquilla.
Sì, ma domani che sappiamo che questo è così lungo, facciamo una cosa prima.
Esatto. Magari a pranzo facciamo il pesto rosso.
No, possiamo fare una zuppa o un riso, lo facciamo prima e alla sera solo riscaldarlo. Ma che riso? Ma che riso volete?
Non lo so.
Volete
fare un riso?
Volete un riso?
Tu vuoi fare un riso?
Ma io faccio fare quello che vuoi.
Allora cucina.
Ma un
Mi
riso
prendo lo stesso ordine dell'altra volta, raga?
Sì, secondo me va bene.
Papale papale, vi è piaciuto?
A me è piaciuto la
Puoi prendere esattamente la stessa?
Usata mia.
Ma facciamo...
Usata mia carne.
Cosa, Victor?
Beh, vuoi prendere esattamente la stessa? Se può prendere? No,
Sto chiedendo se puoi prendere esattamente la stessa.
Sì, ma tu vuoi fare metà con me?
Sì.
Va bene.
Però voglio modificarla la mia, perché mi ricordo che la mia...
Ti eri sbagliata almeno.
Ah sì, le avevi messo il salmone invece di che
No,
cosa?
avevo messo la stracciatella invece del salmone.
Esatto. Ma comunque era buonissimo.
Sì, sì.
Ma erano molto buoni.
That is why me and Vivid are good at Fortnite when we play zero builds, because I trust Vivid completely. Now let's kind of focus in on here. We like to kind of discuss Storm Surge strategies. Obviously, y'all at home, I know I could use some help, but something that we kind of saw something we saw in game was actually Reet and Ritual. They have a very interesting Storm Surge strategy.
Yeah, placing very, very high up on the leaderboard right now. And it's not even necessarily about the Storm Surge strategy. It's about using their drop spot to their advantage. They're going to be dropping towards Creaky Compound, which is pretty central of the map. And if we think about any of the Fortnite zones, right, usually most of them will involve the center of the map in some capacity in those early zones. And the cool thing about Creaky Compound, look at all of these hills that Ritual and Reet can take advantage of. The fact that they're landing there means that they get early priority to a lot of those positions. And every single game, they're going to make sure that they base up on those high ground positions to make sure that any of the players rotating through the center of the map, which, by the way, a lot of players like to rotate through the center of the map, and make sure they can get all the tags necessary for their Storm Surge.
And I think an interesting thing to note, and it's big props to Reet here, when you typically look at discussions around Storm Surge and the ability for people to, be effective in tags, you often go, look, controller players, it's a lot harder, right? Long distance, that aim assist ain't as strong. He's hitting every single shot, bang, 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 bang. You don't care. You don't care. He's hitting everything, right? Big props to Reet. That's not an easy thing to do, especially on the show as well. We're at the Global Championships once and for all. So I think for him to be as well as he is right now says a lot about him as a player.
Good shout.
Absolutely. You guys are killing it. You guys are great. I love y'all. All right, actually, why don't we go ahead and check out the creator
Tu hai la pecorino fede
with a very special
c'è
creator.
una roba diversa.
Thank you so much, Steve. I am here with someone very
Ce n'era un'altra che mi avevi detto la volta scorsa che era molto buona, tipo carbonara, mi sa.
Okay, so we're 3 games down, 2 to go. What has been your experience so far?
Oh my gosh, I've been having the best time, I think, just coming to IRL events and seeing the players play and the crowd get so excited and crazy. It's the best experience.
And what has it been like interacting with all the creators here in the Creator Lounge?
It's been so fun. Shout out to Reddit, shout out to Peach, my people. I love getting to see the people that I interact with online IRL as well. It's really fun.
Well, we're going to talk about your people, then we're going to talk about your favorite team as well. Who is it?
Okay, so I came in not really knowing who I wanted to root for, but Cold and Acorn have like stolen my heart. I'm rooting for them. Let's go.
Oh, then you must feel really good, just them walking away in Game 3 with that victory royale.
I know, it was so exciting. I was like getting a touch up right before, and I'm trying to look over like, oh my gosh, they finally won. So exciting. I'm excited to see what they do for the rest of the games.
And I'm so excited to hear about what you do with all this Fortnite music. What is the process for creating these incredible songs?
Yeah, it's so fun. I really just try to take pop culture and music and like kind of take the elements of songs that we know and love and like apply it to Fortnite, and I feel like the people really relate to it, which is so fun and so awesome.
Do you have any songs in the works right now?
Oh my gosh, none that I want to talk about yet.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, but shout out if you know Tilted Tower Dance, go Tilted. That has 100,000 streams on Spotify. And it's a Fortnite song, and I'm so proud of that, so really cool.
Keep Up Radio, thank you so much for joining me here. Where can people find you online?
You can find me on as Keep Up Radio everywhere. And can I just say one more thing?
Yes, of course. Oh my God, thank you again so much. And guys, back to you on the desk.
Go Tilted.
Go Tilted. Go Tilted. Go Tilted. Shout out to you, Keep Up Radio. Again, it's just so cool. We've been doing FNCS for a year now, coming together, bringing everybody into one big pool, just being like, what's up, Fortnite fam? It's great to see all of you from different walks of life, from different aspects of the game, all in a single place. How have you guys enjoyed the competition so far?
Yeah, I think the competition is delivering completely for me, right? The atmosphere has been absolutely amazing. The crowd's been going absolutely wild, especially when Thomas HD is on the screen. I know the M8 audience up there, every single time they're on the screen, they've been going crazy. So shout out to everybody that's here.
Yeah, the atmosphere's been unbelievable. And to think, we've got more days of this, right? Coming, we got Saturday, we got Sunday. It's going to get even more loud inside of here, which I'm very much excited about. But, even in the server, right, in the game, the players have been delivering, man. I think when you have a competition like this where you have the stakes set so high, we're expecting the big names to come out, but they're actually giving us performances, that match up to the status they have. It is a special day. So I think all the players, hopefully these last 2 games continue to deliver in that regard. The leaderboard was looking a bit too NA for my liking, so hopefully some more of the EU teams can sneak their way up there. But of course, this is, the upper bracket day. The more important day will be the grand finals to see my EU boys up there.
Yeah, no bias at all. No bias.
No, 100% bias. No, of course. Fully biased.
And I'm sure you guys are wondering, what's up with this longer break? Well, keep in mind, we're halfway through the day, so we have to give the players a break. Get them to step back, kind of refresh the mentals to come back stronger in these next couple of games. Frankie is actually standing by right here, right now, with Miro and Cooper. Let's take a listen.
I am, and this is such an impressive duo because they came together for Major 2 and qualified for Globals back then by coming second. So of course I had to talk to them. Currently in 24th position on the leaderboard. And Cooper, this is your first LAN. Are you happy with how things are going so far?
I think we should be doing a lot better in terms of on the leaderboard. But for my first LAN, I can't complain. You know, I'm having a good time, and I hope we do better.
So how come you've become this fresh-faced IGL that everyone is saying such great things about, given that this is your first LAN?
Starting an IGL role is really hard for me, but I think playing with Mero also, with being a great teammate, I think I've improved drastically, and I hope I do better. Yeah, I hope I do good.
Why did you want to become an IGL?
Being a fragger, I feel like I never got a good IGL, and I wanted to kind of take terms of being the leader in a duo, and I just got lucky to play with the best fraggers, so.
Well, I should talk to that best fragger now. Mira, I apologise for leaving you out in the cold as I've spoken to your teammate for so long. But you are regarded as a veteran. This is not your first rodeo. Why did you want to compete here with Cooper?
I think he's a good teammate. He's always grinding the game. You know, that's really about it. Honestly, he's just fun to play with, good teammate, and I don't know, we kind of have like a lot in common in terms of like interests and stuff. So he's like easy to talk to about things and like music and all that. So it's just easy, you know.
Have you got a warm-up song that you listen to before you go on stage?
Ski by Sexy Red.
I do not know the song, but that is because I'm not as cool as you two are. So what's the strategy now? How are you going to regroup to try and guarantee that spot in Sunday's grand final today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say too much because I don't want to get DQ'd, but I feel like I really haven't had a fair chance of playing Fortnite yet. And I think that we just need a little bit more luck on our side and we're going to be fine.
Okay, well, hopefully the luck will be on your side. Thank you so much for talking to me, gentlemen. I'll let you go and get some food. And I am going to bring in a Londoner. In fact, our only Londoner on LAN, so therefore I'm slightly biased because I'm from London too, if you hadn't noticed by the accent. Pink, currently 29th on the leaderboard. How are you finding things in Copenhagen so far?
I'm finding it good, despite our placement. I think we're not playing the best, but I'm finding it good, yeah.
Why do you think you're not playing the best yet?
Game 1 we played well. Game 2...
Io quello che non mi aspettavo era che fosse così lungo. Io pensavo facessero dei match uno dietro l'altro e poi dichiarassero il vincitore con una piccola cerimonia della giornata. Io invece, cioè, vabbè, è anche normale che facciano delle pause fra l'uno e l'altro per dare la possibilità di recuperare. Perché comunque tanta tensione in 20-25 minuti, mezz'ora.
They're not in your head.
Devi un attimo scaricarla prima di...
Because you're a relatively new duo, you came together for major number 3 and you pulled off what you needed to do to make it to globals. But this was a surprising duo in some ways. So why do you think it's
più o meno quando
come together
finisce.
so quickly?
I've been very tough with Vico, and he's like, at the start he was a bit annoying, I'd say, but more so now he's more so making me proud. So I think we're a good duo. We complement each other well, and I like playing with him.
He's a really aggressive player. How did you manage to stop him pressing W in every situation?
I had to fake drop him, I've had to scream a lot, I've had to do a lot of things. I've kind of mentored him in a way, but yeah.
Pink, I'm looking for a coach, so I don't know if we can, once you're done with globals, you've got the spare time with your hands, are you taking new clients on?
No.
Well, it's a great excuse, darn it. But I'm fine with it. I'll just go solo. Thank you so much for talking to me, Pink, and we will see you.
Ma a che ora vuoi fare arrivare la pizza? A che ora vuoi fare arrivare la pizza?
Arriva alle 20:10 e mezza.
Speriamo che abbia finito questo.
Yeah, honestly,
Ma non è problema, ci ho mangiato davanti allo schermo.
Would I ever lie to you?
No?
That's not the way I never lied.
È più comodo sul tavolo, ma vabbè.
And Vico is there.
Amo, se volevi mangiarlo sul tavolo, ma dovevi dire al finale dopo.
Acorn and Cold, they're basically qualified now, right? They could, not play the rest of the games, and they'll be good to move through to the finals. These guys aren't, right? And so if you're Acorn and Cold and these guys are contesting you, you're going to make their life as difficult as possible. You're going to make sure you can do whatever it takes to guarantee they don't have a chance to contest you come grand final time. So if I was Pink and Vico, I'd be not worried per se, because, this is not a guy that's ever going to be worried, I would start to be a bit concerned.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely bring up some very valid points, but I think if anything has been proven by some of these performances so far, one good game, right? One victory route with a couple eliminations is worth enough points, 100%, to fly up that leaderboard. So they just got to win that spawn fight one more time.
Do you think they do that, though? Is that the play, trying to kind of keep rolling the dice? Is it just let's find somewhere else, or let's just disengage? What do you guys think?
So it's interesting, right? Because Pink is a player that's very experienced when it comes to being contested, right? You look back all the way to Chapter 3, Season 2, I believe it was contested by Mustache and Malabuko, and they were playing together, and they, you know, were unbelievable, right? And I remember Pink saying to me, I've never experienced that off-sport.
Questo ragazzo è britannico, no?
A lesson, right? He learned what it takes to be a good off-spawn team, and he said to me he had a lot of those sort of similar strategies coming in to try and use against Acorn and Cold, and so maybe now we start to see him start to whip out some of the things he maybe would have wanted to save for grand finals, but use them now to secure a spot for final.
Good stuff. They are sitting there on the bubble, 29th place. Remember, top 25 will be the ones to move on to Sunday's finals. Now, if you find themselves at the bottom 25, they still have tomorrow. Obviously, not the best situation to find themselves in. You know, Vivid right now, Levin makes a great point. If they're kind of pulling out some of these strategies, they might have to.
Ma questo si mette le cuffie sotto le cuffie.
To Sunday, but if it doesn't, that means that they're going to go into tomorrow's lower bracket, and those 25 players will have watched this. They will have known, okay, well, this is what they're looking to do.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting situation. I don't think anybody wants to be in the situation that they are in right now. But listen, we're at the global championships, right? These teams are here for a reason. If 2 games is what it takes for them to actually go through the finals, I guarantee you that they are very, very well capable of it.
Yeah, 100%, right? Again, it is just a matter of doing what they were able to do in that first game, right? He said it himself, that first game, if it was good, they were in that game. They looked good. They looked like a team that was going to continue throughout the day to have pop-offs, but unfortunately it hasn't panned out that way, right? Have to get back to what that was in game 1, and I think it's very possible for this team.
Yeah, so what you kind of just touched on, you guys are just hitting me with the razzle-dazzle right now.
That's what we do.
That's what you do. You know, this is the global championships, okay? We're looking for the best duo in the world. There cannot be any question. There has to be a duo that steps up and says, we are definitively better than everybody else. So I feel like at this point in time,
sì, no, le unghie, che unghie, sta mangiando le mani.
You can't just say, well, this is a major, you know, you've got weeks 2, week 3, you know, you'll go to, we'll see you in grand
nella
final.
lobby.
This is the end of the line.
You know what? Levin said it. Honesty is the best policy, right? So I'm going to talk about one of the favorites here, right? We took a look at a little bit of the bubble right there, and I saw 23rd place, Thomas, HD, and Malabuka. That is not a very comfortable spot to be.
Not at all. Not at all. And then obviously, you know, when you are the favorite, there's pressure that comes with that. You've got this crowd here that's making all this noise for you. If you are Thomas, HD, and Malabuka, you have to start thinking about, okay, how do we get back into this, right? I think a lot of them, people saw them as a favorite coming into this competition because they are so good. But things haven't been easy, right? The Canada versus an Ages off-spawn battle hasn't been the simplest of equations for them to solve. And even, you know, beyond that, right? Actually, when they are getting to play out games, the formula, it's not quite clicking, it's not quite working.
That's right. Well, I'm getting word. As much as I'd love to continue this conversation, games are ready to go. So let's kick it up to the casters to get us prepped.
We are here. This is game 4 about to get underway. And I want to give a huge shout out to Kit. But let's go ahead and go to the battle bus because the game starts now. What I was gonna say is a shout out to Cammy and Seti. They had a little bit of a rough start to start the day, but they have shown it just takes one big game to get yourself inside of that top 25. And this being game 4 with only one game left
questo, no?
there's only a few spots left for those bubble teams to grab.
Questo per la Nassa, bellissimo.
That definitely needs a good matchup for things to start picking up for them. Both sides, Snazy starting to get some shots from the sky, but here at the racetrack, we've watched this for 3 games now. 2-1 in favor of Thomas and Malabuka. Kanata trying to see what he can do. It's a double fire, but Thomas, for the time being, he's gonna go down. Kanata and Agers looking like they could be in a decent position here, but it's Malabuka on the wraparound of the reboot band, trying to make sure that he can keep Thomas and his own hopes alive for this game number 4. Ager's Kanata so incredibly low, but Malabuka down to half HP. Now
Che attenzione, è esploso! Oddio!
Barely keeping the hope alive for Kanata and Agers.
Oh, this is gonna be a big save. His chance to get his HP back, and it down onto Kanata. He has no ammo left. This
Ma non c'ha munizioni.
To just push up, finish this off, but it's Malabuka.
Ma questo ha ucciso quelli due. Ma veramente?
Is going to look like the saving grace here.
Ha ucciso quelli. Ma questo gli ha salvato il culo. Ha salvato la partita, ragazzi. Ma Giuliana se l'ha perso. No, bellissimo.
Peccato.
Thomas and Kanata, and keep in mind, or excuse me, Thomas and Malabuka, but for Agers and Kanata, they're literally in 35th place. And that's bound to get pushed even further back now.
That's where you start to feel the nerves and you feel like you're in the danger zone. We got Cal Gamer, 7-man going up against King and Phaser Kami yet again. And this is where it's going to get heated up. He gets a little bit of a first strike, but doesn't really take advantage of it. And a quick reposition out of King and Phaser. This is exactly what you have to do, but the rift does go off. They're trying to reposition and try to have some claim towards that high ground, but they're not able to do too much. They have to concede relentless retreat in order to stay alive.
Right idea, though. Sometimes you just know when a fight isn't yours to make happen. And for 7-man, all his ammo's running relatively low with that disengage from Phaser. 7-man and Galgamer now gonna have ample time to try and loot out Relentless Retreat. Slappy Shores.
Vediamo cosa qua hanno messo una tabletta contro il bot.
Circumstances with Tayson. Really just nice surge strategy going for the most part at this location. But for Trulix and Chicho, they've also had a relatively quiet time so far.
Yeah, for them, they just got to start building up that confidence. Because even though they'd have the cushion that you could still fall into day 2, we were just talking about it, that's not something you even want to test. Anything can happen in that lower bracket. That's why it's paramount for these teams to qualify today, give themselves a break, a chance to readjust. And Boogan Threats is one of those teams that's outside of that bubble. And I think that's something nobody would have expected.
Non fanno abbastanza danni, iniziano a colpirli, no? Se loro hanno ucciso dei bot, i danni che hanno fatto al bot gli vengono conteggiati?
No.
Ok, solo ad altri giocatori.
No, ma ammazzare un bot non ti dà i punti, non ti dà niente. Un bot è ammazzare un bot, il premio è che ti dà il loot, ti dà le armi.
Yep, just like I was talking about with Cammy and Seti, just one big game. This could be the start that Booga and Threats need to try to propel themselves, if not to the top of the leaderboard, at least inside of that top 25, and that'll give them that chance to readjust. PH in, Kitos, they've been doing well so far as well, and that's something that you want to see. Even if you're qualified already, you want to keep up the pace, continue to build that confidence, because even though you might have Saturday off, you have to be prepared for Championship Sunday. $4 million on the line. That's not something to take lightly.
And again, I think it doesn't necessarily have to be flashy, but for Thomas and Malabuka...
I'm going card.
No, questo lo... Ah, triste che Giuliana non lo può vedere. Ma questo è stato bravissimo, veramente.
Sì. Si è salvato la partita.
It's definitely looked pretty flashy. When you're going for that 50-50, when
e comunque ha fatto punti perché ha ucciso...
Sì, ha ucciso 2.
POI, at least that they're going to be choosing to drop at, or their established drop spot. Racetrack's almost feeling like a POI with how well they have managed to just take hold of it.
Yeah, and I'm not too surprised. It was a couple of majors ago where they were contested. And I wouldn't say it was the highest placing of a contested team ever, but it was one of the highest placings in an FNCS Grand Finals for a team while contested. So they've had that preparation throughout the year, and they're putting all that preparation here to the test. just like Duke and Edgy, trying to pick up the pace here. They are your FNCS Grand Finals champions of the NA region as well. They already started off with 1 elimination, so you know they at least have some surge in their back pocket. But as the lobby and the games have shown throughout the day, you need more than just some surge. You need an ample amount of surge in order to survive this game.
And for Duke and Edgy, they need a lot of points as well, because you have to remember they entered Game 4 in that 46th position. So quite a lot of places to jump up in the leaderboard if they want to actually find themselves in that top 25. But right now, leaderboard is the least of Frostroki's concern. Right now, it is all about surviving and maybe, if he's lucky, finding an opportunity here to look for a pickoff onto Yuumi, because Frostroki, if he's able to find this knock, or if he's able to just be patient, he might actually have a chance. So look for grabbing his teammate's reboot card if he hasn't already.
Yep.
Full disengage. It's still plenty early enough in the game where a reboot ban opportunity could definitely come up clutch.
Especially here where the zone is pulling forward. A lot of those teams are going to begin to rotate, whether they try to go to the slow side or directly straight towards the center. That is going to be one of the few safe opportunities you will have, as the augments are already beginning to come out. Possible rarity check, and a lot of these teams, you might be saving some of those augments as well, but King and FaZe or Kame, you saw them disengage out of Relentless Retreat. They're outside of the top 25, so a game like this is necessary to come out on top, grab as many points as you can, and he's already getting challenged for that high ground, instantly gives up. FaZe and him are a little bit too separated for my liking, and probably theirs as well.
Striker, though, decent top-down overview. But it's going to be Exodus with the immediate trading of that big shield potion, making sure that his teammate is able to maintain as close to full shield as possible. Exodus, meanwhile, hey, you might be looking straight, but there's plenty of teams sure to be looking at you as well. Got to make sure that your backside is covered. And that's going to be an immediate drop down into the safety of their tower that they've managed to build up. Phaser and King, though, just outside of zone, just kind of landlocked for the time being as well on this beach outside of Relentless Retreat. It does not seem as though they're going to have a very easy time working their way in.
Nah, and you kind of saw them there on the leaderboard, 22 points overall. As it stands now, that bubble, that 25th spot is at 58 points. So it's not too far for any one of these teams to really climb up the pace, but the usual Misha and Teeny switching up their drop spot, not liking how their games have been going so far, so they're sticking to what even qualified them to the Global Championship themselves, and that is these sneak attacks. They're going ahead and trying to cut off somebody's boot path and take advantage while they can, and that's QNDX that they're going after, and they have a 2v1 for the time being, and they're wasting a lot of their resources to try to build for it. That is the extra loot that they need. Instead of farming up at a drop spot, this is the strategy that they're going to use. Lui da solo ha fatto fuori lui e l'ha finds a way to disengage, so they're going to have to figure out where else
E l'ha rianimato.
I don't know if that was
Questa qua? No, erano due con la skin, quella che ci fa paura. Quello di prima, quindi stai parlando quello che io mi sono persa? Sì.
They were certainly ready to
Adesso internet.
trigger a little bit too soon there, didn't let him actually fully step into the building, and again, it did seem as though he kind of recognized better. Maybe it was a little bit too free in this circumstance.
Erano quelli di solito che sempre vanno lì alla pista.
Era il giapponese, era uno giapponese.
No, che giapponese.
Sì, era giapponese.
Non era il giapponese, era quello biondo.
Quello che è. Ma insomma non me lo ricordo. No, abbiamo fatto il video completo di sta roba, lo caricherò.
Sì, ma comunque dopo lo possiamo vedere, io sto gravando tutto.
So this will be the congested side. You already see in the minimap there are so many teams going ahead and grabbing their spot all around them. That's going to make it that much harder, but Misha and Teeny keeping things on the run. Weapon Cache is going to come up, and that's 7-man and Cow Gamer that they're trying to contest for it. A little bit of a mistake there with the briefcase turn, trying to go ahead and use it to their advantage. With a nice shot from the side, backs up towards his teammate. 7-man Cow Gamer. This could be their opportunity to try to advance, clean up this elimination, finish the damage you already put down. But for them, it's just grabbing the real estate, grabbing all that piece control. So when the cash does pop, it is all theirs.
Well, as far as 7-man and Cow Gamer are concerned, keep in mind, 7-man, decent loadout. Left side peek, maybe most favorable, but they're certainly still making the magic happen. Builds.
Oh, le hanno reemplazato. No, hanno perso un loot. No! Avete visto? Gli hanno fatto retrocedere e hanno perso il loot. Gli hanno perso loro. No, ce l'avevano.
Again, if you're Kelly Gamer and 7-Man, we saw their loadouts. They don't necessarily need to pressure this. They've got exactly what they were looking for. Can easily disengage at this point.
Yeah, and being another team that's outside of that top 25 bubble, they're just trying to play the safe game, scrape by, try to get some points, and that's Reet and Ritual are almost trying to do the opposite. They're trying to take the fight to Malibuca and Thomas. Thomas and Malibuca are one of those teams that talk about how good they're playing as a contested duo, but they're in 23rd place. Going down here, no placement points. They only get to 8 points for those eliminations off spawn.
Immaginatevi che questi ragazzini, no?
Fanno
questo e vanno addirittura per questo campionato.
Ah, sono stati questi.
Malibuca. Erano questi due?
Sì.
Fanno questo, no? In cui devono vincere i soldi, eccetera. Quindi praticamente come se fosse un loro lavoro. È il loro lavoro, certo. Quindi tu immagini i loro genitori che dicono: hai studiato? Sì. Hai giocato a Fortnite? No, vai subito a giocare a Fortnite.
Mai esercitati.
No, la madre fa così. Hai giocato Fortnite? E no, vai prima a giocare prima di fare quello della scuola.
Prima il dovere e poi il piacere.
Esatto.
E questi che vogliono studiare, che sono disperati, che ogni giorno vogliono studiare, ma non possono perché i genitori gli dicono vai a giocare a Fortnite.
Comunque ricordiamo che la classifica è Agent Cold e Big Hawthorne con 225 punti e 64 decisioni accumulate, da quello che io vedo qua. Assurdo, non è possibile.
64 significa che in media su tre partite ne hanno fatte una ventina, 22, 23.
No, ma questo è sulle FNSS, amore. O sea, nel torneo della NF, per fare quelle uccisioni quelle che sono classificati, amore. Con quelle statistiche che sono classificate, questo non c'entra niente con il gioco.
No, io no, ci sono i punti. È quello che adesso, perché io vedo che la classifica.
Agent Cold stava a 225 punti.
Tant'è che infatti questi e Monaco Venus sono quelli che sono sotto, sono 171.
Ma amore, nessuno in questi partiti ha fatto 20 decisioni.
Esatto, infatti mi sembra strano, però questi qua ci si
No.
non sto a capire cos'è stata qua.
Ti sto dicendo che quella statistica sono le statistiche delle FNSS.
No, non è quella.
Va bene.
È quello delle decisioni, casomai. Fino adesso, aggiungendo quelle che hanno fatto anche adesso qua in questa cosa, poi si arriva a 64. Ma il punteggio di 125 è quello che hanno fatto adesso, perché era la classifica che hanno mostrato prima.
Sì, forse partiva da quelle che...
Cioè, magari sono punteggi che si stanno accumulando al punteggio base con cui loro sono arrivati in classifica.
Anche perché a fianco c'è la coppetta che è la Victory Royale che hanno fatto loro prima e Monaco pure ne ha fatta una e l'altro che sta più sotto. Queste sono le statistiche, addirittura penso delle partite fatte finora, ma non questa. Quindi quel 64
secondo me è cumulativo.
So unfortunate for Oakis, but Mustache, he might have found one elimination. He's got a lot more work ahead of him, though, just from this position alone here at the Creaky Compound. As a solo, Mustache is really going to have to try and play things safe.
Ma sta da solo?
Probably going to have to wait, recognizing the fact that there's some other teams around him, but no, actually, he can't afford to play safe.
Scusa, ma noi abbiamo Agent Cold, Agent Reed e Agent Pulse, raga. Quindi questi fanno parte tutti dalla stessa squadra, ma stanno combattendo tra di loro.
Sì.
He's just barely managing to put himself in a position to win. He's got a lot more work ahead of him, though, just from this position alone here at the Creaky Compound. As a solo,
Tranne due che stanno Paz e Angel Sbacca insieme.
That's just a daring play, very brave, but
Ma perché probabilmente in quello a squadre loro sono in 4 insieme e in quello a duo sono così accoppiati così.
E questo è stato anche complicato perché Agent Paz e Agent Bacca sono scelti per loro e Agent Squad dove uscirò tornato. No, però c'è anche Agent Pink. Forse la possibilità, hanno scelto così per la possibilità di Paz che a squadra comunque in questo modo abbia più probabilità di sono divisi in altre squadre.
Due di loro hanno scelto di dividersi.
Per aumentare la probabilità che la squadra Agent possa vincere il torneo. E magari chissà c'è sta forse anche qualche premio per tutte le squadre che si... no?
Può darsi che ho anche dei riconoscimenti.
That suppressed sniper rifle might be the main reason why they weren't as concerned, but they're still below on surge damage. Another shot like that, though, and they might just be ahead.
Nope, luckily there on the tail end.
C'è
A
pochissimo
couple shots go
materiale.
through, 65 above. They do get the knock, but chances for them to be able to take advantage might not necessarily be there. But that's not necessarily what they were looking
Ma il
for.
problema c'ha pochi materiali, a questo punto non ha fatto nessuna uccisione.
And this is a replay of that shot.
Uff.
Amazing.
Gli ha rotto quella testa, l'ha messo per terra.
As well, he is one of the teams outside of that bubble that needs to put in that work.
And let that be a reminder, I think, for some of these teams, even if you have that height positioning, you peek just a little bit too far, get a little bit
Cioè la rapidità con cui
player like King.
Sono quasi veloci come me.
Yeah, and a lot of these players, you know, they might lose sight of
sono
that
quasi veloci come te a morire.
forget, or they might be forced to peek to get the surge for themselves, and those are the opportunities we've been seeing all day, but danger happens. Duke goes down to paper from one team that has their spot for a team that's fighting for it. That leaves Edgy all by himself trying to clutch up. Acorn and Cold, first place on the leaderboard. They're faring well with that storm surge, even though they're just forced to continue to move north in this zone. They're bypassing a lot of those teams that are on that Rift Island, which honestly looks a little bit more active than we've seen in some of these previous games.
Comunque qua dice, la statistica dice che gli Stati Uniti hanno il maggior numero di giocatori nella top 10, seguiti dalla Polonia. Però immaginate questo, gli Stati Uniti sono enormi, la Polonia è piccolissima come stato e gli Stati Uniti hanno 5 giocatori nella top 10 e la Polonia 4. Cioè sono veramente sproporzionati in realtà. Perché gli Stati Uniti hanno un'estensione enorme.
Che tutta la popolazione di la Polonia gioca a Fortnite.
Esatto, e gioca bene.
Sì,
Gioca anche molto bene.
Ecco, forse spiegato il fenomeno, Victor. Non sono gli europei che sono bravi, sono i polacchi che sono bravi e sfasano le classifiche degli europei.
Ecco, infatti stanno ripetendo. Agent Cold di Algorn 225, Pixel qui sì, Monaco e Venom 199.
Oh cazzo, guarda!
Agent Rift 171. Ah,
Ma che cazzino è successo lì? Questi che sono...
Ecco di nuovo Acorn che ha vinto quella di prima.
Questi mi sa
con
che...
Agent Cold, il ricciolino, il quale ha i ricci, quindi è avvantaggiato sugli altri.
Questi mi sa che sono i favoriti in questa giornata.
Eh sì, stanno anche avanti
Sono
rispetto agli altri.
molto avanti e stanno continuando a fare uccisioni. Quindi... ormai sono in una buona... un buon mood, mi sembra. E questi hanno fatto una cosa eroica all'inizio.
But at least his teammate X-Force is still alive, trying to grab them as many points as possible. But at least they're inside or at that 10th place spot.
Ma questi a questo punto hanno 3 kills. Che cazzo!
Porca troia.
Senza puntare. Un altro?
No, vabbè, assurdo. Fanno il replay. Non fai il replay.
Sì, lo faranno. Però si deve vedere nuovamente, che dici?
C'è scritto replay, ma non ho fatto vedere.
Sì, hanno detto del replay, non hanno mostrato un cazzo.
No, non è stato, esatto.
That's his turf.
Stanno così veloci che i camareografi non se l'aspettavano, capito? E il bar, devono guardare il bar. Ma questo è una costruzione sulla luna, mai l'avevo visto nella mia vita. Ma dai!
Another one of our teams that we've seen do great things throughout the year. 157 above the damage threshold, even though that might not seem
No, che non mostrano questa merda di ripetizione, io non la devo vedere.
Questi tra un po' vengono ammazzati perché non hanno fatto danni.
Step by step, that's the way a lot of teams got to take it, just one foot in front of the other.
C'è 0 kill su...
Sì, 0 kill, ma non ho detto che non hanno fatto danni.
Però c'era scritto tempesta attiva.
Ah, perché ultimamente
some primo real estate if you are Cammy and Seti. But it does seem as though they're going to have to disembark from this little
Vedi, storm surge warning, damage elements, to avoid elimination.
Everyone below them first.
Yeah, and leaderboard, kind of see the top side of what's going on. But 19th, 20, 21st place, down. 24th place, down. 26th place, even down. So if you're outside of that bubble for now, this is your
questa finale sulla luna, ragazzi, bellissimo.
Ah, vabbè, la vivo,
incredibile.
Miracolosamente c'è una kill e il suo compagno c'ha 3 kills. Quelli si stanno mettendo a posto.
Sì, perché penso che per andare avanti nel torneo devono arrivare almeno 25esimi, quindi si sono detti dai cazzo.
Quanti punti?
Devono essere 25esimi in questa fase almeno. I primi 25. Credo. E l'avevano detto prima, se non sbaglio.
Beh, comunque lo so, perché stanno 24 su 49 i giocatori.
No, i primi 25esimi in classifica su tutte e tre su tutte e 5 le partite. Quindi si devono muovere perché mi sa che hanno fatto molto male fino adesso.
Poi che si faceva fare la ricerca sulla pagina, no?
Contro l'F.
Infatti, però 19esimo,
quindi però devono stare attenti perché possono essere superati.
Sì, il problema è che stanno così in alto che nessuno guarda su.
Non ti viene.
Sì, con tutto questo casino e tu quando pensi di guardare su.
Infatti qui se uno avesse lanciato un ecco perché non l'hanno messo. E questi stanno cadendo e hanno il pranzo però e gliel'hanno distrutto perché qualcuno evidentemente ha portato su.
Fortuna,
era tutto calcolato, immagino, per poco.
Oh! Beh, ma non ci avevo fatto vedere che due vanno discendono.
Infatti i cameraman di questo evento
ci stanno capendo niente.
No, ma cazzo, veramente, questo è pazzesco.
Anche erano quelli che stavano in alto, agent call dedicato.
No, erano quelli con le skin belle che piacciono proprio con tutti le linee, però non so i nomi. Non riesco a ricordarmi mai i nomi di questi.
Tantissimo, raga.
Ma quanto sono bravi questi qui. Lo meritano.
If there's one thing that Cold loves to do, it's play disruptor on the ground layers. Because now Seti and Cammy, they're actually going to be able to retake height because Queasy and Veno, they're no longer here at some point. They winded up falling. Queasy himself potentially eliminated from this match. We're seeing everyone below Cammy and Seti just doing what they can to stay alive.
Questo è un casino. Niente comparato alle nostre finali.
No, vabbè.
Another player is going to drop. Sphinx and
Siamo un altro livello.
absolutely came out of nowhere on the end.
Ah, non c'ha materiali.
Ma guarda
Cazzo.
questo come muore il mouse. Voglio vedere questa cosa.
Ma si lo cura.
DJ Corn. Quindi ci sta ancora Alien Cold. Ci sono hanno perso. Non lo bello. No.
Sono quelli che hanno fatto un'azione bellissima.
Sono morti Alien Cold dagli altri.
Oh! Un gruppo diverso,
C'è quindi
Sono ragazzino. Ma però poi lì sta a fianco c'è una 15 guarda, la prendi, ti dico.
ma nessuno ha vinto 2 volti di seguito.
No. Perché sono tutti di alto livello, devo dire. Mi sembrano tutti...
No, ma qua non ce ne sono un pazzo, ma le 4
Sì, ma come cazzo hanno fatto a vincere?
pazzo.
Questi erano in classifica 45esimi, raga.
Ah, è lo che io ti dico, amore, c'è un po' di fortuna.
Everything you were saying in that final zone because your mouth was going off. How were the comms?
I don't know. Pollo just doesn't really talk. Kind of just, you know, gets kills, does his thing, and I'm just, you know, there.
Questo c'era qualche 14 anni.
And do you just
Ma
happy to let him off the leash like that?
No, sì, 15 ce l'ha.
And Pollo, your ears burning now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a man of few words. He is a man of few words. He was so what, sorry?
He was so loud.
He was incredibly loud. To be honest, I felt like I could hear him backstage. So for you, how has the day been so far? Now you've got your victory royale as well.
Yeah, it's been 2-1 off spawn. I think we're at the bottom of the leaderboard, but I think we'll be near qual range now.
Hopefully, we will take a look at the leaderboard shortly. I love this. You're a man of so many words. I can hear him in the background going 2-1, 2-1. Is there anything you'd like to say to people watching right now and supporting you?
It's really laggy. It's really laggy. I mean, these servers are atrocious, but you know, we're making it work.
Well, you know what? Everyone is in the same boat, and it's fantastic to see you guys doing so well. As you say, 2-1. Are you going to make it 3-1 now?
I mean, that's the only option.
It is the only option. Hopefully you are closer to qualifying for Sunday. If not, you'll get to play again tomorrow. And you'll get to show why NA is potentially the best region. Or would you say it is already?
Obviously.
Obviously, of course. He's a little bit biased. Boyo, I know you're a man of few words, but give me one more. What's it like to play in Copenhagen?
It's different. It's not the same as at home.
That's the most words, and I loved it. Thank you so much. Congratulations, everyone. Swing to Boyo!
Well, Evan. NA on top. What do you have to say now?
Hype moment, and all he's thinking is like, can Sphinx just stop talking? He's talking too much.
That's
his only concern about that game.
Ma infatti perché non ce la vediamo insieme dalla televisione?
You know, Thomas HD and Malibu were
Vedevo la camera
going to win the game. The crowd was
Questo
getting
punto tanto
loud.
poi non ce l'abbiamo perso.
When Sphinx win the game, everyone's just like,
ma la televisione sta lì.
we just watch like the shots.
Ah sì, lo possiamo prendere di qua. Mettiamo solo la camera e niente.
As well, and yeah, I mean, you got to give the positional advantage there 100% to Thomas.
Dobbiamo dire la diretta dalla
No, della mia. Io solo ci mettiamo qua con la camera di Riccardo, tutti qua mangiando una pizza e io lì la prendo quella di Riccardo e basta.
Pollo and Sphinx, they're looking a little bit better, especially in this game, because they were just getting
E quindi facciamolo adesso. Quella la chiamata di...
Just disgusting. This one, I feel like I can say this about every game we've seen so far. They have been roller coasters from, you know, Seti and Cammy up on high ground, them going straight up, then suddenly it's Queasy and Veno just kidding, it's back to Seti and Cammy. Now it's Thomas HD looking to contest. I mean, this is what I want to see, is people get more comfortable. People say, look, we're just not going to let people go for the high ground. We want this too.
Esatto.
Yeah, 100%.
Allora,
Look at this,
mettiamo la
right?
camera di
They
Riccardo.
were towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Look at that placement now, 15th, right? That question mark was there. I think we're in qual range. You are definitely in qual range if you are 15th right now. A couple more points might secure it for you, but it is looking good for them right now.
Yeah, if they can keep hitting shots like that, they'll be well on their way to being in that qual range and being secure, right? So I think the big thing from them is not to let this win almost, you know, get them too excited, right? Stick to what's been working for you and sort of go with that going into this last one. I mean, again, I'm just still mesmerized by some of the shots they're hitting. They were putting on a clinic in that end game.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that, you know, you have one in Sphinx that maybe talks a lot by what they would consider each other, and then Pollo doesn't talk apparently at all. But yet they're sitting here racking up 12 eliminations in game number 4 of the Global Championship upper bracket. I did not think we'd see any duo break double digits, and they just went on and did it.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Now we get the opportunity to look at the standings. Cool. They're pulling away with their lead, still in first place, but Queasy and Veno also managed to hold on to second place, and Cammy and Seti, they are on the rise.
That top 3 looks all too familiar. Right, you look at, if you were to analyze this whole year,
Allora, quindi la mangiamo qui?
best teams all across the world.
La mangiamo lì e dobbiamo metterlo su quello che
in particular has just been 3 of the biggest names you mentioned.
Yeah, but Levin, Zeke, I'm looking towards 10th place right now. Thomas, HD, and Malibuga, right? I said 23rd place coming into this game. It wasn't comfortable. So they went ahead and clutched up this game, but there was more than just one clutch this game.
Yeah, they were going crazy, right? You know, I think we all talked about how they needed to start to step it up, and they finally did. Malibuga and Thomas started to cook. And I think we know them as being incredible individual players, but when they start doing things like this, Thomas going up on height, he doesn't care who's there. He just knows he wants it, and they take it so well. Of course, his Pollo and Sphinx win the game, and they sort of shut them up with a really big shot. But these guys throughout that end game were incredibly dominant, showing off why they are revered as one of the favorites for this tournament.
And I wonder what put them in a situation where they didn't have those mats, right? What led up to that ultimately where, because if they had materials, it feels like that's an easy closeout, right? But they're kind of put in this situation where Pollo and Sphinx on the low ground of all things, they have materials, they have the angles. You're sitting there like a fish in a barrel, like, yep, we're gonna jump down. You've got your angles, we hope we'll hit ours.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you go up for high ground right, we saw them, they had to go ahead and contest the high ground right when they got the eliminations. It takes a lot of materials to go ahead and actually build up there. You have to make sure that all of your builds kind of stay supported and stuff like that. So that's probably why they were out of materials. And then not to mention Pollo and Sphinx just picking up so many eliminations on the low ground, almost impossible for them not to have those builds necessary.
Of course, right, when you're racking them up over and over again, you're sort of just, even if it is just siphon that you're getting, right, it goes a long way, whereas Thomas and Malibuga weren't quite able to loot everything that they were getting. Just, you know, part of the trade, especially when you're up there on the height as well towards the end of the game. Standard procedure, but they won't be upset with that game. They'll be very happy, especially when you look at the previous games.
And, you know, I got to mention right that Thomas, HD, Malibuga clutch all spawn. Malibuga with the 1v2. Actually awesome stuff. And honestly, coming into this, they should have been expecting stuff like this, because throughout this chapter, Malibuga and Thomas, they have done that 7 times where one of them have gone down early and they've clutched it up.
No easy feat, especially when you look at the competition they've been facing. Thomas, towards the start of the day, said, look, I've faced much better competition off Spawn than Canada and Ages, right? So I'm used to doing this. And if he's able to 1v2 against players like that, they'll be confident they can 1v2 against Canada and Ages as well. So really good to see that happen. Like you said, the 2 clutches for them in that game.
You guys talk about Thomas HD, and I'm thinking Thomas HD, probably one of the best snipers in the world. Then I kind of flash back to mid-game. I want to just quickly highlight King with 2 of the back-to-back most disgusting snipes we've seen today.
Unbelievable. King is the kind of player that's always going to give you that special moment, right? You know, we all think back to the World Cup times, right? When he eliminated TFU, we all hype thinking, you on earth is this Argentinian kid taking out TFU, right? Here again today. We expect Thomas HD to be the sniper machine. King sitting everybody down. You were saying it during the game, right? They were 200 down below Surge, and then a couple minutes later, they're 600 above. That's ridiculous, all from his snipes alone.
Those shots were absolutely clutch for sure, but now let's talk about the clutch that is necessary for teams that are in the bubble.
That's right, 25. The top 25 will go on to Sunday. Take a look right now. M. Sherry and Rue sitting on that bubble. 68 points is the minimum going into these next games. Just take a look at some of the names, even just down there in 30th, right? Cooper and Miro right there on the bubble. Kitos and PHDN as well. But as we've seen, it just takes one good game, and you can just change everything. Now, even look at 31st, Podesai and Snazy. M8, y'all out there? Yo, Snazy and Podesai?
They're asleep, man.
There they are. Y'all can hear them in the crowd. They're going crazy. But even someone like Bugha and Threats, right? They've kind of been relatively quiet. Currently sitting in 34th. They can make up the ground, but they really need to come online here in this last game.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we are at the Global Championship, right? Let's talk about regional representation in that top 5 or top 25 right now. EU, there are currently 13 duos. NA currently has 8 duos, and then 1 per each of the regions in OCE, Brazil, Middle East, and Asia. So that is currently what the regional breakdown is looking like so far for the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think for me personally, the NA teams have impressed so much, right? Of course, they do make up a big part of the lobby, but I think what we've seen is not just the trailblazers, the typical NA teams you expect to dominate, some of the ones just in that beneath tier, right, that have come through and really made their mark on this competition, right? Showed us that they aren't just here to sort of hang around and enjoy, you know, Copenhagen and have a good time, find a girlfriend, some of them are saying, right? Some of them are here to actually try and win, right? That's what it's all about for them, right? So, you know, the priorities on a lot of these NA players are clearly, you know, to come here and show the other regions what they got.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about this back in Major 2, right? At the end of it, I asked you the question, Levin, do you think NA hangs if we get to globals? At the time, it was no, right? And I think for a lot of players in NA, they're thinking, okay, 11-2K, we'll see you at LAN then. Because it feels like NA is playing with a chip on their shoulder. And I also kind of want to play a little bit of devil's advocate. What if we're revealing strategies a little too soon? What if EU is like, yeah, you guys are ahead. That's cool. Then Championship Sunday, they're like, okay, so we were just holding it all back. You know, we were letting you play out there thinking you had something. It's all a show.
Maybe not an element of showing strats too early, but definitely let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? You know, it's just A1, it's just the upper bracket, right? You know, the final's coming, right? And that's when we got to be looking at the leaderboard and really going, okay, how are the NA teams doing? How are the EU teams doing? I think once we get to that point, Zeke, that's when we can really start to give that analysis of, you know, regionally around the world, who looks the strongest. I'm still going to say the EU boys, right? But there are some top NA teams out there that are showcasing that they can hang with anyone.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, you know, NA teams are finding themselves out there. I'm very happy to see so far the performance out of some of the top ones.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the stats we're seeing here out of the competition so far. This is the upper bracket. Let's break it down by the numbers. Currently, as we look at this list. Okay. Most eliminations. Here we go. Acorn and Cole, that's not surprising, right? They're currently sitting in that #1 spot. It makes sense. Queasy and Benno right behind, though. Do you guys feel like this is the level of aggression we would see coming into day #1 of the competition?
For me, probably, yeah, I'd say, right? I think, especially seeing those two teams there is great for me in terms of Acorn and Cold, you know, Queasy, Vino. I look at Vino, I look at Cold as individuals. Throughout the year, they were the 2 players I think were going head-to-head for, you know, best player in the world a lot of the year. And to see them up there in terms of eliminations just makes sense.
You'll love to see it. Guess what? Fortnite fam, it is time. The last game of the day here in the upper bracket is about to kick off. So casters, on over to you.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Vivid, and 11 for all the insight on the analyst desk. But our final game of today's upper bracket, match number 5, is just on the horizon. We've seen so many teams now in that 26th to 50th position trying to escalate themselves into the top 25 so that they don't have to worry about tomorrow's lower bracket matches, Jacob. They want to make sure that they are already guaranteed for Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and if you look at that leaderboard, as our analyst broke it down, some teams, they just have to do the bare minimum. Other teams, they need a top placement, and then some teams need a win and you're in scenario. And I just want to go ahead and talk about Kanata and Agers, Thomas and Malabuka. Thomas and Malabuka have, narrowly clinched their spot. You saw them into the top 10. Kanata and Agers around 39th place. They're one of the teams I'm talking about, a top 10 finish, but they have to be able to survive that off-spawn battle, which hasn't really been going their way today.
Even just now, we saw the collection of players just outside of where Queasy and Benno are sitting. I mean, it was threats. We also saw Kanata there, and the conversation that he looked like he was having with Thomas, maybe he's like, hey, man, chill on me at that drip bridge, because this 50-50 is not the kind of 50-50 that Kanata and Agers were hoping for at the start of today. But again, when you keep in mind the fact that Kanata and Agers are coming out of the recent FNCS champions from Major 3, I'm sure they have it in them to make a comeback.
Yeah, and I think Pollo and Sphinx from NA have really shown. And one thing I want to talk about is when the regions were separated, when we had NA East, when we had NA West, nobody gave NA West a single chance. Even myself said it might take a month. It might take a major for them to get in that groove, but there are a number of not only NA teams, but these NA players boosting to the top of the leaderboard that we could see on Championship Sunday. And obviously our regular NA residents towards the top side of that leaderboard as well, Hold and Acorn. And I want to talk about them just a little bit as well. You know, you saw Peak and Vico, but we're going to see them here again because the battle bus is ready. Let's get this last and final game underway.
Ultimo match.
Ultimo? Quinto?
It has been a beautiful day so far of matches containing our 50 teams here in the upper bracket. Some of the strongest teams even from their respective regions, but only 25 can actually break through and guarantee themselves a seat on that battle bus for Championship Sunday. We've seen a handful of them in the top 10 feeling relatively safe, but the relief can't come quick enough for those teams just outside the top 25.
And I can count at the top of my head at least 3 of these off-spawn battles that would decide if a team goes towards the lower bracket or at least gives themselves a chance to get to that top 25 to earn that Championship Sunday spot themselves. And this is going to be one of them. Malabuka and Thomas, Agers and Ganada, and judging by their elevation, it is on.
It's looking like Agers might have the beat on the punch though. Agers and Ganada quicker as far as the drop is concerned. Opening of the chest, but it's a tactical DMR here that Ganada's got to work with. Trying to break Thomas's initial build. Agers gonna follow it up with Mavenado. That's gonna be Thomas down for the count. One knock already. Agers taking full advantage of the siphon as well.
L'avevano perso,
Another benefit
la prima volta il
that came with it.
Yeah, basically gave himself, you know, a full loadout minus the heals, and you see Malabuka now on the run, grabs that slurp truck, and now he has decisions to make. Do I try to fight the 2v1 while I have the underhand, or do I go ahead and try to disengage and just already see it on the minimap? He's just trying to survive. Even though they did lose the off-spawn battle, they know they have their spot secured, so now it's just for bragging rights.
Extremely unlikely that we see Malabuka trying to lap back anytime soon here at the racetrack. He knows that it's going to take some time before Agers and Kanata fully clear this area out. And if he wants to get Thomas's reboot card, he might force himself into waiting. But the wait is over as far as threats and Booga are concerned. That's going to be a quick elimination to start things off for a team that desperately needs it.
Yeah, you see Red's taking advantage of what is usually a triple chest on the side of that mountain. Mixon goes down. That's not only important points for Booga and Threads, that's a storm surge to really give themselves a little bit of a cushion because we know that's not going to be enough. But another one of our off-spawn battles that are paramount for our team success. King and Phaser, Cowgamer 7-man, shots are being fired. Phaser's going to quickly disengage. He doesn't want to give up too much. He wants a chance to heal. You see, he has big pots, and if King can get to him, that'll allow him to heal up as well.
But even with the ball card, Phaser can't charge into it just yet, unless Cowgamer and 7-man have it in their best interest and just prioritize that. But King applying a little bit of pressure here from the distance. Keep in mind the resources though. Build's not looking the best as far as 7-man is concerned. Cowgamer again. Seems as though he has none at all. So this is definitely going to put Cowgamer and 7-man's push to a halt, and that is more than enough time for Phaser and King to get into the vault here at Relentless Retreat.
Yeah, both of these teams need to have a solid performance if they want to see Sunday right here. Otherwise, they'll have to go to the lower bracket and earn it yet again. But you see a switch up of what we saw last game. King and Phaser this time around getting control of that vault over towards Relentless Retreat. But instead of just disengaging disengaging. 7man and Cal Gamer are still looting up. There's a lot of loot there to grab, and what a huge battle going down yet again. But Cammy and Seti, they're separated, but they're trying to pincer them in. They're trying to surround from multiple angles and trap them in that little barn.
One of the most common fights that we've seen so far today. And Stain and Data's, though, holding their own. What a way to represent Asia, though. I mean, we talk all the time ever since the Invitational, really, where we saw some of the potential, I think, from Asia's fraggers. And so Data's and Stain looking to try and follow that up as much as possible. They have been going toe-to-toe here with Cammy and Seti. And granted, Frenzy Fields hasn't necessarily always gone their way, but it's definitely made a little bit of an impact against Seti and Cammy because they had to go nuclear basically the last few matches to play catch-up.
Break down a lot of early game skirmishes. When you're back up against the wall, it almost leaves you no choice to try to get the elimination points. Axe Force, Robot going against PXN and Kitos. Kitos and PXN actually do need this. They are outside of the bubble, 26th place, and a nice shot to try to back down Axe Force. They pounce, they get the 2v1, give themselves at least a one-man advantage. Kitos trying to heal up. They're not wanting to give him that opportunity. Drop him down into the palm of their hands. They're attacking from both angles. Time is running out unless a miracle happens here. As Axe Force does a little bit of a jump ball and a misstep, but his teammate is there to rise to the occasion and get that elimination. So we see our first team in the lower bracket facing against our last chance major teams.
Beavs and Kitos try their best, Kitos especially in that instance, but you got one below you, one above. Difficult for anybody to actually find themselves on the benefactory.
I like this. I like this. Pink may have called it griefing, but no, this is just using your brain. Acorn and Cold, even though they've already qualified, letting Pink and Vico qualify off of their spot, which means they're going to get contested again on Sunday. So they want to make sure that team has as little loot, push them back as much as possible. As Anon and Suns, they need a big game here going against Queasy and Vino, who already got their spot secured. And I like the aggressive nature coming out of this. Start to build that confidence. Get some points, and then you can probably take what they've been doing and put it to the test yourselves. But it all really comes down here if they want to actually fight it, because Anon looks like he's disengaging. He doesn't want to get trapped between both Vino and Queasy.
This is a very risky team to try and tangle with when your position in that top 25 is on the line here. Suns and Anon, they cannot afford to get eliminated just yet. But Queasy and Veno, they're not the sort to let anything go. We've got some player listen-ins coming our way.
Secondo me adesso per quei giocatori che veramente fanno schifo e non riescono a costruire. Per avanzare tutto.
I'm running, he's on my right. Yeah, I'm running him. 20 white. Yo, 40 white.
In realtà il cielo buia. Green il concetto di Fortnite.
We need a cam, bro. He's running back. He's just running the rise.
No, perché Fortnite, a differenza degli altri giochi di...
He's at the hut right now. 9 damage? No, he ran, bro. We just can't the card. He's a great...
See a lot go down in that listen, the great teamwork, the great chemistry, but then the plan for the future. They're going to camp that card so that way Malibuca can't come back and get it safely, which leaves him as a solo at the start of the game. So remember that, because if he does amazing things, he did it all by himself. Vino just so much damage from the storm. Just a sliver of HP. You gotta imagine as it continues to pop low. Yeah, I was gonna say a med kit's probably getting popped. Queasy does have some splashes. He's just trying to hound. Be the predator towards his prey. Suns and Anon gotta figure out what they're going to do, because they're just getting followed right now by Queasy and Veno.
Again, that's definitely not the team that you want trailing behind you, because just like that, Queasy's going to give some quick reminders of what he's capable of. For Misha and Teeny, they've also got to deal with Baka and Pars, and again, such an impressive day so far from Baka and Pars. We've really been seeing them take an aggressive stance and come out on top in numerous situations. And I would expect it to be all the same here. And Kanata and Agers, even though Racetrack might have gone their way, running into Yamzo and Rise is a different story altogether, as Agers now forced to bounce, has to leave Kanata to be eliminated, collected, and they went from wanting to camp Thomas's reboot card to now Aegis essentially having to worry about whether or not that Iamzo and Raz will do the same to Kanata.
Yeah, this is very troublesome for Aegis and Kanata, the duo that needs at minimum a top 10 performance here in this game if they're looking to skip Saturday and go directly to our championship. But a fight that we saw start as a 2v2 ends up in a 1v1. Baka gets the piece control away from Teeny. Not really letting him get any footing in this round. The real estate here and that piece control is going to be important. And another shot getting fired. Teeny getting back down little by little. Baka just playing a game of peekaboo. It's working out for him, but everything good comes to an end eventually, and Baka takes a massive shot. The thing here, it doesn't matter where he's at, because he goes down, and the only place he's going to be is back to the lobby.
That was a huge shot here for Teeny, but it's not over just yet. Bryce and Chubbs now deciding to join the fray. Teeny gonna look to see if he can find an escape route somehow, or at least an opportunity to get this revive going off onto Misha. And Chubbs, Bryce, they don't seem like they're fully aware just how far back Teeny and Misha actually are. So a successful revive does come through. A 2v2 potential situation here, but again, Misha and Teeny bound to be relatively low on resources after that last engagement.
Gotta imagine it to be true. That's Teeny trying to hold the covers, give his teammates some time, try to heal up. First is going to be the med kit, now it's going to be the shield. And the forecast tower hasn't even been taken yet. That's what they were originally fighting over, and that's probably what drawed Price and Chubbs over to this direction, but they don't know that he was weak necessarily. So for them, they're just trying to play the game. They're outside of that top 25. They want to give themselves a fighting chance to get towards that championship Sunday and not really fight towards that Saturday. As we tune on to Agers. You can see him just trying to go ahead and bypass everything. Let's go ahead and go listen in to see what happened in the beginning of this game.
When he gets in, I'll be able to see him in his run. 30-60 on him. I got headshot sniped through the bush. This is so sad, man.
That is really all that can be said in some circumstances. Yamzo is actually just a monster for that one. I mean, and if you're in Kanata's position as well, sometimes it is what it is. But Yamzo, he's got a lot more to deal with for the time being. Being a little staged on the rotation, reminded that there's still other players waiting around in this lobby for him.
And you can see towards the mini-map we're on kind of edge of zone towards the southeastern side, and that's where a lot of these caches will spawn, either south towards the east, where a lot of these teams are congested at.
Non piace a me giocare né
They haven't grabbed theirs just yet. They're hoping to try to beat another team to that punch. Even though they found some dangers there, just a little bit. You can see that they have not too many teams nearby, as we see the other side of what went down. And the headshot on the Mappy, that is a huge stuff. He is just on fire. He's feeling it. Look at the confidence.
Can't blame him at this point. It's just, what are you really meant to do in that sort of situation other than just fall victim to Yamzo there? But fortunately for Aegis and Kanata, they're still going to be able to play things out as a duo. Successful reboot ban there for Aegis. The health replenish as well. A handful of slash flashes left to work through. So it's seeming as though the dream is still alive for Aegis and Kanata.
For now, at the very least, but sometimes those are the wake-up calls you need, especially when you know it's our 5th and final game of the day. And while they're facing all that madness on the outside of the map, Booga and Threats sticking to what they know works, which are those slow side rotations. They found themselves towards the top side of the zone and kind of just looking. There's not too many teams in their mini-map, and if you look even further, there's only about 3 teams directly in front of them, so they got themselves a safe spot as long as they continue to pull that zone. And my only question, Taco, is going to be how much surge do they have? Because if they're on the slow side, there's not going to be many opportunities to grab it.
That's exactly what I wanted to bring up, because with only 1 elimination, and from what we've been seeing consistently throughout the day, there have been circumstances where teams have had several or more eliminations and still found themselves just barely above that surge damage threshold. So if Booga and Threats making these dead side rotations, yeah, you might have the best positioning in the world, but it doesn't really mean a whole lot if you don't have any damage with it, because then you still have to compromise your positioning ultimately just to find some damage. Damage is something they do plenty here for Acorn and Cold.
Can say that was big, but it comes to an end yet again. Pink and Vico outside of that top 25. So I think Cold and Acorn have defended their drop spot. They're actually in 24th place. They have 74 points. That's going to be a tough one to watch.
Eyes on Cooper and Miro as well. One of our teams in that 28th position, but for the team on our screen right now, Vanyak and Carmi, they've also got to ensure that they're able to stay within this top 25, because again, just barely being above as far as the points are concerned, it does not leave you in a guaranteed position. There are ample teams that could look to leapfrog over you if you aren't careful. So we'll definitely keep that in mind and continue trying to be as methodical as possible with their movements.
Yeah, you can basically see the tail end of that top 25. Pink and Vico down 74. Batman, Booga, and Rapid 80. Points continue to climb the more you go up. A lot of these teams don't really need to do everything. They just need to do the bare minimum. As Snazy gets spotted out by himself, and Shari and Rue, they have a chance to sneak up. Snazy's all by himself. Podesai, we already saw him go down earlier on in the game. The strike from above, the sneak attack, and it's worked to perfection. And Shari and Rue, they get that elimination, and that's huge because they were the team in the 25th spot. They started the game with 68 points. Now you can kind of count them up, 72, but they still haven't passed up Pink and Vico at 74 points.
Snazy was just so focused on teams that weren't on that Rift Island. He had no clue that those two were sneaking up behind him. The ultimate crouch maneuver, essentially, all the way up until they had their precise moment to pounce onto Snazy. Everything goes well from Shari and Rue, because again, another team just barely managing to hang on to that top 25 threshold. They are currently 25th.
Se vedi che non riesci a vincere, non riesci a arrivare
to go higher. And this is a team, you know, Major won, they became champions. They stayed towards the top of leaderboards in duo cash cups, in FNCSs. They're just trying to continue to mimic that, just like Cooper and Miro, who are almost not even duoing this season. It was left to a coin flip of all things. And what a coin flip it was. I hope Cooper kept that coin, maybe framed it on a wall.
One would think, but I guess it maybe depends on how this weekend goes possibly for the duo. Regardless, they've done an excellent job as a team, but more importantly still, their placements, you saw it jump just a little bit. Part of that due to the fact that Cooper able to find a really nice elimination here. Just a massive one as well. Shut down onto Cold, essentially. And that is huge for Cooper and Miro, because they have had some problems in their rotations dealing with some of these teams that are already guaranteed to be participants of our championship Sunday. So knowing that Cooper was able to find that elimination on Cold, it just makes the rotation all that easier.
It probably builds a little bit of confidence too, because even though they went down and they got their spot on Sunday, Cold and Acorn, they're going to finish first in this bracket more than likely with how they've been playing. And when you see Cold go down, when you see Acorn go down, it makes that much more better. It's like a sigh of relief. That's one less dangerous player in the lobby that I have to go through towards the very end.
Tra ultimi 50-25 e lì tratterei ammazzare, che per forza lo devi fare.
They've all been eliminated. Only Cammy and Seti and Ritual and Reed again. The point difference so great.
Perché il problema di ammazzare adesso è che tu ti metti a pushare a una squadra dove magari non li ammazzi e dove magari solo sprechi le munizioni. Tu riesci ad arrivare a lui, è lì che c'hai l'obbligo di difenderti, di ammazzare, c'è più l'opportunità che ti ammazzano velocemente perché sei arrivato lontano.
Around 72 points. thinking about
Oppure di ammazzare
28
qualche
points to try to
persona
get
e smare
inside
di
of that
più.
bubble or within contention, which really isn't much. As long as they continue to have an upward trajectory in a lot of their games, much like Kanata and Agers. A lot what was holding them back was Thomas and Malabuka in that off-spawn battle, but now they have a chance here to hold on to their own destiny. Fate is in their hands, and they just need to be able to find a little bit of a refresh. Where are they going to get their refresh? How long can they survive without it? If they stop just short of going deeper into the zone, they got themselves the edge for a team like this with 329 above the damage threshold. That's just going to be enough for now.
Considering that Agers had to get a reboot off on the Kanata, they were a little bit of shambles.
Yeah.
When you think about how this game started out for them, sure, that initial 50-50 might have been relatively successful. Granted, they would have definitely loved the double elimination factor there, only getting one onto Thomas, Malabuka forcibly retreating, but it is an endeavor, to say the least, to reboot your teammate and then find yourself successfully deep enough into a late game lobby to potentially catapult yourself into the top 25 leaderboards for today.
Yeah, just moments ago in the feed, Booga taking down Mappy. They're just trying to continue to control their own destiny as well. Teeny taking down Fast Roki. A lot of these teams outside of the bubble, and I thought I just saw iDrop go down to ping, so that's another team eliminated out of this lobby. King and Phaser, though, they're still in it, and they're here to win it overall. You see the loot getting passed around. They have quite some distance to cover, and a lot of players to run through if they want to make it there.
On the bright side, though, they're not the only ones that have a decent amount of map coverage to go. Granted, when you are one of those last teams to come in behind everybody else, your primary concern is going to be, well, depending on where those other teams are situated, depending on where they're positioned, they might be able to cut me off entirely. And that's exactly what King and Phaser are trying to avoid. They're trying to make their way to zone as quickly as possible so that they can be the ones controlling the way that the lobby actually flows.
Yeah, they don't want to get held out. They want to do the holding. They're rotating parallel to both Muzz and Paper, a team that is inside of the top 25. I wouldn't say they're as safe as can be. Anything could still happen. But Phaser's doing a good job of getting the charge. Found themselves a little bit of spot where they can hold up for now, but they're getting focused by a couple of players in this lobby. Alex Worthy being one of them on the other side. He continues to peek through the cone. 81 below top. This isn't looking good for now.
They might not have the damage threshold just yet, but they do have a few crash pads. Phaser going to instantly use one to jump a little bit further, a little bit more up on that height as well, but the shots come through all the way across the lobby, and that's going to be an instantaneous knock-just-about onto Phaser. King now under heavy duress, trying to do what he can, forced to build down, forced to drop numerous layers, but again, with this legendary slurp juice, will be able to just barely prevent himself from being eliminated by the damage threshold tags off of the Storm Surge, but still, it is tough stuff right now for King.
Yeah, if it wasn't Trulex and Chicho on the other side, it's Storm Surge, they're below the threshold. Even with the Slurp Juice pop, they take a lot of damage, but Rise Yamzo, team who took down Kanata and Agers in the beginning, well, it's just Kanata this time around, but if he can go back to his OG self, we used to call him one of the more prolific solo players in the game, being able to pick up a massive amount of points, a huge amount of clutches. We saw Agers do it in their major championship run. Now it's Kanata's turn to pick up the pace.
Come spettatore.
Not a lot of resources. The only thing he really has going for him is the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge.
A nice little gift though, just all around, managed to pick up some materials. It's going to provide him more than the 4 builds he has initially to work with. Shot him up to 30, but still, Kanata also now with this nicely creature in tow.
Ma non c'è processatore che può processare tanto.
Hoping that there is not a full team on the other side of it, because you're looking at a 1v1 with Kanata, decent chance, but 2 versus 1 situations is tough for any player to deal with.
there are more teams left alive right now that are outside of the top 25 trying to earn their spot than there is inside of the top 25. And placement points haven't even begun to kick in yet. That puts a lot of pressure on the King. He's already survived Storm Surge once. He has the Slurp Juice, he has a couple minis, but he's still 123 below. He's not even peeking out, going for shots. He's just trying to survive it. And if he looks down low, there's a bit of loot. I thought I saw the tip of a big pot down there as well, which will be crucial for his survival. He finally looks down. There's a med mist as well. He found a treasure trove and a miracle to keep himself alive, but he knows he needs to go. He knows he needs to continue moving forward, get towards the zone. You don't want to fall behind, but a nice shot from the backside. King forced to stabilize himself, stop the rotation. That means a lot of teams are going to be able to hop over him and get to zone first.
Again, right now, it seems the King, he's trying to prioritize positioning, just hoping that some other team, some other solo gets eliminated first, and that could potentially put him to where he actually isn't below that search threshold. But Kanata right now, just barely cleaning on, but it won't be enough. Finally finds himself eliminated from the lobby. Unfortunate run there. Kanata and Aegis in our final game of the day.
Yeah, at least he got this experience of playing on the big stage, because he's going to have to go again tomorrow against our last chance major teams. Zaxidus and his teammate have the high ground. They started this game on the bubble. You got to imagine they've been climbing up that ladder, just like Bugha and Threats. You talked about it yourself. You've been casting it throughout the day. They had yet to play a solid game as a duo. This is their chance. The solo's trying to push back both Alex and Worthy as well. A lot of damage being done here by Storm Surge, not even these players.
We're seeing so many teams though struggling with Storm Surge, but for Bugha and Threats, they were over 800 damage above. They can focus entirely on how they choose to actually tarp through some of these congested layers. And right now, Miro, forced into a solo position, won't have any sort of time to try and help out Cooper in the process. We are simply too deep into these moving zones at this point, as now Miro finds himself in a decent amount of pressure, a couple of slash flashes, all of his slash flashes actually going to be expended here. Miro trying to see if he can find an opening from the backside of the zone. Nutty from the side though, clean shot onto 7-man, and a quick build-up to utilize his med kit.
Quick moving, quick reacting, but not quick enough. That's Cow Gamer and 7-man. A big game's needed from them. They could boost themselves into that top 25 as well. Bugha and Threats, 5 eliminations so far, peeking down low, trying to recycle some of these builds because they know they don't got much left. A refresh or a siphon match, anything is what they're looking for. And they even split it between them two, so it's even less for an individual. They fall on top of Alex. Can they get that elimination? Can they get the siphon? Yes, they can. Off the back of Threats, who gets a double elimination and push themselves into the top 10.
Just barely there. No, Bugha actually going to find himself trapped just outside. He won't be able to make it in time. And the knock from that surge is so tough that the Storm is going to be his ultimate competitor. But Threats still up. Threats still trying to move forward. Doesn't have much left in the med mist though. Needs to find a refresh at this point.
It's almost 100% necessary, but these points that he's grabbing here, staying alive, 7 eliminations as well. This could be enough, but it's definitely going to be a buzzer beater if I've ever seen one myself, and he's continuing to bypass everybody. But on the high ground, it's Yamzo and Rise that are trying to take this last and final game of the day. A few teams actually that are stuck down low still need this shot to try to qualify. Misha and Teen is one of them. Tulex and Chicho, they probably already got their spot, but Threats does it yet again. Another elimination, trying to go ahead and keep him and Bugha's dream alive.
For Threats, he didn't find any sort of white heals, which he needed. Granted, it might not be necessary. Almost found the closing shot there onto Rise, but with the Yamzo there to back him up, there's no problem whatsoever. And we are seeing one of NA's finest with a victory royale for the day close.
I call them one of the most dangerous teams coming into the Global Championship. It may have taken them some time to heat up, but they have finally won the game. And I want to go ahead and hear exactly what they have to say, so I'm going to throw it over to Frankie to let us know how they're feeling in this moment.
I'm between the Danger duo, and what a day it's been for the two of you. A spot in Sunday's grand final was inevitable, but how did you ramp things up for the victory royale at the end of today?
It was a rough first few games. We had 2 0-pointers back-to-back, so said we wouldn't last, and he I think 3 headshot snipes this game, so it set us up in the beginning of the game and got the win.
and you are currently in 4th place. So you say you've had a tough day, but you've had incredible performance. For you, Rise, what's it been like getting to compete with so many people here?
It's been awesome. It's my first LAN, and I'm just excited to be here.
It's your first LAN. That's incredible because you're taking to it like a duck to water. Let me ask you about this year and getting ready for LAN, because we know the two of you love to go for eliminations, but you've had to find consistency and stability to make it to the end games, and now you make it look successful. What do you think was the key to making that change?
To be honest, we've just been playing the whole year, and we just kept the same play style.
Yeah. And for the two of you now, how are you finding the pressure of being on LAN? Is it affecting the comms in any way?
I think the first game we're a little nervous, of course, both our first LANs, but after game 1, it went away, and it feels good to be playing on an international stage. So,
do you think you could get used to being on LAN? Do you feel like this is your favorite place to be now?
Yeah, you just have to get used to it, and once you get used to it, it's kind of easy.
You make it look easy, I'm not going to lie, but I know it's definitely not. Eonzai Rise, congratulations, we'll see you on Sunday, and we'll see the guys on the desk right now, I think.
Thank you so much. This is a unicorn duo. This is a rare type of duo, okay? I'm talking you're bringing together two people who are unique in gameplay, in skill set, in hair color. These guys have it all. The Victor Royale, especially here in championship first day, global championship first day, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll be honest, I feel like they were a little quiet throughout the day. I wasn't really keeping a close eye on the Abbiamo and Rise, but of course, last game of the day, they gotta be like, hey, by the way, guys, like, we're one of the best teams here, by the way.
Yeah, 100%, man. The Ginger Giants, hey? These guys, look, you said a bit quiet. I have seen them sort of within almost every end game, right, towards the back end, right? You said, you know, he had the double 0-point games or whatnot, but then the rest of it was very consistent. Exactly what I expect to see from the Abbiamo and Rise. They're one of the teams I love the most from NA, right? Because tactically, they are sound, right? They are as good tactically as any other team in the world. And when they are feeling confident, when they are in their rhythm, they are so good, and they showed it there in that last game.
Yums has always been one of those guys, right, that is just ridiculously confident. And it's not in like a cocky way, it's just he knows what he can do. It's good. And now they're like, hey, look, kind of what he's saying, once we figured it out, it's easy. It's not necessarily easy, they are just that good.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to point out the fact that, you know, they mentioned that, yeah, sure, the first game we were a little bit nervous, and a lot of the times we talk about experience being that, oh, they've been to these in-person event before, and that's why some of those players that have that experience come in and they're sort of ready. But the fact that they were able to adapt and get comfortable in just a short amount of time, right? We only played 5 games today, and they were talking like they were very, very comfortable towards the end of it. That is impressive in its own right.
But that comes with having a game plan, right? And that's the difference between them and a lot of other teams, just in compared to Fortnite in general, is these guys come ready. And when you have a game plan that you can trust, you just have to be confident, right? Because you know you follow that game plan, it's going to take you far. And that's exactly what these guys can do.
Absolutely. Let's do this. Let's take a look at our standings. Remember, we want to end the day in top 25 to go straight on through to Sunday. Real quick, Vivid, I am not good at reading. What's that? What is that? What do you say? What's the name up there in the first place?
Let's take the facts here, right? Short. Have a little trouble with the top shelf sometimes.
Okay.
Can you go ahead and read out first place from all the way up there, all the way up there?
All right,
Who's
so
that?
in first place, we have Agent Cold and Dig Acorn. They have been phenomenal. Yes, 325 points. First place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. Now, what's crazy to me, let's talk about the overall of this top 10, right? I would have expected a lot more EU names in general, but that's not the case. Now we have some high-profile ones in there, Queasy, Venos, Seti, and Cammy. But still, NA deciding to show up on day 1.
Yeah, NA had a very good day. I'm very, very proud of everybody. I think Acorn and Cole definitely proved that low ground is pretty much theirs, especially when it comes to finding the eliminations, when it comes to finding the great rotations that they actually do through some of those mid games. Some of them they just weren't even building. So shout out to Acorn for making some of those calls. And obviously, Cole will always find you an elimination.
100%, right? And even similar for Yums and Rise towards the back end of them games, right? There were a couple of those games, I think it was game 3. We saw them trying to look up for height. And and they were ready, they wanted to go for it. Freezing Venom up there, started spraying them. But when you're at an IGO as good as Rise is, you're not concerned about that. I'll play for high, I'll just play mid ground and low ground just as well, and that's exactly what they've done today.
You love to see it. Now, our next question obviously has to be, who's going through? We know the Top 25 will be moving on to Sunday. Let's take a look at a list of the 25 players that have qualified. A couple of names, let's just call them out. Obviously, we saw some of the big ones. I wanted to quickly highlight Zagger right here and Pebble Clip. Obviously, we saw them back in the days of Invitational. For them, though, back then, they too didn't quite hit as hard. But now, making it through to Sunday, they have time to prepare. And hopefully, they'll bring some heat.
Yeah, very, very excited to actually see what they bring on day number 3. We also saw some very cool strategies from them throughout the day. You know, farming some of that surge, very, very cool from them. But talking about some of the smaller regions, I mean, Alex and Worthy, 6th place from the OCE region, very impressive.
Alex is one of my favorite players to watch. Such an electric player, so entertaining. At any given moment, this guy can turn it on and just absolutely storm and roll for anyone. Worthy as well. When I spoke to them, they said they were struggling a bit, right? It's a 25-hour flight for them, right, to get it over here. And they said, yeah, we're feeling a bit tired, but, you know, give us some good sleep and we'll be able to get into that lobby and show you what we can do. And that's what they're doing here today.
So now that we've kind of concluded the first 5 games, how are you guys feeling about the competition? Obviously, it's pretty evident there's a lot of duos that are still holding some things back, right? Whether that be they held them back and now they're going to lower bracket, or they're in the top 25. They can hold them till Sunday. Did day 1 meet your expectations, Vivid?
Yeah, I feel like so. And again, I want to kind of bring up the regional aspect of the global championship. Going actually into finals from the upper bracket, we have 12 EU teams, 8 NA teams, 2 Asia teams, and then 1 each for Middle East, Asia, or not Asia, Brazil, and OCE. So pretty rounded out, right? Regional representation from every single one of those going into the finals from the upper bracket.
Yeah, someone from everywhere stepped up, teaming. I think that's what you sort of I think we always come into these competitions and think, you know, we sort of stack the biggest names up there and think, oh, this team's going to pull, that team's going to pull. There's always going to be some form of disappointment. And I think there will be some teams that thought, you know what, this hasn't been the best day for us. Yeah, we have the lower bracket, but we wanted to get it done in the upper. But even with that being said, I think I definitely see what I expected to see from a lot of the better teams, the better players, the big names, the fan favourites. Even from what we've seen from the crowd here today, when they were more in there, a lot of people gone to the toilet, it seems. But when they were here, right, the noise was crazy. So I think all in all, man, the players who will be playing tomorrow definitely have to come in and maybe adjust some things, but it's been a great day.
For sure. Let's take a look at some of those players. We'll start kind of on the bubble. And this final game was a fight for that top 25 spot. Ultimately, it was iDrop and Mappy that do make it through to the grand finals on Sunday. But take a look at some of these names here down to 34th that are going to be we'll be seeing go tomorrow. Fahad actually for a moment, one moment, overtook the 25th spot, and it looked like it was going to be locked in, but just barely falling short. A single point making it.
How do we have 2 teams a single point behind 25th there? In that 33rd spot, I saw Pink and Vika. I want to talk about them very, very quickly because I'm expecting that they will have an opportunity to be uncontested in the lower bracket tomorrow. So I'm assuming it'll be a little bit better of a day for them.
100%, right? Sono arrivati con I migliori punti
where they'll have access to all the loot, right, and all that space in that area.
Quelli che si qualificheranno domani.
Feeling a bit disappointed, you have to be able to just mentally come back into tomorrow. I think the big thing is, it's obviously
migliori da una parte e migliori
dall'altra. È un filtro per fare che alla finale solo arrivino I migliori.
Uncontested, like in the case of Pink and Vico. Some players who maybe were
today
might be contested tomorrow, right? So it's like, you know, you're almost coming into a whole different tournament, but it's going to feel that way in the lobby at times.
Is there more pressure going into tomorrow? Obviously, the 25 in the lower bracket have been watching. They've been learning. They've been trying to figure things out. Players that have gone from today now to the lower bracket, is that more pressure? Is it maybe like, okay, I'm warmed up, so let me just kind of change a couple things and we're good?
I think from a format-wise, it has to be more pressure, right? Like, it just has to be. But 4 games, right? 5 games under their belt now on the international stage. They got to be feeling a little bit more comfortable when it comes to the setups, the crowd, and the lights.
Yeah, I think there'll be more pressure because, of course, these teams were expected to go through the upper bracket teams, right? A lot of lower bracket teams. Some of those guys don't have that LAN experience. But for the teams who didn't quite do it today, in your head you're thinking, oh, top 25, that's pretty easy. I can get that. You didn't, right? So now you're almost second guessing yourself. It's not easy to get top 25.
Yeah, this is, I mean, what, 75 of the best duos in the world, right? This was going to be a difficult task. Some duos took full advantage. I'm looking at you guys. You know who you are. But still, we have to keep focused, right? We cannot skip a beat. Now, we're going to take a little break here because Kelly is standing by in the Creator Lounge with none other than Peach Cobbler.
That is right, Zeke. Peach Cobbler here joining me. Thank you so much. Day 1 is now over. How has it been for you?
Oh my gosh, it's been absolutely amazing. It's kind of like just a teaser for what's to come.
Oh, yeah. I mean, tomorrow, speaking of what's to come, we have it, the lower bracket now joining the bottom 25 teams here. Is there any team coming into tomorrow that we haven't seen today that you're excited for?
Oh my gosh, definitely Clicks and Epic Whale. Some of my favorites for a long time now.
Oh yeah, you were actually just telling me before we went live that you've been going to Fortnite tournaments since the World Cup. What has that been like watching Fortnite grow and evolve?
It's honestly been such a blessing. Like, I feel like each year Epic just steps it up one level after the next. And it got me hooked on seeing the live events. Like, being here is nothing like being at home.
And speaking of Epic Will, you were actually sitting behind the parents. What is it like to see, you know, just these emotional moments and the people that are so passionate, just like yourself?
Oh my gosh, it definitely passes on like through you. Like, they were crying, I started crying. I was like, I didn't even know who Epic was at the time, but just to see that passion from the parents supporting and then like watching him compete the way that he did was just beautiful.
We got to watch some incredible competition today. Was there any surprises for you?
Oh my gosh, I feel like Fortnite in general is just full of surprises. Like the loophole or what people land on. A lot of the 50-50s had me like jaw-dropping shocked, and it was just exciting to see Kanata go against Malabuka and Thomas, and just like it was amazing. Very hype.
I know. I can't believe that it's already over. I just want more, and we'll get more tomorrow. But Peach Cobbler, thank you so much for joining me here in the Creator Lounge. Where can people find you online?
It's the Peach Cobbler. Anyway, thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you again. And guys, I believe we're heading back to you, Zeke.
You are! Hi, thanks again to Peach Cobbler for hanging out and all of our creators that stopped by. We do truly appreciate that. We have to set expectations going into tomorrow. We don't want to get too kind of deep into it because we'll have all day tomorrow to break all of it down. But now that we know which duels will be moving to tomorrow, I kind of wanted to kind of get your thoughts. Are there duos in the lower bracket as we take a look at this list? Just give me one from each of you, just a little taste, a little more.
Mr. Savage and Vedil,
Okay.
it has to be, right? You know, Mr. Savage, all the fans in the world, clearly, right? Everybody loves Mr. Savage, and of course the same for Vedil. All the pressure's going to be on them to perform for their fans, and I think they'll deliver.
Hey, Levin, we were hanging out a little bit with some of the fans, and as they were walking around, I believe I heard this multiple times, quote unquote, Flicks is going to win. So I'm sure the arena will be absolutely crazy tomorrow seeing him compete, so I'll be excited for that as well.
I've got to round this out. Agers and Kanata, right? Having this crazy 50-50 off spawn today didn't work out, but that's okay. This is Agers, this is Kanata. They are FNCS champions for a reason. I will put my faith in that hat, of course. As we begin to wrap things up, how did you feel about the day?
Absolutely awesome. I think everybody crushed it out there. It was pretty much exactly what we were hoping for out of an upper bracket, right? I feel like we saw a lot of strategies actually come out, and then some others, you know, it looked like towards the back end of the day, a lot of those top end teams kind of decided to kind of pull it back a little bit, right? And relax. So that means that they're not really putting everything out there, which means that they'll be ready for finals.
Yeah, 100%. I think everything in the server's been unbelievable. What you'd expect. The crowd has been amazing. I think for me personally, seeing Zeke, you know, sort of on the stage, for the stage of feeling right, the lights went down, everyone's cheering. He looked like the coldest man in all of Denmark in that moment, man. He just looked way too cool. I think more of that from you, Zeke, and I'd be happy.
Okay, anyway, as we start prepping for tomorrow, why don't we send it up to the cast to get their thoughts on the day?
Thoughts? I have so many of these thoughts from watching the first 3 games in the crowd, this amazing crowd that's been so great all day long, to casting these final 2. All I really got to say, Taco, is for those 25 teams that are playing again tomorrow, look at it as glass half full. You have another opportunity to make your dreams come true. Just don't take it lightly.
Look, the lower bracket was already looking pretty spicy as is, so seeing some of the teams that are going to be joining them after today's competition, it is going to be insane for tomorrow's lower bracket matches. And one of my favorite parts personally about today was being up here in the commentary booth the entire time and just hearing the moments of cheering, the crowd chants. I cannot wait to see what some of these fans bring for us tomorrow in the lower bracket match, because you have to expect that is the last opportunity. You either make it through in the top 25 of our lower bracket tomorrow, or that's it. You're going home. You're not going to see what the Global Championship Finals lobby is going to consist of on Sunday.
Yeah, this is something that I think we've been waiting for such a long time. 5 more games in the lower bracket, but that's going to do it for myself and the best Taco. Back to my best friends on the stage.
Whoa, Jacob, I am your best friend. Okay, that was Jacob PR, that was the best Taco, and can't forget Monster D-Face as well for calling some of the shots for us today. But that is it. Now we set our eyes on tomorrow. The lower bracket kicks off same time, same great place. We'll have so much to talk about tomorrow, so make sure you do not miss. Don't forget as well, Grand Finals on Sunday. Global champions will be crowned. Thank you so much for watching, Fortnite fam. As always, we love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus. Beep, beep.
È finita, ragazzi. A brevissimo torniamo con una diretta di gioco. Con il vero FNCS, quello nostro. A fra poco. A fra poco. Però io non posso chiudere niente. Niente, a fra poco, ma adesso vedrete me che sposto fisicamente il computer e insomma allestiamo il tutto in backstage. Con tutta la mia agilità. Terremoto! Come Vitolo è impegnato in altre cose, in questo momento tanto cambio il titolo della live.